Born ready. Hello and welcome to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the 71st Taranaki Women's Open Fours. As you can see, we're here undercover today at the Paritutu Bowling Club. The weather did not play ball, so it's been moved from West End to Paritutu. My name is Alex Reid and I'll later be joined by Brett O'Reilly, but in the meanwhile, let's just check out the semi-final that we're watching today between the teams of Jane Selby-Patterson, Judy Howe, Carol Parsons and Hilary Moore, who are going to take on the team from Royal Oak, Rima Strickland, Robin Fisher, Lee Singer and Nicole Singer. And before they get kicked right into gear, let's just check out the path to the semi-finals that these teams took in this event. And you can see there we've got Selby Patterson and Fisher in the top half of the draw, and Farmer and T Momo at the bottom half of the draw. And in the quarterfinals, Selby Patterson took on the team from Pukekohe, and Robin Fisher took on the team from Opanoni. If you want to check out the full scores, they're available on the Bowls Taranaki Facebook page and website. You can click onto a Google Sheets link there. There's the full scores for the entire event, including that of the quarterfinals, as we now move to have a look at the semi-final and see what the score is. They've just come back from their morning tea. And you can see there at the top left that the score is 18 points to 9 to the Royal Oak team on this, the 11th end. They will play 25, so there's plenty of time left in this game. And a good shot there, great shot there on return. And this is Nicole Singer, the Royal Oak Junior. I think this is her second or third year of outdoor bowls. She's looked happier upon the release of that one. So we see her first bowl right by the jack, thanks to Hilary Moore. We trail the jack back there and we can see there the green perfect from all four. And this Carol Parsons from the Otaki Club. The bowl there, I think, didn't want to turn. A bit of surprise shown by the players. This is an undercover facility at the Paritutu Bowling Club. It's one of the oldest ones in the country, laid down in roughly 1997, I believe. And the surface is still the same surface, although it has been stretched and flipped over and all that sort of stuff in the meantime. Lee Singer there on the back end. Mother of Nicole at the back right. Lee just steering that bowl down. Grant Hassel now, resplendent in his whites and tie. Just having a chat, I think, to the players about the cameras. Does a mighty job. Grant knows everything there is to know about bowls and then a little bit more. Great bowl there. And Lee Singer, I think, on her forehand. On her backhand, obviously. Just asked to put another ball close. They're holding one. They're leading 18 points to 9. So it's an okay position to be in if you're Royal Oak. They've had some big matchups. Lee Singer. Would have been a moment of panic there, but survived. So we don't have stickers for this game, but we will have for the final. So you're just going to have to pay a little bit of attention here to who's got what colour. Still slightly better than the old days where everything was black bowls. As you see Robin Fisher there on her backhand side, using all of the mat and some more on her backhand. Trying to make that bowl turn back into the head. It was a fair effort there too, sitting that bowl of Otaki's up and over. So we see this head just sort of stack itself up, and the 3 for Otaki, Judy Howell on her forehand side. Well, they won down to that bowl that's at sort of 5 o'clock to the jack. That bowl of Nicole Singer's. So for Royal Oak, it's just about getting more bowls there and thereabouts, and Otaki will be looking for a way to remove that shot bowl. Robin Fisher here on her backhand, very experienced player, Robin Fisher. Been around for a long time, participated in the Royal Oak Rockets team on the televised Bowls 3-5 league that was held on Sky Sport a few years ago now. Crossover. And as I said, Otaki's one down here to the bowl that you can see at sort of 5 o'clock to the jack. The Otaki skip, Jane Selby Patterson, will be looking for a way to score. They are 18-9 down, still plenty of time to go. But now's the hour sort of thing. If she clears that front bowl and has the right weight, she might be half a chance. Is half of the job done, but just a little bit short. She was potentially looking to go inside out off the bowl that you could see at 1 o'clock to the jack. And Freema Strickland, it's a simple equation. You just put in a bowl close. And you see that bowl just walking a little bit. Yeah, one down, Jane. So on her back end. Be looking just to arrive. Not a million miles away here. She's got the weight. Just looking for an inside out off any bowl. Great try there. Royal Oak, I think they'll probably take the one here. Robin, I don't think we'll be saying... Yeah, you won't be trying too hard, will you? Yeah, that's a wise decision there. You're 18-9 up, so I think discretion the better part of anything. And Royal Oak opting to take the 1 point. So the jack given to the Singer on your right. Just to see where the mat is put, sort of on this longer length. Steering it down, so sort of a 2 metre to 2 metre jack here. Believe the green's running a generous 15 seconds. So it needs a bit of a push. And will be a little bit different to what these players will have played on so far this week. Taranaki Opens, men's and women are known for the beautiful greens that you get to play on. Sort of all around the place, really. Probably 2 or 3 seconds slower than what they have had. So we see the lead from Otaki Hillary Moore on her backhand side. Willing this bowl on. Beautiful track, not quite the weight. And just a reminder, we don't have stickers for the semi-final, so just pay attention. See if you can remember who's got what. Nicole Singer on her backhand. Willingness bowl to pull up. Beautiful track. No one looks like they're picking it up, so it must have stopped. We'll be disappointed with that bowl. Yeah, that's a good camera angle there with Nicole's bowl finished past the jacket in line as Lee switches to her forehand side. It's half a chance if it's got the weight. Another junior bowler and Lee Singer hasn't been playing outdoor for very long. And this is the two from the Okati team. Carol Parsons looking to take the jack with her. That's a good shot, a little toucher, so she get a bit of spray chalk. Or that people, it seems to be more popular nowadays, the chalk pen situation. It's okay if it comes off. Not always been my experience with the chalk pens. I've had to switch on a couple of occasions to something that will. And Lee Singer making a pretty good correction there. So we'll look at the score. It's 10 points the difference at the moment in favour of the Royal Oak team. But it's only on the 12th end of 25, and we saw last weekend for the men's Taranaki Open a mighty comeback from the Paritutu team against the great Peter Ballas. And look at this here from the Okati. Two sitting down and indicating holding one. That's two great bowls. So anything's possible in this game, particularly over this longer format. It's one of the only tournaments in New Zealand left that still plays to 25 ends over these 2 weeks for the women and the men. Robin Fisher on her forehand side. She's not short. Oh, she's moved a bowl, not been ultimately successful. The Okati skip. Jane just indicating we've got one, so play on the backhand, please, Judy. Judy on her backhand as instructed. That's reasonable stuff there. Holding that one at 11 o'clock to the jack. Robin Fisher asked to make a correction on her forehand side. She's not far away here, Robin. Rima giving it the look. What a great shot that is. Very good correction from Robin, and that's going to be a hard end to score from now for the Okati team. Jane just giving an indication of the distances. Judy unhappy with that bowl. We'll see the teams cross over. Now, it'll be interesting to see what Jane opts to play with her bowl. They need to score really, they're 10 points behind. They've got second shot, you can just see at the bottom of your screen at 6 o'clock, second shot. She may opt to play a backhand just to the right of your screen underneath that short blue bowl. Try and collide with the red and the blue, peel them both off. If she's slightly wide on her backhand, she picks the jack up. On these slow greens, sometimes it's easier to play those shots than to try anything a little bit more subtle. So for Rima, that means she'll be on her forehand. Just trying to draw another bowl close. Or on her backhand. I know nothing. Holding one already, this Royal Oak team. Sarima just looking to add a bonus. You don't want to be bumping up your opposition's bowl. So there's a mild moment of panic here, but I don't think she has the weight. Now we have a plant situation. It's hard to get around though. I'm getting a bit excitable. See what Jane opts to play. What's important really is they'll be looking for a way to score Okati. On the forehand, just before they went to morning tea, Jane essentially drew a toucher, and that plant's gone away. See that bowl sat down. If Jane can just clear this front bowl, she's not far away. That's a lovely effort there from Jane. What was I saying? Oh, before they went to morning tea, Jane's last bowl was essentially a front toucher on her forehand side, which was a good way to finish off with and score their point. They'll just be looking at trying to get ones and twos. But ones and twos in a row sort of thing. So it's not about getting numbers yet for the Okati team, but if you can score 3 ends in a row when Royal Oak's not scoring, that's good news. As Rima Strickland makes a correction on her backhand. If she's added a second shot here, that's a very good bowl. Not quite. Oh, that was exciting. 1 up to 1 down. So Jane just been asked to stay on her forehand. There can't be anything on to hit. Quite a nice delivery. That's Okati skip. She clears the front. She's a chance if anything could happen. Just look at that bowl going for a little walk again. Through that gap. Not to be. Didn't quite have the weight, and she'll be disappointed with that, as we see. I think a point go to the Royal Oak team. There we are. 1 to Robin Fisher. That was a good bowl from Robin. It would have been easy to drop a point there. And we see the Royal Oak team now go to 20 points to 9 on the 13th end of 25. And a nice lead developing here for the team from Royal Oak. Of course, with 2 juniors off the front, mother and daughter. Lee and Nicole. We'll have an ardent fan base watching on from the Auckland region. Always good supporters of their club, the Royal Oak members. And Nicole on her backhand, just settling onto her back nicely, really. That's good stuff. Very good first bowl. A good first bowl there from the Okati lead. She'll have remembered Hillary that she was short with her 2 bowls last end and be looking to get past with her first one and work back from that. 11 points of work to do in 12 ends. So if they score 1 point in the end, they're going to win. They'll win 21-20 essentially. Nicole, that's a good second bowl. And the positive about that is it's probably going to change Hillary's hand. She probably has to switch to her forehand, because Nicole's finished that little bit short. Very good bowl there from Lee Singer. Good stuff from these two. Very close again from Okati. Looking for it to get down. Not to be. The big bowl here from Lee Singer. She may as well stay trying to get one close, I think. That's a good track on the forehand. It's down to the weight now from Lee. Good enough. Yeah, good bowl. Pass is fine. Green was good. And a good end here developing for the Royal Oak team. Sort of hard to see Okati scoring multiples at this stage. As we see two good bowls really from Carol Parsons, just a bit past the head. Robin Fisher being asked to play on her forehand side too. Just been given a foot by Rima Strickland. Nice delivery, Robin. Not sure how the weight is here. Well, it's not where she was asked to put it, but she won't be upset because it's also in the eye line on the forehand. If Okati was going to have a drive at this head, it's essentially, you've essentially blocked that shot. So we will see Judy Howell just try and draw as close as she can on the forehand side. Out of her hand, pretty good. Now it's down to your weight, Judy. Willing it to turn once it gets around Robin's bowl. That's not to be. A hard shot to play. And a good head here again developing for the Royal Oak team. They've had a good week. Of course, Lee and Nicole, mother and daughter. And Robin, the mum of Lee's partner Steve. So very much a family team. And Rima at the skip, a club member. Was that Nicole? What was Nicole doing there? Almost looked like a hand wave of some sort. And we see Judy Howell on the back end. So 1, 2, 3 down. You can see all around the jack. This is a big end for the Okati team. If she stays on the paddock, it's good stuff. That was quite nice weight there from Judy Howell. But Jane Selby-Patterson is going to have to play a good bowl and move that jack back through that port that you can see on her forehand side between the red and the whatever colour it is next to the red. I'll take a stab at pink. Through that port onto the jack. See if you can squeeze the jack off the bowl that sits at 6 o'clock to it, out to the left towards the blue at the bottom left of your screen. And it's happy days for the Okati team. Sounds easier than it is. Rima Strickland on the forehand side. 20 points to 9 up, holding 3 on the head. It's a good position to be in if you're the Royal Oak team. So she's just putting cover, covering that blue bowl where the jack might go. If it hits it square, it's good. Not to beat, so there's a chance here from Okati. It's an interesting call. Yeah, I think Jane's going to be aggressive on the forehand. Such a hard bowl to try and draw that. Good call here from Jane. She's not far away. She's not far away. Anything's going to be good. Well, not really. Just about. I like that call. It was a good option. Maybe a bowl wide. But a good effort. And Robin Fisher saying, look, there's a target. You may as well leave it like it is. If she gets it, she gets it. So just put a bowl past the head and minimise the damage if Jane is successful. Robin, very experienced bowler. Be a good person to have in the 3 position. Just to help call the shots from that end. As a skip, it's easier when you can just sort of ask for a bit of guidance and not have to come down to the head yourself. And Rima on the forehand, holder of a few Auckland Centre titles. And if she stops anywhere there, it's great stuff. That's a very good bowl from Rima Strickland, and The Okati team in a world of pain now. 3.5 to 4 down. Jane's committed, so she'll play the same shot again on her forehand side. Look to collide with some bowls, move the jack back. Didn't really have the weight. The green was okay. If she'd had the weight that she had with the first bowl, it would have been not the end of the world, but it's not to be, and it's looking good for the Royal Oak team here. If Otaki's not careful, it's going to be a real challenge to find their way back into this game. Brady in the air from Royal Oak. 5 points. They all contributed to that, really. It's good stuff. It's a team that wants to sort of make their way into the final, and they'll be seeing that line. 25 points to 9 up. You'd expect them to defend that lead. Really, it's just been a rock-solid performance all the way through. The 4 players. And Nicole having a chat to her opposition there. Hillary obviously in a talkative mood. And Nicole on her backhand. Winning this ball on. She's been playing very well, Nicole Singer. And again, the first bowl within Kui of the jack, and it puts that sort of dominoing pressure on. Really from now to the end of the game for Okati, it's about trying to get bowls past the head with your first 4 and then moving the jack back to them with your next 4 and see if you can go up in 2s really. And Nicole Singer is having none of that. Look at this, that's 2 great bowls there from Nicole. And Rima celebrating that bowl with a swing of the bowls duster, which I think is probably what Nicole was trying to do without a bowls duster. Makes more sense when there is one in the hand. Disappointing there from the Okati lead. So good bowls really from the Royal Oak team, and I wouldn't be surprised when Okati scores a point to see a change in length of the mat. We have spoken about this green. It was put down in 1997. It's not quick, and the players will be used to the quick greens this week, so to get the bowl up is a challenge. Carol Parsons getting the bowl up though. That's a really good bowl from Carol. Brilliant. Perfect first one. With her second, she can keep that same weight, move the jack back a foot. And Lee Singer on the forehand side, looking to make a correction off her first bowl, asking it to hold. Well, she got away with that one. And the Okati 2 here. Carol will make sure that she's heavy rather than short. If you finish past the head, it's good. On a high line. And I think I was talking to a club member earlier. It's a nice enough green, but if you give your bowl too much of a chance to come back, it won't. And we've seen that a couple of times in this game. We're asking Robin to play. I actually can't tell if she's on her backhand or her forehand based on the delivery. On her forehand side. Well, the surface won't be new to these players as this Taranaki Open Women's Fours. We wouldn't say it's been plagued by rain, but there has been some rain around. So there was a round played on Friday night, I think in the last 16 maybe, or the quarterfinals of this event. These players were both in, these teams are both in. And a good bowl there from Judy Howe, but still they're down on the head and they have to be scoring here, the Okati team. Robin Fisher just adding more. Panic! Oh, no need to panic. That's a slice of heaven there for Robin Fisher. Sometimes that can just happen. They are playing well, this Royal Oak team, to be fair. Jane says, whatever hand you see, just hit it. Move it back. That's good skipping there from Jane. And we will see Judy Howe have a nibble at this on her forehand side. She's got the weight that she could get lucky if she hits anything. If she gets anything square. Well, I think that was Lee Singer's bowl that got Cannon into the head for 2. So it was sort of the reverse of luck. Or 3, sorry, because he got Robin Fisher's bowl at 4 o'clock. Maybe 4. It's looking good here for the Royal Oak team. They're stacking the heads up well. And Robin Fisher, yes, she's listened to me. That's good. Not that they can hear my voice come out of the cameras, which is probably good for everybody. And for Rima here, she'll look at this head and think, I don't need to add anything to it. It's probably just about going past. Go deep or put a bowl real short to block the drive. You don't need to be adding any more points than what you've got. Your 25 points to 9 up, holding 4 on the head. So you either cover the possibility of the jack being moved or you put a short bowl in. And Rima looking like she's on her forehand here. Now we've seen this side hold a couple of times. So let's see. She's taken a wide arc. See if the bowl can work its way back into the head. If it stays up on land, it's probably quite a good bowl. That's fine there, in bounds, and if the Okati skip is short, I would be quite surprised. Jane likely to give this a bit of a smack on her backhand side. Every chance here from the Okati skip. Jane, good bowl. Unlucky to get that result really, but a good shot. Only 1 down now, and they've got an opportunity to pluck the red bowl out of Robin Fisher's. See there, Jack Pringle, 94 years old, and the patron of the Paritutu Bowling Club. Started playing bowls in 1978 when he moved to New Plymouth from Wellington, and he's won the Taranaki Easter Fours tournament before. He says this is his biggest win, well known in the Taranaki region. Great to see him down watching the bowls. Jane, interesting there. As we see another point go on to this Royal Oak scoreboard, and it's feeling like a bit of a march to the final for the Royal Oak team at this stage. Still time for something to change, but something does need to change for the Okati team. Just an update, of course, on the other semi-final The Pirongia team is leading 14 points to 5 over the Paritutu one, and you can find all of that information on the Bowls Taranaki Facebook page and website. If you go on to their events button, there's a Google sheet called Taranaki Events 2022 and 2023, and it has not only section play results of this Taranaki 4's section play, but also post-section and the peers post-section play as well. And that's probably the worst bowl that we've seen Nicole Singer play. She actually missed one, just a metre and a half short, and you can guarantee she'll be looking to make a good correction with her second. As we see Hilary Moore on her forehand side, forced to switch, and that's a good first bowl. Nicole now looking to make a correction. It's a clean run, it's a good correction. That's a good shot there from Nicole Singer. Well played. Oh, it came out with a bit of wobble. It's not often a good sign with the bowl. Hilary, yeah, she'll be disappointed we see that bowl. I don't think it's going to come back out in the rough at this indoor arena. They're just checking to see if it's in or out. And Lee on the forehand, taking her time. A very experienced indoor bowler. Rima asking it to run, which it's duly done so. That's a good bowl there from Lee Singer. That weird towel flicky thing again. I suppose it's easier than clapping. Looking to guts the jack. Now you look to follow it. It's the heavy jacks here on the indoor arena at Paritutu, so they tend to run away from a bowl. It's hard to draw a resting toucher on a heavy jack. One down, says Rima. So it was a good shot in the end from Carol Parsons. Lee asked to switch to her backhand side. Be willing this bowl back down. As I say that, the Otaki bowl sits. Interesting to hear to see what the decision is. Do you stay on the same hand? Looking like it. Makes sense. The logic there is you've done it once, so you may as well do it again. And she's not far away. Played very well, Carol Parsons. She often puts two bowls essentially next to each other, and that was on a good track. That was just a bowl wide. Holding one though, the Otaki team, if they can hold on to this, they can then dictate the terms. They can change the length of the head and see if they can find a way to get back into this game. At the moment, they'll just be thinking it could be nice to play the last end and not need a full count, so get back within 5 or 6. We saw last weekend the Paritutu team pick up a 6. They were 5 down last year and picked up a 6 to beat Peterborough, so we know it's possible. Anything's possible in this game if it's mathematically on. And Robin Fisher here on the back end. That was the green, lacking the weight. No Otaki holding one. Got to find a way to make 2 happen. It's an ugly head to try and find a second shot. Judy Howell asked to play her backhand side. Giving it a look. You've got to clear that one, Judy. It's a good bowl. It's a very good bowl there. If it sits down, it's a better than good bowl. But not to be. Good shot though. Still down, says Rima. Robin will stay on her backhand side, looking to hit her own ball up or underneath it. Moving right to the left of the mat, so she's taken it early, so it'll turn late and quite hard. Or if you don't put it on quite the right track, it won't be have a chance to turn. That was such good weight too there from Robin Fisher. Just on the draw. Judy Howell on the backhand. She's played one good bowl already. And that's how many. Oh, it's going for a walk. The bowl's going for a walk. That was very interesting. You can see that on artificial surfaces sometimes they're not, potentially not perhaps as level as they could be. But it's the same. It's not like it moves. So once you find a space in a green where your bowl might walk out or turn in, you know it's there and it can actually be used to your advantage. And Raymond Strickland on the backhand. 26-9. Like I've said before, I sound like a bit like a broken record. The Royal Oak team playing really well. We'll be feeling comfortable at 26-9 because it's no longer about scoring big points. It's more about sort of, you can probably afford to score on 1/3 of the ends to come, as long as your opposition's only scoring 1s and 2s and they're not looking like they're going to score more because the Royal Oak team's playing so well. So it's a hard road here for the Okati team, but if they can just hold on to this point and score, then we will definitely see a change in length. Absolutely guarantee the mat will be pulled up or the jack will be thrown short. Just see if that can unsettle the Royal Oak team and if some scoring opportunities can appear. Left-hander Jane looking for that left-handed turn, a little feather off this bowl and sit down. Good shot there. Potentially holding 2. We'll see what Robin Fisher says. It's a cluttered head, so she'll just tell her skip here what the situation is. 1 down, 1.5. Good instructions from Robin Fisher, keeping it nice and simple. Reamer on the backhand side. She likes this sort of shot. You got a target area to arrive in with a bit of weight. Oh, just about perfect there from Reamer Strickland, but not to be. It was a nice wait for that shot. You give yourself an opportunity for things to happen there. And we'll see Otaki score a point now. Jane doing her best to make it 2. See if they can get into that double figure space. This is on a good track here from Jane. How's your weight? How's your weight? Not quite. A revolution or 2 short, and Robin conceding 1. We may see a measure for 2 between the blue bowl at 3 o'clock and the pink bowl at 7. Green bowl at 7. No, no measure. So they've agreed on 1 and we'll see the mat go for a long walk up, I reckon. I'll be thinking, time to change something. Time to change something. Okay, so we may see a short jack. So that's what you do, you either move the mat or the jack, and there you see a short jack. That's a good call from the Otaki team if it stops. Oh, it's probably not quite as dramatic a change as they were hoping for, but it's still a change, isn't it? You can see the 2 metre mark at 6 o'clock. So a change nonetheless and an opportunity to set the terms. Hillary will be looking here to put 1 as close as she can, put that pressure on. Even better if you can force your opposition to change hands. This is close here from Hillary. Good first bowl. She'll be happy enough with that as a start. And Nicole on the backhand too. That's a good shot. Two good bowls there. That's a good start from the Otaki team. They need to score again, really. It's not about wanting to. They trail by 16 points on the 16th end. See if they can just start getting a run of scoring together. 2 or 3 ends in a row with ones and twos. They start getting back within Kui, and Nicole Singer just passing through. So a good bowl, but Otaki's still holding on to a couple, and it's about stacking it up now. That's a great bowl from the Otaki team. Reasonable shot from Lee. She's not short, which is good news. So it's good catching bowls for Robin and Rima. And Carol here looking just to add another bowl. You feel like this is a huge end for the Otaki team. That's, I mean, it's a good looking target, but at the end of the day, Royal Oak still has to hit that target. So Otaki stacking up. They trail by 16 points. If they can score a number here, it's good news for the Otaki team and their supporters. Lee saw the target and fired, but just that little bit wide. And I wonder if that sort of reaching weight on this carpet is challenging. Now here's the decision. Just drawing, she says, but where is the question? Do you go close, or do you try and count just a little bit past? If it stops in line, that's a very good bowl there. Wants it to sit down now. That's good stuff. It tightens the line up for weight. If weight is going to be played. Robin staring down this bowl. And managed to move 2 there. So she was quite close to movement, but hasn't done so. And this is the best end we've seen from the Otaki team since we began to broadcast the semi-final. Their best opportunity at scoring a point. And if they can hold on to this end, surely they'll feel like they're a chance of mounting a comeback, but only if they can hold on to it. And there's still 3 bowls to come from the Royal Oak team. And they'll have something to say about it, I'm sure. There's another bowl put in there by the Otaki team, and the decision to make for Rima is, do you try and draw and save, or do you hit the thing? You got the back bowls. Be tempting to hit it. Go again, I think she said to Robin Fisher here. Very important bowl in the context of this game. Having a proper nibble on her backhand side, and she's narrow. And the pressure builds now on the Royal Oak skip, Rima Strickland. They are 16 points up, so it's a nice lead. The Otaki team, though, change the length of the head, and it seems to be a weight that they like, and they're just talking now. I mean, the question is really, do you stack it up and try and score as many points as possible, or do you cover? I think I'd be tempted just to, you know, put all your eggs in the basket and cross all your fingers and toes that Rima misses. So we may see even a forehand shot, but if you can be counting with your 2 bowls, if Jane can count with her 2, that means if Rima misses, we'll see a 4 or 5 even to this Otaki team, which would be nice if you're an Otaki supporter. I suppose if you go to the back, the Jacks move back, at least you're still scoring 8 points, so there's merits for both arguments. Jane, left-handed delivery, might get this to turn. The only positive about that is it's not a shelf for Rima Strickland to hit. Biggest bowl we've seen Rima play in this game. on this broadcast section of the game. Of course, we picked it up only after the morning tea. Rima looking for a good result here. And getting a pretty good result, to be honest. That's gone well. She got a bowl square. Didn't play that with a lot of weight, so it was about making her collision bowl do the work there. And Okati holding 3. Interesting. So Jane just wants to beat the last bowl of Rima's on her forehand side, so looking to make it 4. Feels it's perhaps easier on her forehand than it is on her backhand to try and be counting. Giving this bowl a look, a real look, as we watch it come into the head. Now it's down to the weight. What sort of speed does this bowl have? And if we look at the screen, it's exactly the same speed as her first bowl to the left. They would have felt probably both quite nice out of the hand, and had they been on a natural surface, perhaps would have reached. Oh, here's the question. I suppose you can't draw to cut it down by more than a couple. You know, you're 3 down now. Rima's best result on the draw is maybe 2 down. I think Rima wants to hit it. That's the vibe I'm getting. But Robin calling the draw shot. This could go calamitously wrong. That was pretty, I don't understand. I'm not sure if Rima was doing what she was asked there. She may have been looking through that gap up the front. I was expecting a draw shot based on Robin Fisher's call, and there would have been heart and mouth, because if Rima had removed her own bowl, what she was, I mean, if she'd hit it, it would have gone. That's probably a 5 or 6 down, but they got away with it there, the Royal Oak team. And 3 to Okati, I think. We see the score 13 points to 26, and the jack will be thrown into the same place. You would imagine, similar weight, just a sort of couple of metres short from the 2 metre mark. That's heavier than she would have wanted to throw that jack. Sort of back at the length that Royal Oak has been dominating at, 13 points to 26, so it's the 17th end. 8 ends to go, 13 points to make up. Yeah, sort of, you want to try and have a couple of ends like the one they just had, and the end they just had, the Okati team, and they played really well. And a great head sitting. We're almost unlucky only to score 3 out of it, and that's a good first bowl there again from Hilary Moore. Nicole with a good line, but just a bit short. Good correction. Nicole Singer staying on the back end. To make correction of first bowl, see that bowl go for a walk and then come back in. If she's got the weight, that's perfect. Oh, that was a beautiful track there from Nicole Singer. Oh, that's gutting as a player, because you know you've had the perfect track twice, and just that a little bit short. We'll see Okati switch to the forehand now, you would think. Nice open side. She's been playing very well, this too, from the Okati club. How's the weight? It's on a longer end than they would have wanted to set. We can see there the bowl pulling up short, and a chance here for Royal Oak. Lee being asked to play on her forehand now. So instead of looking to hit up Nicole's bowls, it's sort of more about drawing past the jack, and then maybe movement can happen after that. Asking it to hold and to run. Beautiful track from Lee Singer. Must have the shot there from Lee. And a big correction required here from the Okati too. On the forehand side, walked away from it. That's never a good sign. Well, she walked away from it, but it's actually quite a good bowl there from the two from Okati, level with the jack. Maybe it was like a power move, yeah. Play a good bowl, you know it's good out of your hands, so you walk away. He's saying overplaying it.
Carol's bowl out there's the shot. You can play either hand. That's us too.
Three now. Judy Howe, we've seen her play some good bowls this game. Needs a clean run. Oh, got a feather. And a little cannon onto Nicole's bowls.
That's the one to beat, Robin. This one here.
If we were watching Peter Ballas for 1984, he'd wind up and smack that last bowl. We'd see three bowls disappear off the head, and it'd be quite cool to watch, but we're not watching Peter Ballas in 1980 whenever I said. Robin looking to make just around that. See that bowl go for a walk? Brilliant there. That's a great shot from Robin Fisher. The Royal Oak team's gone, look, we gave you a sniff on the last end. Not anymore. And Okati again back under pressure. Trailing 13 points to 26. They have to score on this end, you feel. Go multiple ends in a row. If it stops, it's good. It's a good bowl. The Okati team can find a way through the middle of the head. That's a good bowl back there. And Robin Fisher on the forehand still. Went up a little bit short.
No, it's not. No. Yeah, you thought they were a lot closer, right?
So Okati now, got to try and find a way to score here. Jane playing on her backhand side. Looking to thread the needle. It's going to go for a little walk first, then it has to turn, then it has to turn. Now it has to get onto the jack. That is unbelievably good.
3 down.
That's incredible. Oh, how did they not, why is there not more clapping? It's an incredible bowl there from Jane Selby Patterson. She thread a needle that was almost impossible. You need one of those little needle threading gadgets. Trailed the jack back, holding 3 from her team. Unbelievably good there from Jane, and as cool as a cucumber, and the team 1 or 2 claps. It must be just something they see every day. Rima Strickland on the forehand. She's gone from a situation where it was looking quite, I mean, that was a comfortable looking head here. Rima nearly got a bit lucky on her forehand, but not to beat. And the Okati team holding 2. Same shot, Jane, she says. Oh, it makes it sound easy. We'll see Jane try again on her backhand. God, that was a good bowl. Jane here. Now let's look for the bowl. It'll turn up. There we are. Top left of your screen. Unable to replicate her first one, but the weight a bit better. And Royal Oak 2 down. Nothing to hit. This is a hard head to play to for Rima.
Just coming underneath this bowl here.
Asked to play on her forehand side. This will be a good shot if she can get it. Nope, not with that one, she says, but still watching it. You just pray for... Can she find the same? Oh, just about. Nearly found the same path that Jane Selby Patterson was able to find. That was incredible skipping there. See if we have a replay of it. Look at this. Around that one, underneath that one, onto the jack, move it back 2 feet, 3 points. Thank you very much. Unbelievable. That's the best bowl we've seen in this game so far. And the Otaki team, their hope's still alive. Wouldn't quite say they're dangling by a thread, but it's still looking good for the Royal Oak team. And we see a short jack now. Is that on purpose? I don't think it's up. Potentially was. We know they would have been trying to throw those shorter length jacks. And 11 points the difference now. Royal Oak over Otaki. Royal Oak been dominating this game. 2 ends ago, Otaki had the better of them, but even that last end, it was thanks to an absolute bomb of a bowl from Jane Selby Patterson to pull the jack back. It looked like Royal Oak had that head reasonably well sewn up, so Otaki still got a bit of work to do here, but on the right track. If you're an Otaki supporter, to at least play that last end. It'd be nice to see, really, to see 25 ends played of bowls. And the lead, Hilary Moore. Just a little bit short, a little bit on the high side. Giving Nicole a bit of room. Yeah, good bowl again from Nicole Singer, playing well. Good, strong background in the indoor game, Nicole and Lee. Nicole, the holder of a South Island Fours title, won in 2019. Interesting. Okay. Fair enough, and you can see how far the yellow jack, it's a heavy jack for the indoor arena, sprung away from that bowl of Hilary Moore's. I mean, she was on the heavy side, but the jack sprung away from it more than you would think, and we now see the head sort of changed around. Interesting stuff here. Now, if this bowl stays inside, but good. Now, we see the jack's off centre, so I'll be intrigued to see what track the bowls take, particularly if anyone plays the forehand side to the left as we see it, because it's sort of unplayed territory, and we know the bowls like to go walkabout when you take a bit of green on that hand. It'll be interesting to see if they come back or if they go waltzing out of the rink, and we'll get an opportunity to have a look at what the bowls do now. I think Rima's going to ask Lee to play on her forehand side. Just keep an eye on the track that the bowl takes. There it is. Oh, there it is again. If you look to the right of your screen. Now, will it come back in? Yes. Interesting. Maybe it's to dry the bowling cloths off in the rain. Sort of spin it around above your head. And Carol Parsons on her backhand. That's a good bowl there from Carol. Lee's first one was pretty reasonable, so she doesn't need much of a correction now with the second bowl. On the forehand, lovely delivery there from Lee Singer. Good shot. It must be to dry the towels off, I think. We see a 3 from Okati. Judy Howe, oh, she's made a noise there, so that would indicate that it's missed. And that's unfortunate there. She sat the bowl of Nicole Singers, which started off, to be fair, about a metre away from the jack and has now been moved twice to be a toucher. And this will be the end here that Royal Oak feel like they're going to get back. Well, I was going to say back in control of the game. They've never lost control of the game. They lead 26-15, but just to get that scoring happening again, I think I said a little bit earlier, if you can score sort of 1 and 3 ends when you had the lead that they did have, it's not usually too bad for the Royal Oak team. So if they can hold on to this point here, they get to dictate the terms again. They'll feel a bit more comfortable. Whereas Okati will look to continue to score. They've gone 2 ends in a row. It'll look easier to play on the forehand here if you are Judy Howe. Bowl or jack. Now, the question is it going to turn, to which the answer is maybe. What a bowl. Oh, she's copied me. Holding 1 though for Royal Oak team. That was a good shot there from Judy Howe on her forehand side. Now the question is, where's the jack going to move? I don't understand this. So Royal Oak's holding 1. You'll be able to see, maybe she's just trying to get it back bowling. You'll be able to see from the skip's end where the jack's going, because that second shot bowl of Otaki's is maybe an inch short of the jack. If that bowl's hit, there'll only be one place. Yeah, you can see there the jack's probably moving to, well, we might see where it's going to move. Yeah, that's no further comment. And disappointment there for the Royal Oak team. Okati holding 1 now. So the jack's definitely moving back. I think that's what we'll see Rima play on in this situation. What do you do if you're Okati is the question. So we see there a really good view of the head. Okati holding 1, 12 o'clock to the jack. Robin Fisher's bowl, second shot. And that blue bowl, I think, is the Okati 2s at sort of between 2 and 3 o'clock to the jack there. Can't remember what the back of the head looks like, but certainly Rima will be looking to go searching on her forehand, you would think. The jack's only got to go in one direction, which is in the backwards space. Robin pointing that out. I think we'll see the Okati skip on her forehand. Look to try and navigate her way through the head. Played some great bowls in the last few ends. Has Jane Selby Patterson. Won their quarterfinal 21-20 over Adrienne Tilliard, Karen Forrest, Jenny Welch and Jan Larson. That's a very good team from Pukekohe. And neither here nor there with that bowl from Jane. And we'll see, I think, a little bit of a nibble here from Rima Strickland. On her backhand side. Just looking for movement. Now, you clear the front. I think she'll be pretty close here. She's given it a real look. Lovely camera work there. How did she not move something? That's unbelievable. I thought maybe got a cigarette paper of something. That was an incredible effort there from Rima Strickland. And Jane staying on her forehand side. In a position with the Okati team, they might score 3 ends in a row here. Now, big ball here from Emma Strickland. She was a cigarette paper away last time. She'll just look to do exactly the same thing again, but slightly better. On the back end, lovely out of her hand, Rima Strickland. Watching this bowl with intent. She can't be far away from something interesting. Just underneath the line. She gave it less weight for some reason. One down, says Robin Fisher. The Okati team continue their comeback. 3 ends in a row now. 16 points to 26. So you're all like you're still comfortable, but you would probably quite like to score sometime soon. 10-point lead. And the jack length on the shorter side again. Is it successfully thrown on this occasion? I think so, yeah. So we've seen Okati, once they scored through a different length jack and have been able to score 3 ends in a row, although, to be fair, Jane Selby Patterson sort of walked on water on one of the ends to make 2 happen. Hilary Moore on the back end. 10 points down. Ends 19 of 25. And a good first one there from Hilary. Hilary staying on the backhand side. All Oak team have had a number of close calls on their way through in post section. They defeated Ann Lomas, Ann Muir, Dawn Owens and Nancy Wilson, which is that's a mighty team from Hanua, 27-26 in round 2 post section. Then defeated Marilyn Constantine, Minna Paul, Carolyn Tasker, Mary Campbell, 21-20, another great team in round 3. It's a good bowl there from Lee Singer. Great leading, really. That means Otaki's got a bit of work to do. The Turtle have been looking to miss heavy rather than short with this one. Lee now. I was just predicting the future before when I said it was a good bowl by Lee. Let's just pretend I said it sort of nowish. Though we did see that bowl go for a little bit of a walk, didn't we, on the backhand side? And Carol Parsons here on the backhand. This is a better bowl from Carol. Good shot. You can see that bowl went for a walk at the very end. Lee Singer looking to make a correction now. She's done so. That's a great shot there from Lee. As I said about 40 seconds ago. Rima again drying the cloth. Robin Fisher on the back end there. Oh, that was interesting. I think the little man inside the bowl decided to turn left at the last minute there. Again, though, as players, you know, you watch every bowl, you're coached to watch every bowl that goes up the rink. And both undercover carpets like this and actual natural greens, because they do have different things. There's a little straightener that we saw. That nearly went very well. Because of course, if you pay attention and see what's underneath the green, it can come in handy later on sometimes, and you can play for your bowl to hold out or to take a bite in. And Robin being asked to switch to a forehand side now. Holding one, Lee's bowl there at 5 o'clock to the jack is the shot. Robin looking either underneath or around. Got halfway in between, and we'll see an aggressive bowl here from the Okati team, surely on the backhand. Bowl or jack? If you really narrow onto that front bowl of Robin's, get the right side of it as you see it, or hit onto the pink, which might get the jack, a feather of it or something ridiculous. But really, bowl or jack's the call. Jack squared almost be better. It's the danger of trying to remove these shot bowlers, that it's essentially touching the pink. So we'll see the pink disappear as well. I'm sure we'll see some aggression anyway here from Jane. Robin and Lee and Nicole just taking a calming drink. And Jane here, she's made some magic happen already in this game. Done well to be only 10 points. Done well to be 10 points behind on the 19th end. Can she make magic happen again? That's the question. She shouldn't be narrow. Little feather. Oh, a very little feather. That almost a slice of heaven there. It was wide all the way, really. Would have been lucky to have come in off that red bolt. Narima looking to navigate. Reasonable effort there. Now, how's the correction here from Jane? That's unlucky, really. That was such a well-played bowl. Looking just to sit the shot bowl out of Lee's, but it drifted at the very end of its track. We're going to see Royal Oak score again. One and a measure, she says. Of course, the as you can see, the final day has been taken inside to the undercover facility at Paritutu due to the weather. And on that note, I'd just like to extend my thoughts and our thoughts, of course, to everyone in the Auckland region impacted by the unbelievable amount of rain that we had, a summer's worth in a day on Friday, Saturday. A lot of clubs with a lot of work to do. So we see Robin measure the bowl against the other. And we'll see how many the Royal Oak team's picked up. 2, she says, giving the peace sign down to the other end. 28-16 lead now. And Royal Oak back in control of the jack length. And Nicole, first bolt on the back end. Well, if it stopped, it's a good one. They have played well, this Royal Oak team, to be fair. They must have done so for the rest of the week too. They've beaten some very good teams on their way through to the semi-final. Hillary Moore willing this ball to stop on the edge, and it's done so, that's fine. And Nicole looking to make a correction now on the back end. Very good bowl there from Nicole Singer, playing well. Lee asked to play on her forehand side. Of course, I'd be remiss talking about the undercover facility here at the Paritutu Bowling Club without mentioning that it's called the TSB Bowl Stadium. Of course, TSB, as we all know, stands for Taranaki Savings Bank. Good bowl there from Lee Singer. Great bowl there on her forehand. As part of the TSB, they have a branch called the Toy Foundation, which you may have seen on screen this week and last week, and they were a supporting sponsor of the Taranaki Fours and Bowls Taranaki. Our thanks go to anyone, anywhere who helps our bowling clubs and centres and events. TSB no exception, as we see the Okati too. Fall a bit short there, a big end here from Royal Oak. This could be the final nail in the proverbial coffin here for the Okati team if Royal Oak can hold on. They're 28 points to 16 up on the 20th end. There's only 5 to go after this. Holding 2 on the head. 3 on the head, sorry. 4 soon. Good stuff here from the Royal Oak team. A great bowl there from Robin Fisher. Makes it so hard for Okati. They'll have to switch to the forehand. They'll have to switch to the forehand. They'll have to... Okay. So she's saying on the back end around the short stuff to sit on the bowl. That's just past the jack. It might be on. Let's see. She can get it to turn enough. She's given this a great chance. Well, at least it's passed. So it means that if there is a switch to the forehand, there might be jack movement back to the 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock on the screen. Okati must feel like there's enough turn in the bowls to draw the shot. On the backhand side, Robin Fisher might block that even more though. So we watch this bowl here of Robin's. Now surely we see a forehand shot played. This is close here from the Okati 3. A great bowl. It's the shot that would have looked natural from the mat. That's a great shot there. Maybe 2 touches. So we've seen something happening. Just seems to be a congregation of people, maybe afraid to mark the bowl. Umpires in their kit do have feeler gauges. When you've got something that looks like it's touching, and indoor bowls we often use cigarette papers, although that's becoming more challenging as nobody smokes anymore, so there's no cigarette papers to be had. I see Remus Strickland make her way back to play her bowl. She'll probably be on her forehand, you would think, just following that bowl down. Just giving it a praising look. They'll have understood whether it's 2 touches or 1 to them or 1 to the other. I don't think it really makes a difference to the shot selection. I think you have to be on the forehand. Looking just to replace that bowl from the 3. Taking her time. End of her hand nicely there, Remus Strickland. That bowl on its running surface at 9 o'clock to the jack will just roll out. So this is close here from Remus. She's given it every chance in the world. This could be absolute brilliance if she gets just the bowl. That's classy there from Remus Strickland. Great shot. It would have been duster twirling galore out of shot there. That was brilliant from Remus Strickland. She leaves Jane with a hard bowl to play. She might get a slice of luck here. A feather off one of those bowls. No luck to be had with that one. It was nice arriving weight. And it's hard though. Hard to try and get something in the right space for a good result for Royal Oak. The way the heads sit, you're more likely for it to go ugly. But you have to try and score a point. So we'll see aggression again from Jane Selby-Patterson. Reema asking if she can play the forehand. Gives a target now to go underneath for Jane. Sort of makes it a bit safer because it's hard to cannon off your own bowl. Hard to cannon off your own bowl with that short one there of Remus, so it makes it safer. Yeah, that good call. A safer bowl to hit. You just go underneath that last one of Remus. Pretty hard. I like that weight. She's just on the wide side. Could have gone square through Robin Fisher's bowl at 12 o'clock to try and get some jack movement back. Not to be. That was a great shot of Remus Strickland's to roll the shot bowl out. And 2 more to Royal Oak, and they're looking on the home stretch now in this final. Sorry, the semi-final of the Taranaki Women's Open Fours. And for Otaki, really, they trail 16 points to 30. They'll just try get within 8 points on that last end. Be within 8. 7 would be better. Or 6 or 5, but just be within catching distance by the time you get to that 25th end. So this is the 21st one. 3 ends to go after this if they can be within 8. I'll be pleased, and then anything can happen from there. If you're Royal Oak, you just do what you do. And it's going well, really. Hilary Moore on her forehand side.
This looks good.
Good bowl, very good bowl there. Nicole likely to stay on her back end and just make a correction off her first bowl. really the first one that she hasn't played that well, which is a fair effort over 21 ends from Nicole Singer there. Been playing great bowls this game.
Beautiful bowl, Hillary.
Willing it to run out, Hillary Moore. Still fighting away this Otaki team. It's great to see. Holding 2 now after the leads bowls. They'll just be looking to try and just score points really, and 2s would be ideal. This Royal Oak team has been good all the way through, really. And although we didn't broadcast the first section of the game, the score at morning tea time would indicate that they started off with us in a Raw 2, the Royal Oak team. And a fine bowl back there for Otaki. It's now just about putting all your eggs in one basket. And pray to your gods. Good line. I didn't have the weight. And Lee Singer asked just to draw it. On the forehand side. That's a good bowl there from Lee Singer. And very happy to be joined now in commentary for the last little bit of this game and hopefully the final by Brett O'Reilly. Thank you for joining me, Brett, in this commentary booth. It's been a big day.
Yes, thank you, Alex, and apologies for leaving you on your own. Some of the viewers may be aware of my day job. I look after the Employers and Manufacturers Association, and I've just spent the last 2 hours on the phone with central and local government talking about some of the assistance that's going to be available for business and their workers as a result of the catastrophic weather events that Auckland, Tamaki Makaurau has endured in the last 48 hours, and unfortunately it appears that other parts of New Zealand, including the Bay of Plenty and the King Country, are now enduring. So for any of the people who are out there and in the middle of that weather or about to face it, we certainly pass on our very best. And yeah, it's a pretty tough time. And I suppose, without being flippant, thank goodness we have some artificial bowling greens and some indoor facilities like the one at Paritutu. Otherwise, I don't know if our sport would have been played much in the last few months with the sort of weather conditions that we've had across the country.
I thought it was bad enough during the Nationals, the weather we got. I thought that would be it for January, but certainly the last few days has been pretty ridiculous. And I'll just use this opportunity, Brett, to I'll introduce you to the teams, and we'll just remind our viewers. So we have a team from Otaki taking on a team from Royal Oak, and the Otaki team, of course, made up of Jane Selby-Patterson, Judy Howe, Carol Parsons and Hillary Moore. And the team from Royal Oak, there as we see Robin Fisher play a very good shot. Raymond Strickland, Robin Fisher, Lee Singer and Nicole Singer.
Yeah, and that Royal Oak team, I saw all of those players as part of the Royal Oak team that won the Auckland Interclub last season, and they played in the regional playoffs against which Takapuna, the club that I'm a member of and involved with selecting, was part of. So I know those players well, and they're a pretty crack side. So I haven't had the opportunity to watch that on while I've been on these calls. I thought I'd better concentrate on the activity ahead. But it's no surprise to me to see the Royal Oak team doing so well, and great to see multi-generations of the same family involved in that team. And Remus Strickland, of course, a very good player and well performed over a number of years. So. So they're obviously going to be pretty difficult to beat in this event, assuming that they've got a pretty commanding lead now.
Yeah, it's looking good. Otaki's had a couple of little fight backs, but Royal Oak's been good all the way through, Brett, in this game, from the lead right through to the skip. So looking good for, if you're a Royal Oak supporter, I would say it would be unlikely that they're not going to make it through to the final, but not impossible.
But nice to see a smaller club like Otaki represented at this level. It's the first time I can remember in many years an Otaki side being down to the last few at either Nationals or Taranaki. And when I first started my bowling career, Otaki was part of the Wellington Centre, now of course part of Kapiti. And over the years, I know they've had some many fine men and women players, but great that Jane and her team have done so well in here. It's been a very, very strong field at Taranaki this year, and so so they've done very well to get through to to this stage of the tournament.
And played some great bowls too, particularly Jane. I think she probably played the bowl of the match about, I don't know, 6 or 7 ends ago when Otaki was staging a comeback of sorts, and they had just scored a 3, and they were 2 or 3 down on the head, and she just thread this ridiculous needle. She went around the bowl and underneath the bowl and trailed the jack back for 3. It was impressive to watch. And do we have it here?
Yeah, there you go.
Look at that. Did I explain it well, Brett? And then onto the jack back for 3.
Well, thank you to the production team as always for being onto it. But yeah, no, you did call that very well, Alex. And I'm sorry I missed some of that game, but it will be, I think, Royal Oak who look like they're going to be the winners of this game, and they'll be pretty tough to beat. And of course a bit of celebration at that club at the moment because they are just about to launch. Oh, hello.
Remus Strickland has done something.
She's got the shot.
Been successful.
So when it's going good, it's going good. As I was saying, a bit of celebration for Royal Oak at the moment. They're just about to open their new covered green.
Yeah, I'm not sure how it fared with the rain though, Brett. I think it was open for about 30 minutes.
Oh, really?
But hopefully it'll be okay.
Well, yes, I hope that that is the case as well. Jane just slipping through there, so I think that may still be 1 to Royal Oak. A bit of a look at that. Oh no, 1 to Otaki, so great bowl there by Jane Sylvie Patterson with her last bowl to get that shot, and that keeps Otaki in it. I mean, it's a slim chance when you're 13 shots behind, but as we've often said, you never know in this game. Yeah,
I mean, if you think back to just last week, the young Paritutu team was playing Peter Bellis, who's one of our greatest ever, if not the greatest ever bowler that came out of New Zealand, and Peter was 5 up last end. You'd think that would be enough up, but it wasn't, was it, Brett?
It was a remarkable situation. I mean, I guess it just goes to show, you know, and we say it to new players all the time, you know, never give up. You know, mathematically it doesn't, you don't think it's possible, but I'm old enough to remember when teams have got, you know, 6 or 7 or even 8 in the last end of major tournaments, including nationals, to win. So yeah, so it's probably a cursory lesson that just because the scoreboard isn't in your favour, ultimately you've just got to get 8 bowls closer than the others. But yeah, but certainly, yeah, it's. I haven't had a chance to catch up with Peter Bellis, but I'm sure there are many things that he's experienced in his career, but that's unlikely to have been one of them. But yeah, quite remarkable. And even in the final, there were a couple of times there where it was looking pretty dire for Hamish Karpe's team, but they managed to just get a bowl in there at the right time. So yeah, they looked probably about halfway through the game like they were going to be convincing winners, but in the end, it really did come down to the last end and some pretty tight bowls.
Yeah, just finding a way. And Nicole Singer here, she's been peppering the jack essentially all game, Brett. She's been playing very well. Impressed with Nicole at lead, and I think a 2nd or 3rd year bowler, so very sort of at the beginning of her outdoor bowls career.
I watched her in the regional interclub playoffs last year. Viewers will remember that because of COVID, we had to revert to a regional playoff format, and she was leading in the pairs for her stepmother, I think, or mother in that for a mother in that event, and I was really impressed with her. She played very, very well, and I think they'd gone pretty well in the Auckland event itself, and she'll only be gaining in confidence with that. So that's 3 excellent opening bowls for Royal Oak, though they probably will be quite keen to get a bowl past the Jack at some point here.
Yeah.
At this stage, it is about making sure that you've got things covered when you're holding a good lead.
Yes. The 2, Carol Parsons from Otaki. That's a good shot there, just slipping one in. And Lee, yeah, as you said, they're 30 points to 17 up. You drop 1s and 2s, it's fine. It's just about making sure you're not going to drop more than 1s and 2s.
Absolutely.
And on the back end. I think I've got an update on the other score as well, Brett. So there's a semi-final going on between Paritutu, as we see Lee Singer. That's a great shot there, drawing the shot. Paritutu and someone else. Pirongia.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go. Margaret Farmer, Beres Norgate, Cheryl Sharrock, and Anne Spurtle from Paritutu taking on Denise Timomo, Katrina Enser, Linda Bennett, and Judy Marr. And Pirongia is winning that game 21 points to 9. So at this stage, looking like we may see a Pirongia versus Royal Oak final, and a good shot there from the 3, Judy Howell.
Yeah, good bowl from Judy Howell. The Pirongia team, their skip, of course, was runner-up in the New Zealand Champion of Champion Fours last season. Played indoors at Hastings, where she was part of the Galen Kanawa skip team that was runner-up on that occasion to Lisa Dixon from Takapuna, and Linda Bennett, obviously well known in New Zealand bowling circles. So assuming that those standings remain the same, it's going to be a pretty good final with 2 very well-credentialed sides.
Absolutely, it should be good stuff. Looking forward to it. And the surface quite nice too. I was talking to one of the club members. It's been down since 1997, and it's the same carpet, but over the years the carpet's been stretched a couple of times and flipped upside down. Most recently 2 or 3 years ago. Runs about 15-16 seconds, and if you look at the heads, they've been tied enough to let you know that it's a nice enough surface to play bowls on.
Yeah, it's been regularly used by the Professional Bowling Association for the PBA events for Taranaki and players in that Central North Island region, and certainly judging by how well those players have performed at national level for PBA, players like Aidan Zitterstein, it plays pretty well. A little on the slower side, I think, compared to some of the other artificial surfaces or indoor surfaces, but the players look like they've adapted pretty well. I know during the tournament, because the weather has been so difficult in Taranaki, my wife Robin Walker was playing in the tournament, and she mentioned to me that I think they've been indoors and outdoors, much like we were during the Nationals. And so great to see that we have that flexibility, because as we talked about earlier, if we didn't have the artificial surfaces and we didn't have the covered artificial surfaces, this season would have been even more disrupted than it has been. And I don't know what climate change means for bowls long term, but if this is the new normal, we're going to need to have a mix of facilities and surfaces if we're going to be able to play the game as reliably as we've been able to in the past.
Totally agree. We see there. So Otaki, 17:30 down, 22nd end. Oh, what's happening?
Bit of dancing from Rima there.
Maybe she's asking for a foot from Robin. Otaki, we're looking to score multiples here, really. Let's hear a bit of noise from the peers, maybe. I think someone told me that was Jack Pringle on the far left as well. Brett in his 90s, the patron of the Paritutu Bowling Club.
Yes, a legend of Taranaki bowls, been around many years, and looking very sprightly. It's a while since I've seen Jack, so nice to see him in fine form. And while it's wet outside, it obviously isn't too cold because everyone seems to be in shorts and sleeveless shirts. So that's good to see. So Jane just trying to add another shot here. Just clips that front bowl. So
I always end up looking for plants when bowls are clumped like that, Brett.
well, that's the indoor bowler in you.
Just out of instinct, I look, what's it going to do? But in this case, nothing. Very little.
And it'll be interesting to see whether the teams continue 3 ends after this one. Still mathematically possible for the Otaki side to win. Rima just gets hung up on that short bowl. So it's 1-2 Otaki, and they will that gets them to 18. So again, 12 shot difference, still definitely mathematically possible. You know, a 4 or more on this next end makes a bit more of a game of it.
Absolutely. That's really what they need to be doing. I think the last time they scored a 3, must have been coming back in the other direction, they're capable of stacking the heads up. Not quite as regularly as the Royal Oak team has, but we have seen scoring opportunities for Otaki, so it's just about timing really, and for them it's, you know, now or never. You don't have to play well the entire game if you get your timing right, so it's a big end here for the Otaki team. Really their last, probably one of their last scoring opportunities to have a chance going into that last end.
And that is the unique thing about the 25 end game, that, you know, really you've got lots of opportunities to get back into the game, and that's a pretty good first bowl to lead off for them.
Yeah, great start really. Just a little bit past the jack, so it gives plenty of room, and Nicole Singer following it down. I see they've also got fans, Brett, so maybe it's a bit warm in the TSB Bowl Stadium. And how good is this from Nicole Singer?
That's a great bowl. That's she's been playing like this the whole game, Alex, as you suggest. It's no surprise that Royal Oak are doing so well. I mean, so much of Fours play is influenced by how your front players play. It's not impossible to win games without the front playing well, but it's certainly, you know, most of the great Fours teams over the years that have won this famous Taranaki tournament have had good front end players.
Yeah, I can think of maybe 2 bowls that haven't been quite good from Nicole. So that's a pretty good percentage of of good ones. 3 now.
That's great to see, and
she's made it. So just back to the two poor bowls.
Wow, that's incredible. Just fading around that short bowl, and I understand that there may be a New Zealand under-26 team making an appearance in an event later this season. So if I'm sure if Nicole's not in that side, I'm sure she'll be one of those players that selectors and others will be looking at, because certainly from the times I've seen her play, she's a great talent now, and a great prospect for the future if she continues to develop in the way that she is.
Absolutely. Lee Singer, mother of Nicole. They hail from the mighty metropolis of Hokitika originally, Nicole and Lee. It's where they're from. Played indoor bowls there on the forehand side, and started outdoor together with Steve Fisher, who's Lee's partner at Royal Oak Bowls.
Fantastic. Well, that obviously that experience of playing indoor bowls has often been a pathway for people to do well in the outdoor, or the, I don't know, can we call it outdoor now? Let's call it the large.
The other game, yeah.
The large form of the game. We don't even call it lawn.
I was going to say you couldn't call it lawn bowls either.
We don't even call it lawn bowls at World Bowls level now. But it does give you a bit of an insight into the game and how it's played, and I know Steve Fisher's been one of leading player in the Auckland area for a long time in indoor bowls. So great to see their indoor bowls experience now translating into outdoor, and it is one of the great features of our sport that you can have multi-generations playing in the same team. I started bowls back in the 1970s, so I could play with my grandfather, and I know that there are many other people who've started playing, because of the appearance of their grandparents or family members, and I think that's one of the unique things. It's not unique in sport that people are influenced by the parents and grandparents, but it's pretty unique when you can actually play with them.
Absolutely.
In your career. So certainly something I have very fond memories of myself.
And the length of the career too, I think, how long you can play well. John Zitterstein, for example, was in the losing Taranaki Fours team, has been playing at the top level of both codes for 20, 30, 40 years, and he's not unique in that.
No, I actually started playing indoor bowls when I was 13, and I played indoor bowls when I was a teenager with John, and I played outdoor bowls, I suppose, as a teenager and post that period of time with him. And yeah, it is that great thing about our game that it really, the ability to be involved right through your life in various capacities makes it such a great fraternity. And that's certainly been my experience over the many years that I've been involved in the game. And I think it is really unique. There aren't many other sports where people can remain involved for so long. And as I say, in various capacities, playing, administrating, coaching, volunteering, and helping out.
I think I either miscounted or the ends have ticked over when I haven't been looking. But this might be the penultimate end, Brett.
Okay.
Which it changes the maths a little bit, doesn't it?
It does. So assuming that our production team are onto it as they always are, yeah, this will be the end where if Otaki are not looking like they can score here, then they're going to have to look at trying to kill this end. And I just caught a little bit of the interaction there with the players and Jane sort of saying, well, okay, what are we going to do here? Because 1 or 2 is not going to cut the mustard for us, clearly, when you're trailing by 12. They'll just be weighing that up and around, well, is there any chance of getting a bigger conversion, or do we look at trying to kill it and restarting the end and seeing if we can set up a better head for ourselves?
As otherwise, we'll see this game come to its conclusion. So 2 big bowls here, really, from Jane Selby-Patterson, keeping her team alive.
Pleased to see another left-handed player playing bowls.
Gets strange, she's dealt with the undulations in the green well with that left-handed green, and must be looking to add points. Are they holding a couple or something?
Yeah, I think
they've got you to 20.
Got a couple of shots there, but I mean that's not going to cut the mustard for them. Graham Strickland, very good, well-credentialed player in that Auckland scene, and involved with Aotearoa Māori bowls as well.
Right, so this is potentially the last bowl of the game. We'll see in a second.
Well, she's close, on a great line here.
Willing it to run. Well, that should just about be in the count. If it sits, which way is it sat? Close, she says. 2 down. No, that gets you to 20. So that's, unless you, I wouldn't even play the bowl, Brett. Unless there's a power play option. I think that we might see the handshake come out here, because it's going to be 10 the difference. You can't get 10 in an end.
Again, just hanging wide there. It's to Otaki, but it's shake hands time, and it's the Royal Oak team that will be playing in the final this afternoon.
Yes, they will be. So we'll sign off shortly. There'll be highlights next, but I'll just quickly tell the viewers what's happening. So at the moment, it's 25 points to 9 to that Pirongia team. If you want to keep up to date, go to the Bowls Taranaki Facebook or website, and you can find a link to, there's a Google sheet there that has all the results. So if you want to keep an eye on it, maybe there'll be a turnaround and Pirongia will lose. If they don't, we'll be coming back at about, what do we reckon, 1:30, 2 o'clock-ish, to watch the final of this Bowls Taranaki Open Women's Fours between Royal Oak and the winner between the Pirongia team and the Paritutu team. Until then, goodbye, go and enjoy your lunch. And welcome back to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the 71st Taranaki Women's Open Fours. As you can see, we're still undercover at the Paritutu Bowling Club due to what we'll call inclement weather conditions. My name is Alex Reid and I'm joined here by Brett O'Reilly. And Brett, can you talk us through who are the finalists, please?
Well, we've got Royal Oak playing Pirongia, and the Royal Oak team is being skipped by Remus Strickland with Robin Fisher, Lee Singer and Nicole Singer, a bit of a family affair, which we'll talk about during the final. And they are playing the Pirongia team, Denise Timomo, Katrina Ensor, New Zealand Parajet Linda Bennett and Judy Ma. Of course, Waikato teams having had a rich history of success in this famous Taranaki Falls event, but actually this is one of the few times that an Auckland team has been, I think, even in the final of the Taranaki Falls, and possibly might be the first opportunity, or one of the first opportunities for an Auckland team to have won it. Remembering that in 2021, Alison Rennie from the Carlton Cornwall Club was successful in this event. So two very good sides have worked their way through a very difficult tournament. Difficult because there's a high standard of bowls, but in this case difficult because there's been a lot of different weather conditions. For viewers, it is the Royal Oak team that have got the stickers, the red or burgundy stickers on their bowls, and like we've seen so far through this tournament, Nicole Singer getting them off to a fantastic start.
Yeah, absolutely. And she just did it all day in the semi-final, so it'll be interesting to see how she progresses in this final at 25 ends. Of course, it's not a short gallop, is it, Brett? It's a long game.
It is a long game, and as we saw last week with the men's Taranaki Open event, I mean, it can go right, even though it's a long game at 25 ends, it can go right down to the last end to determine who's successful. But a good start here from the Royal Oak team, really starting off where they finished in the semi-final against the Otaki team, skipped by Jane Selby Patterson. And now it's Linda Bennett, the number 2 for the Pirongia team. Be a very familiar sight to many of our viewers, having been a prominent member of the Parajacks team, participated in the Commonwealth Games in Leamington Spa as part of the Birmingham Commonwealth Games last year, and Linda showing that that form with a good opening shot from her.
And Lee Singer on the forehand side. Be a new experience for a lot of these players to be in the final of this event, although of course there is a lot of experience through the skips and threes of the team spread, but there's something special about the Taranaki Open, isn't there, with the way we talk about both the men's and the women's fours and the history of both of those events.
Yes, it's a highly competitive tournament, but it's also a tournament which really epitomises, I guess, the fraternity that is bowls, and people always enjoy the tournament. It's a great catch up for many people who only probably see each other once or twice a year at an event like Taranaki. It's very unusual for either the men's or the women's tournament to go through a week without rain, and some say that's good luck when you get a bit of rain when you're down there. But we've certainly had enough of it to suggest that and this season indeed. Just short with her first bowl there, Robin Fisher. And it's Pirongia holding the shot at this stage.
Katrina on the forehand. It's interesting. I don't think you get rewarded for taking green on this track. Brett, would be one of the observations we saw in that semi-final. Lots of tight heads, but if you take too much green, it's not one of those carpets that goes, well done, I'm going to let you come back.
Yeah, it's one of the slowest surfaces, I think, of the indoor carpets that we've got in New Zealand. You tend to get better rewarded for playing a tighter line on this, and we can see here this bowl just holding its line, just slips past the shot bowl. So that bowl of Linda Bennett from the Pirongia team holding shot. We can see Pirongia skipped their Des to Momo. Viewers may remember Denise was part of the Pirongia team skipped by Galen Kanawa, which was runner-up in the New Zealand Champion of Champion Fours last season. Again, played undercover at Hastings, and Denise played very, very well in that final, and so great to see her again on a big stage and performing very well, but this time with 3 different players, and Judy Marr, Linda Bennett, and Katrina Ensor, and good bowl there by Katrina Ensor.
Well, as starts go, considering the fact that the players have had time off for lunch and all that sort of stuff, we've got, what's it, 4, 6 bowls there within a few feet of the jack. It's not a bad start from these two teams.
That is a good start, and I expect we'll see a pretty high standard through this game. Both teams have played very well throughout the tournament. It's been a very high quality field, and you know, no mean achievement just to make the final. You know, the Taranaki Fours is one of the few events, maybe the only event in New Zealand now that has remained faithful to the old 25 end format in fours, 2 games a day, and it's a real true test of concentration and stamina, quite frankly.
Absolutely.
Remus Strickland, very well performed player in Auckland, playing out of what used to be originally the Onehunga Club and now Royal Oak, and Rem is always very competitive, and she certainly proved her worth through this, just playing with a bit of weight, obviously looking for that bowl or looking for the jack, but just a little tight.
And the sort of weight there, it's quite good for him because her bowl stayed up on the track, so it's a bowl that could come in useful if the jack is successfully trailed back there.
Denise Tamama, her first bowl of this final, and looking pretty good.
Not far away. Well, as first bowls go, Brett, that's got to be, you won't be unhappy with that, would you?
No, absolutely not. And she played, almost exactly what her team asked us to do. They were looking for her to draw up to the jack and look potentially for a trail, and she just got a nice touch on the jack to be holding 2 shots. Remus Strickland now looking to swap over to forehand, and then the instruction of Robin Fisher, her third, just looking to play up with weight to those bowls or for some jack movement.
Steering this bowl down, going to need a good little slide. If she gets that one square, it's going to be fine. Well, it was in the area, wasn't it, Brett? There or thereabouts.
Say good weight.
Yeah.
Got a nice contact on Lee Singer's bowl, and so it's now 1-2 Royal Oak. And I can hear the voices, and I'm sure I'll see them on social media, of the very parochial Royal Oak Club members, and nice to see so many good posts about this tournament from club members.
Yeah.
There, and here's a very good bowl from Denise, looking to just see if she can get the shot.
Oh, she's played 2 bombs.
Wow.
And she's dropped to 1. But
what a great start!
Oh, it is a great start. You know, if you're Pirongia, you've dropped to 1 on the first end. But I mean, Denise can take all the confidence in the world from those first 2 bowls that she's just played there. They were essentially 2 perfect bowls, so she'll be feeling comfortable and confident.
Absolutely, what a good first end. We're going to be in for a cracker of a final if it keeps up to this standard.
See the jack just being delivered there by Nicole Singer.
Can I just say to all those bowlers who have been impacted by the wild weather that we're going through in the Upper North Island, I know there's been a lot of reports about Auckland, but today we know that there's flooding right down through the King Country, Bay of Plenty. So our thoughts go out to all of you that are experiencing that, and if you do have a chance, if you are having a chance to join us on the broadcast today, we hope that your property and and the property of your friends and family remains as safe as possible during this time.
It's just another example, of course, Brett, of the community spirit in the bowls world, though, like we saw yesterday. What a good shot. This is a great start to this final. We saw yesterday a few clubs put a call out for helping hands, and it was duly answered at our Northcote. Bowling Club was just one of a few that experienced flooding in their club rooms, and people came in and helped them out. Mark Cameron, our CEO, was out and about checking out some of the damage yesterday and reported that back.
What a great bowl here from Nicole, a singer. Yeah, look, I completely endorse that, Alex. And I used to be a member of Northcote, and I know the club's very low lying there. In Little Shoal Bay, but also disturbing images to see Browns Bay, which did such a great job of hosting the Nationals, completely underwater, and a number of other clubs in Auckland have been pretty severely impacted by the weather. So it seems that this is going to be the season of rain, certainly for those of us in the upper North Island. I know other parts of New Zealand and the bowling fraternity have had much better weather. So at this stage, it's 1 to Judy Ma from the Pirongia team, and Lee Singer won't be happy with that first bowl.
Yeah, it's a forgettable one, but the positive there when you're a player, if you fall short and you've got the green white right, it usually feels like a simple enough correction, because you just throw it harder, don't you, Brett? You just want the bowl to get up because you've got your green sorted.
Absolutely, and you can see that it is a bit of a push for the players, and of course with the wet weather we've been having, it'll be pretty humid, I imagine, inside, which will be making the green a little bit stickier. Even with an indoor surface, the weather can have a little bit of an impact, particularly the humidity. And here's a much better bowl from Lee with her second bowl. Gets a touch on the shot bowl, still one down, but now a much better position for that Royal Oak team.
Yeah, good shot. Linda Bennett here on the back end, looking to make her correction. I do enjoy how players, I know it's because of the lights, but it always makes me chuckle when we're on an inside facility and players still have their hats on, Brett, and still use the bowls dusters. I can't play bowls without having my comfort blanket in my left hand. Doesn't matter if I need to to dry the bowls or not.
Indeed. Rima Strickland, she's looking for Robin to play with a little bit of weight up on the forehand side, looking to get a touch on those bowls or on the jack, and she's pretty well pointed here if it holds.
It's drying. It tried to walk out there, and that bowl tried to hold its line. That was a great effort there from Robin, and it's a beautiful shot to play that nice little cannon on either of those bowls that sit at 10 o'clock to the jack.
Good catching bowl of Nicole's at the back there, and now joined by Robin's first bowl. Viewers will see there is another game going on, and that's in the pairs, the Open Pairs, which is a consolation event run for non-qualifiers and in the fours, and we'll get you the details of those finalists.
Of course, just off the top of my head, but literally in front of me, I can tell you that it's Shirley Passy and Linda Francis of Havelock North taking on Susan Cottam and Denise Cottam of West End, and that final is 11 ends underway at the moment, and the score is 5 points. No, it's 13 all on the last end in that pairs final. So we'll let you know who's won that. It's been a mighty battle between those two, and they're on the last end now, 13 points apiece.
Wow, and Robin was a little unlucky with her second bowl lead. Just got a touch on one of the bowls, which prevented her from sitting the shot bowl or trailing the jack. So at this stage, it's Pirongia holding one, and Katrina Ensor on a pretty good track here, and this will be another shot to the Pirongia team.
Good shot. There's good bowls here from both these teams early in this game, and it's an endurance match when you're playing first to 25. So it's a question of how long can you keep playing that, and what does your B game look like? What does it look like when you have an end that isn't quite so good? And Robin just having a look at this. I suppose the danger here for Royal Oak is they don't have that many seconds and thirds around this head. You don't want to chip yourself out and go down a bundle.
And of course, Royal Oak, known as the Rockets, a legacy, I think, of their participation in the Bowls 3-5 event, where they were very competitive in that event, did very well, and so Rima and the Rockets.
I like it. It's got a bit of, is that alliteration? Rima
Yep.
and the alliteration.
So Rima and the Rockets, and let's see what sort of rocket Rima can put down here.
I think they refer to them as the Rockettes because it's a women's team from Royal Oak.
All right, well, we'll go with the Rockettes, and the
she's not far.
Chief Rocket looks like she's got a pretty good bowl here.
Willing it to hold up.
Oh, great
good
bowl.
shot. That's brilliant.
Magnificent bowl from Rima Strickland, holding at least 2 shots there. And Katrina Ensor having a good, yes, it's 2. She's settling 2 down to Denise Tomomo, her skip. And indicating she's got a bowl in the run there, which is one of her bowls. And looking to try and come up with a little bit of weight and either shift that bowl, sit the shot bowl, or maybe even get a little touch on the jack.
Beautiful shot by Rima Strickland. She couldn't have played it better if she'd tried. And we see here this bowl.
Oh,
how good was that?
That's a great bowl. So 1 to Pirongia. Wow, this is a high standard this early in the game.
Denise has literally played 3 perfect bowls out of 3 at this stage. And Rima Strickland not that far off.
That's us. And that's
What's happening here?
So I think looking to play a similar sort of bowl to her first, coming down on her forehand, looking for a bit of contact on some of those short bowls, or looking for the jack. Rima not entirely happy with that shot. She's maybe thinking about swapping over the backhand and playing a similar bowl to Denise Tomomo.
That's against us. Yeah, you have to come to here to get the shot.
Oh, we're asking a lot of the bowl. Might be easier on the backhand to go underneath that short one that you see at the top right of your screen.
Yes, there's not a lot of turn on that hand, but let's see what Rima does.
Very capable player here. This is a good line here. If she threads that needle, if she's got the weight, what's happening with this bowl? It's a fair effort really from Rima Strickland. If it sits against the bias, she's drawn the shot. Great try.
Wow, that was a great try. Looks like 1 to Pirongia from our angle here.
Very focused, Denise, isn't she?
She played very, very well in the final of those Champion of Champions singles. Their team was beaten by, Champion 4 should I say, they were beaten in the final by Lisa Dixon and her Takapuna team, but I remember Denise played some great bowls through that final, and she's basically taken that same standard here. So it's 1 to Pirongia. Great first bowl from Denise Tomomo, and it's 1-1 in this Taranaki Open Fours final.
Yeah, something tells me it's going to be pretty close all the way, Brett, based on the standard of play. I was just having a look at the post-section results, and it's interesting because Denise's team sort of have made their way through reasonably unscathed. They won their semi-final 27-13, they won their quarter-final 29-19, and when we look back further again, 27-18 and then 23-12, so no one's really got within Kui of Denise's team, which contrasts directly with the other team in the final. Their first game post-section, they won 27-26 on an extra end at night time, I believe, against Ann Lomas and Ann Muir, Dawn Owens and Nancy Wilson. Now that's a mighty team there.
Indeed,
they
it
beat
is.
27-26.
Two great New Zealand players, former New Zealand representatives, and Ann Lomas and Ann Muir.
Yeah, unbelievable. So 27-26 win there. And then their next game, they won 21-20 against Marilyn Constantine and Minna Paul, Carolyn Tasker and Mary Campbell. So again, former New Zealand players in that. And it was not until their quarterfinal where they started 10-point lead to 23-13 and 30 points to 12. And I wonder if this final gets close. Royal Oak knows what it's like to win a close final or a close game in this post-section, and Pirongia hasn't been troubled. So it'll be interesting to see if that plays into headspaces as we get nearing the end of this game, Brett.
Indeed, good opening bowl from Nicole Singer. So it's Royal Oak Rockettes holding one. Judy Marr fairly handy with her first bowl just behind, and again looks on a pretty good good track here. Not a lot of turn on that hand, so if you do get wide, they won't come back a long way. So that's it's a good back bowl for the Pirongia team. We know that that they like to attack, and so that may well come into play later. Not such a good one from Nicole this time. She'll be disappointed with that. That's probably the loosest bowl, or one of the loosest bowls we've seen her play today.
And about the last 26 ends, I think, for Nicole Singer there, and she'll look to correct that. You know, when you do that as a player, you just go, next end I'll make sure my first bowl's passed, my second bowl's on the jack. Interesting, and Linda Bennett here on her backhand.
And great to see a family combination like the Royal Oak team, 3 generations from the same family playing together, you know, something that's so unique to our game, and great to see it at the highest level here.
Absolutely, I think that's one of the things. I'm not sure if it's the same for the women's fours, but I know the Taranaki fours has a clause for the men's that if you are father and sons or brothers, you can play together in a team regardless of what centre you're from, which isn't the case for the rest of the field. And I think that's a good call.
That's right, and it's unique to see club teams playing in top tournaments like this. I know some people join multiple clubs so they can play in it, but that's good for those clubs, and so it's nice to see club sides in it. And if you look at the past winners of the women's event, they may be club teams, but we've seen some outstanding club teams. You know, names like Pearl Diamond, Elsie Wilkie, Rhoda Ryan, Anne Muir won it 2 times in a row. Carol, the great Carol, and late Carol Frederick. So there's been some really top New Zealand level players played in this. But of course, the unique thing about fours is sometimes it can be just as much about the combination rather than the individual ability of the players that are in those combinations. And we can see, you know, 2 really good teams here with everybody doing their part.
Particularly in an event like the Taranaki fours with the men and the women, where it's a week, you spend a week in the company of your team playing 50 ends a day. If there are issues there, they don't go away. You know? No. So you need to be a team that's going to gel nicely, and obviously these 2 teams both do that. Just look at this bowl here from the Pirongia player. That's a great shot.
Yeah, great bowl, Katrina Ensor. That's definitely the shot. Possibly 2 to the Pirongia team with Linda Bennett's bowl, and now it's Robin Fisher seeing whether she can get one close there.
Giving her bowl every chance in the world. Now, which way is it going to fall? Good bowl.
Great bowl. That's 1 to the Rockettes. And a good wave of the duster from Rima Strickland to her player.
They seem to be, I think that must be their sign for a good bowl. All the Rocket team dry their dusters out when someone plays a good one, so to give it a twirl.
Absolutely.
Katrina on the back end, very focused woman. Nice delivery.
Yeah, good action on the backhand, and she'll be playing up just to sort of see if she can get some contact on the shot.
Chance in the world.
Pretty close. You got Jack.
Oh,
yes.
Good shot. Deserved a good result. It went for a bit of a walk as it neared Robin's bowl, but was enough in the area.
Yes, looks like 1 to Pirongia. That bowl of Katrina Ensor's followed the jack through enough. Rima Strickland indicates it might be a measure, so but anyway, we've got a number of bowls to go yet before we need to worry about that. And it'll be Robin Fisher on her forehand, looking to see if she can get as close as possible here. Pretty good line, Alex.
Yeah, she's not far away. Just down to the weight now. Robin Fisher, a little feather off the front one. That'll do. She's promoted their bowl. You can see the Royal Oak bowls with the red stickers into the head.
Yeah, I think that was Nicole's bowl that she's turned over there. So definitely 1 to Royal Oak. Great to see a game where, you know, the shot, the shots are turning over, reasonably rapidly.
Yeah.
I mean, the players are not afraid to play with weight, and they're getting some good results.
That's good. It means there's effective bowls going on, doesn't it? I mean, the shot changes during the end.
Absolutely, and already in this game we've seen very few short bowls, Alex. So both teams adapting to the conditions, using the fact that it is a little bit maybe a little slower and a little narrower, to adapting and playing with weight, and obviously that adaptation's got them to the final.
Yeah, it's good stuff. And the most forgettable bowl someone was played so far. She'll be looking to improve with her second one.
Yeah, just got a little wide there, obviously looking to just reach up with weight to sit the bowl or trail the jack, and in this case just getting caught wide. So Rima Strickland on her backhand, going to try and get through that gap or turn the bowl over.
Lovely line, great effort.
Yeah, it was a great effort, beautiful weight. Just got wrecked on those front bowls. So Trina Ensel says to Denise, come up here and see if you can get a sit on that shot bowl or trail the jack to my bowl.
Giving it a good look here as we just wait for this bowl to come back into the head. When's it going to stop? That's the question.
Just slipped past. Good effort, great weight. Just again slightly wide on that hand. So it's 1-2 Rima in the Rockettes.
And she won't want it, but she'll make sure not to earn error here, because if you earn error with draw weight and you hit the bowl that's touching the opposition's one, it's going. Oh, that's why she's playing the forehand.
Yep.
Good call there from Rima Strickland. It just looked like danger, signs of danger everywhere. As you can see there, that bowl that sits at 1 o'clock to the screen, touching the black one. If she'd tapped that, you're punching a opposition's bowl into the head and probably would have dropped one. So a good call to play the open hand.
And I think we described that as faulty wide. Just making sure you've got good weight, but not narrow into the head. So it's 1-2 Rima and the Rockettes, and they couldn't be tighter. 2-1 after 3 ends in this 25 end final of the 71st Taranaki Women's Open Fours.
Nicole bringing the mat up there a little bit and throwing the jack to the 2 metre mark. We saw in the semi-final that we broadcast, Royal Rockettes preferred the longer ends for the duration of the game, and when the opposition did get the mat, we saw the length shortened up, and that was where, if there was any weakness shown, it was on the shorter ends from the Royal Oak team. They were sort of, I wouldn't say they were outplayed, but certainly it's where they looked like they might drop their numbers on the shorter ends.
Yeah, and a pretty good opening bowl here from Nicole Singer. That's outstanding.
Great shot.
Again, showing some great form. And Alex, do you think we may see Nicole, and we know there's a New Zealand under-26 team being picked for an event later this season? Do we think Nicole's name might be one that features in that side? I know we've got a lot of very, very outstanding men and women who are in that under-26 category.
Well, she's putting her name up there, isn't she? And believe me when I say people do pay attention to these events and the results of them, and people will know who Nicole is. So I wouldn't be surprised if we were to see her name feature.
Yes, I first saw her playing alongside the other members of this team as part of the successful Royal Oak team that won the Auckland Women's Interclub last year. I watched her play in the regional finals, which actually played at Browns Bay, where they were unfortunately that they weren't successful. That was won by Takapuna, who went on to win the National Interclub, so they certainly weren't disgraced in losing to them. Great bowl from Judy Ma there, 1 to Pirongia. And I don't think Nicole's been playing many seasons.
No, she doesn't. She's got a background in the indoor game, so she holds the South Island Fours title. And I know that because she was in a team that defeated me in the final of the South Island Fours, Brett.
There you go. And I understand
a couple of years ago.
And I understand that she hails from the West Coast.
Yes, that's right.
South Island.
Oh, just about, Lee.
Yeah, very good bowl from Lee Singer there. And that's that ideal number 2 bowl, when you're down, just playing with a little bit of weight, not losing your bowl, but just playing with a little bit of weight, looking for a result. And so while she didn't get the shot, that her bowl's finished in a good home and sets sets it up for the next bowl.
Yeah, well played.
Linda Bennett will be looking to try and get past it, try and get a bit of protection in there for Judy Ma, her lead, and she's on a pretty good track here.
Willing it to follow the jack, which it's done. That's because there was a gap between the bowl and the jack, so the kinetic energy worked in the favour. That would have been a frightening moment for Linda Bennett. You don't want to pop the jack back to the opposition, but got away with it.
Absolutely right. You can see that just out of our other camera angle, Judy Ma's got the very backest bowl. So, yes, and I'm sure Linda had a few little
got a smile there.
having a bit of a smile that she didn't get it too full.
You usually know when you let it go if there's if it's going to be panic stations.
And again, another good bowl from Lee there. I mean, you know, good weight, just reaching up to the head. If she'd missed that bowl, she probably would have been past the jack. So 2 or 3 seconds now for the Rockettes.
Yeah, and that's good bowls, really, isn't it? As we see Linda looking to, well, she has no intention of hitting the head here, does she? So she's taken perhaps a bit more green than she would have liked to.
Yeah, that's possibly overly cautious. A bowl, she obviously didn't want to get in there and touch it again, but just as we've seen on this rink, if you get a little bit too wide, they just won't come back. So, so Rima indicating to Robin Fisher, look, just come up here and see if you can get a bit of a touch on that bowl or on the jack. And
yeah, my understanding is that the PBA players and the Paritutu players who play a lot of bowls here have a different set of bowls for the carpet, a heavier biased set of bowls. It's Robin Fisher looking to replace the shot, just about perfect.
Yeah, great weight there, just, you know, playing that tight line, looking for the bowl or the jack. So it's 1 to Pirongia, and a little precarious, the one.
Yeah, this is they've got a chance to drop in a number here, so we'll be aware that Katrina really needs to get a second or even third shot, and that's not going to do it.
No, it is a fine line on that hand. You definitely don't want to get too wide, and you can see, even though that,
can't believe how much it held.
I know. I was just about to say. I mean, you know, it was barely across the other side of the centre line, and yet normally on a outdoor green that would probably not stay in the rink unless the rink was very slow.
Robin with the second opportunity at removing the shot poles. We see it coming to the head on the backhand. She's close. Oh, she rocked it.
Got another touch on that shot bowl. That's 2 very good bowls from Robin Fisher, without much reward. So it's Pirongia holding one shot, that bowl of Judy Ma's. But what can Katrina Ensel do here in terms of trying to get another bowl on the head, just to put a little bit more pressure on the Rockettes team?
Yeah. Giving it a look like she thinks it might be close, and inside out here is pretty good from Katrina. That's a good enough bowl. A little bit of mud in the eye, so it doesn't change the shot, but it just sort of it might stick in the eye of Rima Strickland as she looks at that.
Yeah, Rima, a very well performed player in the Auckland Centre. Steady in any discipline, good record in singles, and definitely not afraid to be attacking. And Denise Tomomo fits the same bill, and both players that like to try and get a result. And really no surprise that they've got through to this stage of the tournament with some good draw players in front of them and their ability to convert.
Certainly, I think probably quite well suited, to be fair, to this surface as well, where you're rewarded for a positive game.
And here we can see Rima. Does she get the touch off the outside bowl? Yes, she does.
Just about.
So that's 3 bowls in a row that the Royal Oak team have touched the shot bowl, but still not managed to dislodge it or move the jack sufficiently to get the shot. So what does Denise do here? It's delicate because you definitely don't want to touch the shot pole yourself, and you can see Katrina Ensor having a really good look at this.
Yeah, you mainly don't want to make the shot easier for Royal Oak because it's a huge reward situation. If your shot pole disappears, you're dropping a 4 or 5 if you're Pirongia.
That's right. As we've seen, it's a pretty thin target, and you can see Katrina Ensor saying, look, maybe play the forehand side so you don't get one that... so Katrina says, whatever hand you're comfortable on, and that's clearly the backhand. So let's see what Denise does here. Definitely doesn't want to get a bowl next to the shot pole and make more of a target for Rima.
Yeah, you almost want to stay away with the first one and then draw close with the second one. Well, you're ready to make your bonus bowl happen with your second bowl, aren't you, Brett? But your first one, you're quite happy just to leave it alone and just be ready to, you're probably going to have to draw close with your second.
We can see that bowl's ended up pretty good weight actually, or good speed, but just again hung wide, and it's right out on the boundary peg, just inside the rink.
So you just have to, if you can catch that bit of a bowl.
Smile.
And Rima will be raiding down that backhand side, just looking for some contact on that bowl. She likes it. Oh. Got a turn on the front bowl, one of the Pirongia bowls, but no change. Still 1 to Pirongia. And what do they do here? Do they try and get another shot, Alex, or do they bank it?
You try and get another shot, but don't miss narrow. You know, yeah, add a bonus, but give it a chance to turn.
I want you to come here. I want you to draw here.
Well, that's a super duper safe way of adding a bonus bowl, I suppose, if you can get it to turn on the forehand.
Yeah, I think Katrina Ensor obviously
happy with one,
and it's a good track from Denise, but I just don't think it'll turn on that hand.
Yeah, I think that's the best effort you could possibly do on the forehand. And fair enough, you know, you've happy with 1 point, draw it even. It's an end that they would have felt like they could have dropped a number on, so it's a good end to score.
Absolutely, any touch on that jack would have potentially been shots to the Royal Oak Rockets. So Pirongia banks the one, and it's 2-all after 4 ends of this Taranaki Open Fours final, Women's Open Fours final, and Judy Maher, the Pirongia lead, delivers the jack. Pirongia, beautiful setting in the Waikato, and great to see a small country club, as we would describe it. Though I guess Pirongia these days is getting closer and closer to Hamilton.
Hamilton's getting closer and closer to Pirongia.
Yeah, not with the expansion of housing in that way, but it's a beautiful little community underneath the mountain there. And once upon a time, we used to host the great Pirongia Christmas races, which I think used to be on Boxing Day, which used to be a great country race meeting. Don't see too many of those anymore. And that's a great start from Judy Maher.
Yeah, very good first bowl there from Judy. One that Nicole will be looking to match. She was short coming in this direction last time, so plays in your mind a little bit. Just think, must pass with my first one. Nice delivery, very grooved action. Wanting this bowl to hold up at the end of its track, which it should do. They've got flat finish, these bowls.
Yeah, that's a pretty handy bowl from Nicole. Both these leads have really settled into their work well, and are setting the heads up well.
Yeah, if the weight's right here from Judy, it's another good one. That's a great start, really. Could go inside out and sit down. Oh,
2 crackers.
Good bowls. Good start. If you think about that, it's 2 bowls within a foot of the jack. That's good stuff from your lead.
Absolutely it is. Nice action from Nicole. She's gone a little bit wider here, so she'll see whether is there a little bit of late turn there that she can get, and the answer is not really a little bit, but handy there nevertheless.
As a skip or the players playing the last 4 bowls, you watch those from your lead, because it's a time the jack's likely to get moved off centre. If the jack ends up over there, you can usually recall sort of what the track did. They will have been watching that.
Linda Bennett on her backhand. Big year for again for the Parajacks this year, with the world bowls champs being played on the Gold Coast in August, September of this year, and this is the first year that the para disciplines have been integrated into the World Bowls, which has been a fantastic initiative, which I've been pleased to play a small part in my role on the board of World Bowls, and it's looking like we're going to have a record entry for World Bowls.
Oh, brilliant! Good.
Great bowl there from Lee Singer to get the shot. And in fact, I saw some communication just in the last 48 hours where we're adding additional bowling clubs. I think 2, maybe 3 additional clubs are going to be required because of the high entry we've got across the men's open, women's open, and para events. So that's fantastic. You know, we haven't had a World Bowl since Christchurch in 2018 because of COVID. And so great that the whole World Bowls community is going to be getting together, obviously having had a number of countries at the Commonwealth Games last year, but not all. So unlucky bowl there for Linda with her second one, just getting a touch on the jack, but unfortunately leaving it sitting on Lee Singer's bowl, and Lee now with her second bowl, and she's on a good line here, Alex.
It's down to the weight. Which way is it going to squeeze?
Oh, she's had the squeeze from hell.
That's a calamity for quite a good bowl, really.
And she really had to be there because, you know, the Pirongia team had 3 seconds, but yeah, just unlucky that the jack would deflect back in that way. So this high standard being maintained through this game, in that case, an unlucky result, but definitely evidence of how well these teams are playing.
Oh, right in the area. I mean, look at this head. You've got 6 bowls within a few feet of the jack. Maybe 7 in a second if the weight's here.
Absolutely.
Not quite, but yeah, certainly good stuff. And speaking of the World Bowls, Brett, I came across in our, we had a clean out of the office the other day, came across a program from the first World Bowls event in 1960, whenever it was, 66 maybe.
Yeah,
that was held in Australia.
Yep, at the what was then the Kayama Club in Sydney. The club no longer exists, unfortunately. That was there, and
Robin.
Oh, just slipping past New Zealand. New Zealand, of course, did very well at that World Bowls event. We won a gold medal in the fours, which was the late Norm Lash, Ron Buchan, Gordon Jolly, and Bill O'Neill, Bill the Bomber, and I think of that team, is Ron Buchan still alive, Alex? So he must have been, he or Phil Scoglin would have been the last members of that team to pass. But yeah, I think I've got one of those programs at home as well from that. But look, back to the final, and Katrina Ensor looking to try and get another bowl on the head. It's Pirongia holding. She'd be a bit disappointed with that bowl calling up short. Robin Fisher's bowl just sat down, so it's definitely 3-2 Pirongia, but it's the Rockettes with a lot of those back bowls.
Yeah, it looks like a target. I'm not going to say it's easy to hit, but there's sort of bowls in a funnel there, isn't there, Brett? That if you're sort of in the area, you should be getting good movement here. And Robin's in the area. If she's got the weight right, this is a lovely bowl.
It is lovely. Does she get the slide? No, she doesn't.
Oh, that was close. She wasn't far away. Maybe half a bowl wide.
Absolutely.
Perfect weight to sit that green bowl down. Move the jack back to Lee Singer's bowl that sits at 5 o'clock to the jack as it is now.
So it's 2 I think, to Pirongia. The 2 bowls of Judy Marr, the leads. Yes, they'll be having a bit of a debate about, do they try and get another bowl in the head there? as precarious as that may be, or do they look to again to cover for the potential jack movement if Rima Strickland is successful in getting some contact there?
It does look tempting to draw on the backhand side to Lee's bolt. See if you can sit down to hold a 3, sort of a 2-in-1 shot, but it's a very fine shot to play.
Indeed. So Denise Tomomo, the Pirongia skip. Let's see what Denise does.
On the backhand, yeah, looking for a bowl to get down. She's very close to playing this, looking to rest Lee Singer's bowl that sits at 7 o'clock. This is close here.
Oh,
this is close.
That's outstanding.
What a shot.
That's outstanding.
That's incredible stuff.
What a good bowl.
I just hit it now, don't you, Brett?
Yes, I don't think Rima will be short.
Yeah.
And Robin is suggesting, look, I just want you to get down there. Either hand, you can play it on her backhand or her forehand. Backhand possibly better in that you don't risk a contact on that front bowl, not unless you're very narrow. And so let's see what Rima does here.
Certainly won't be short, we know that. On the backhand side, in the area now, how much is it going to turn? That's the question. These bowls don't like to come back. She's trying.
Wow, well that's a pretty good result.
Good
she
shot.
Flipped one out, so it looks like it's still 2 to Pirongia. Judy Ma's bowl and Denise Tomomo's last bowl. And Katrina Ensel says, look, see if you can get to my foot, because if the jack moves, that's where it's going to be heading.
How's your memory, Denise?
Pretty good line again.
If it's a clean run. If it's a clean run, she's very close.
Beautiful
just
line.
A little weight missing.
Just pulling up short. So
you'd think similar shot again for Rima Strickland on her backhand. Squeeze the jack out to the left as we see it.
Yep, I think Robin Fisher agrees with you, and so Rima will be on that backhand, looking for a similar bowl to her first bowl, just a little bit tighter.
They're 2 down at the moment, and I can't see a way for them to go more than 2 down even if the jack squeeze is ugly. So it's worst case scenario, you stay 2 down. You may as well have a nibble.
I agree. So Rima Strickland
steering this one down. She's on the wide side, I think. Going to need to get a good contact with a short bowl.
Just sails through there, so it's 2 to Pirongia, and they lead for the first time in this game, 4-2 after 5 ends.
So we see a replay here of that beautiful bowl there. Oh, it was just perfect, and then that shot of Rima Strickland's just a cannon 1 bowl out. She's probably a bowl wide of perfect Rima's first one.
Yeah, definitely a high quality final, Alex. I think the teams have adapted to the fact that it is surface is a little bit slower, and obviously this isn't the first game they've played on it, and it's enabling them to play a fairly attacking game. Well, certainly a game where they're reaching into the head. We're not seeing a lot of short bowls, and both skips showing themselves to be really capable of both drawing shots but also playing those conversion shots. So if the rest of the game plays out as with what we've seen in the first 5 ends, this is going to be a pretty tight final.
I was going to say, with a number of good bowls that have been played, effective bowls that have been played, it doesn't feel like we're only 6 ends into a game. You can go entire game sometimes with less effective bowls and less changes of who's holding the shot. So it's certainly good stuff. Interesting to watch.
Yes, absolutely. Another good opener from Judy Ma. A little short this time, but again in the contact area. Nicole Singer's gone a little wider here. Maybe not wanting to get a contact on that short bowl. She's just going to come up a little short, but again in the area.
Certainly a surface that I think if someone like Peter Sane was playing here, and he has usually has 2 or 3 different sets of bowls in his boot, I think he would have gone out for some classic 2s or some Taylor aces or something, just to get that bowl breaking back across the slower green.
Yeah, definitely a surface where if you've got a turning bowl, it's going to give you a little bit more opportunity to play, certainly to play shots. So let's see what Nicole's learned from her first. Another nice smooth action. I love that follow through. It's just great to see someone that really letting their bowl go. She's played the tight line, but she's got pretty good weight here. And does she get the inside kiss? Yes, she does. Maybe not shot, but definitely a good close second if it's not.
Yeah, good enough. We see the Pirongia too. Interesting. Just Denise taking her time deciding what hand to ask Linda to play. 50-50 really, isn't it? If you play your forehand, you're knocking your own bowl up. If you play your backhand, you're trying to find a gap. Backhand, by the looks, I think. Very deliberate action. And of course, has had a lot of success over her career as well. She's got a few Waikato Open titles on top of a number of para ones, and they did get the memo. But when you're playing a game, you get a bit focused. I've been guilty of it. I used to get frustrated at players standing in front of cameras, Brett, and then I was playing maybe a mixed pairs semi-final or something, and the first thing I did was stand directly in front of the camera.
Yeah, look, it's ultimately we want the players to be focused on playing, and sometimes it's very easy to get caught up in the moment. Unlucky for Linda there, she turned up Nicole's bowl, and Lee Singer adds to the pain by just getting a sit off that bowl of Linda's, and it looks like 2 to Rima and the Rockettes. And this time it's going to be Linda Bennett on her forehand side, looking to come down and reach into those bowls for a sit or turn her own bowl over. And she's on a pretty good line.
She's on a great line here. Connection with anything is good. Cannon that one through the head. She was actually unlucky that it didn't get the jack. The bowl got a feather off that short one. That was a great effort from Linda Bennett.
Yeah, possibly a little bit heavier than she would have liked to have been, but I mean, you don't want to be short when you're asked to play those shots. And her bowls. She didn't lose a bowl, her bowl's finished in behind there, and now it's Lee Singer trying to come up and again just get some contact on those bowls.
Looking for that flat finish.
Doesn't get the contact, but she gets a nice catcher, which is a good bowl there. They don't have a bowl past the jack, or didn't have a bowl past the jack. They now have that one. So again, Denise Tomomo wanting Katrina Ensor just to play up, turn that bowl of Judy Mars over, or get a contact on those short bowls. So Katrina Ensor very deliberate, and already playing some really good bowls in this final.
Taking her time. Yeah, nice action really on the forehand. And you're just willing on the carpet sometimes. Yeah, see, this has got a flat finish on it. Your instinct is when your bowl hits its breaking point, once it starts turning, you expect your bowl to turn consistently away, and there are carpets where that doesn't often, or it doesn't always happen. You sort of have to double bluff yourself to play a good bowl.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, no one likes playing deliberately narrow. It's kind of a foreign concept in our game, but I remember the great John Murter, of course, from Taranaki, and who was a New Zealand coach for many years, would talk about the concept of playing faulty narrow. And I think, this is one of those surfaces where faulty narrow is probably better than finishing on that wide side. Good result there from Robin Fisher, just playing Lee Singer's bowl forward. So don't know if it counts, but it's definitely another bowl on the head. So Katrina Ensor should be looking to just get a little bit wider than her first one to see if she can get that turn on Judy Mars' bowl, or Linda Bennett riding that bowl. Unfortunately, the
jack moved.
Yes, so
that would have been a great bowl to see, but the reaction good.
Yep, so Katrina Ensor came around those front 2 bowls and has managed to get the jack. So it's definitely 1 to the Pirongia team, and it'll be Robin Fisher looking to come down and seeing if she can just get a touch on one of their bowls or even on the jack. So here we go.
On the back end, Robin Fisher giving this bowl a real look. Needs to hold. She needs it to hold.
Close.
It's trying.
Close.
Robin Fisher, and off that one.
Oh, she gets the touch, she gets the jack, but she doesn't get the shot.
Unbelievable stuff.
Great bowl from Robin. One to the Pirongia team. Katrina Ensel's first bowl that she played.
It's fair to say, I mean, there's been a high standard of bowls from both. I think Royal Oak's been in the area a couple of times and not had the rub of the green yet in this game.
And we didn't see that second bowl of Katrina Ensel's, but looking at the way the bowls are sitting, I'm guessing she must have turned that bowl of Nicole Singer's onto the jack, and that's
popped it back.
and that's propelled the jack back to her first bowl. So another one of these heads where you're holding the shot, but it's a bit precarious, and so it'll be interesting to see what approach Denise takes here. I mean, she's certainly not been afraid to draw tight to the jack. Doesn't seem to be a player that likes to lay off. She likes to make her bowls count. So let's see what she does here on the backhand side.
The backhand and the foot placement. If we look, Denise is to the left of the mat. That's something you see players do on the straighter hands, just to try to get the bowl to bite back in, and she's not wide.
No, coming down there looking for, obviously, to try and sit one of those bowls. So let's tighten the shot up a little bit. Means Rima probably hasn't got that shot on her forehand now. It's probably a backhand shot in there. That's what Robin's saying. Look, come down, turn our bowl onto the shot bowl, or slip under it for the jack.
Try and cannon that shot bowl off. Rima on the backhand.
Good
Willing
line.
it to hold.
Does she hold?
Oh, great effort again from Rima Strickland.
Any touch on that front bowl of Denise Tomomos, and the jack was moving.
Little feather, and you just feel like Pirongia are playing well, but there's been a couple of opportunities for Royal Oak to score a number off them. It hasn't happened yet.
And it's hard sometimes in these games because you're only one down, and so you're wanting to be attacking. So here's a good bowl from Denise.
Great shot. That was well played, really. She played on the tight side on purpose to get inside out, and it's really clogged it up for Rima Strickland.
Now, is this one of your plant shots, Alex?
I'd be trying. I'd see what I could find. See if Robin calls it for Rima. Oh, it's not as exciting, is it? Rima asking if she can come up through.
Yep.
And there's enough short bowls there on a shelf that you could pick one of them to try and play through and see if you can get the cannon to happen.
I agree. So is she going to play that forehand, or is she going to play backhand? She looks like she's swapped to the forehand side. So let's see what sort of weight she's going to play this shot with. Well, she's not sure.
Yeah, giving herself a real chance here. There's bowls to cannon through if she can just hit anything. She's found the gap, I think. Fresh air. And that'll be disappointing for Royal Oak. They've had a couple of opportunities now where they've probably had better heads, I think, than the Pirongia side.
Yeah, you feel like the Pirongia team are just hanging in by getting one bowl in there, but sometimes that's enough. So 5-2 now to Pirongia after 6 of the 25 ends. So still early days in this final, and we're continuing to see a pretty high standard.
And of course, there will be a afternoon tea break. They usually take it on sort of end 11ish. The Taranaki fours go have a scone and a cup of tea or something when they make their way back out onto the green for the last half or 2/3 of the game. That might be when we just remind the players that we have cameras.
And so for both clubs, this is an opportunity to score their first Taranaki Open title in its 71st year. What an amazing achievement by the Taranaki Centre to basically keep this tournament going. One of the highlights is always at least one of the days of section play is played out in one of the country clubs outside of New Plymouth, and that's always a great adventure. heading down to the south coast or across to Inglewood or up to some of the clubs north of New Plymouth. Great hospitality from those clubs, and I think it's that experience. We all like to do well in bowls and win, but win or lose in Taranaki, it's a great opportunity to enjoy some good hospitality, catch up with old mates and friends, meet a few new ones, but also play against some of the very best. Because when you look through the list of women's fours teams that have won this tournament over the years, as I said earlier, you've got some of the best players that bowls has seen in this country, and these 8 women are in great company with the way they're playing this final.
Absolutely. Mr. Grant Hassel there in the background, I think having a chat about the cameras. Dressed up for the occasion.
Yeah, Grant, magnificent administrator, very famous Taranaki bowling family. His father, Roger, a winner of the Taranaki Open. I think Grant's been around in that company as well, but a fine administrator. I think has the best memory of anybody I know in bowls for the history and the finer points of it, and always looks pretty dapper, as you can see there today. So it's people like Grant Hassel that make this game great for the work that they put in as administrators and volunteers, all unpaid of course. And so and I know he and the Taranaki bowling community are enormously proud of the men's and women's open fours, and they have every right to be.
Absolutely. Comfortably the largest fours tournaments in New Zealand, and have been for a while, really. That's if you look at the entry numbers.
Yeah, I think even dating back to its origins, it was always a tournament that people wanted to play in. Always been the same sort of time frame. It was often people coming home from the nationals in the North Island who would go and play in Taranaki. In the days when it was just the men's nationals played over the January period of time. The women's Taranaki Open was always a bit later in the year, but now the tournaments are played back to back or week to week, and you can see from the names that are on both the women's and the men's trophies that some of the very best players have won it. But then there are some notable exceptions of some great players that haven't. The great Siswin Stanley's name is not on the women's event, and neither is players like Phil Skoglund or Peter Bellis are not on the men's trophy. Peter having got fairly close to making the final last weekend. But here we have Pirongia, I think, holding the shot. Bowl of Linda Bennett's, and Robin Fisher with her first bowl looking to try and get one close for the Royal Oak Rockettes.
Very focused. As we see this bowl, if it clears the front, it should be in the area. Not quite going to make it up.
Yeah, didn't quite have the weight there, and the danger here is that the Royal Oak don't have a lot of bowls past the jack. And so it limits their ability to attack. So they're only one down, but they'll want to make sure that they don't expose themselves to the chance that they can drop more if Pirongia decide that they'll look for the jack.
And that's what Rima's doing, just saying, look, just draw past here, please, to my foot.
Yep, at this stage you're only one down, and getting that position bowl is just going to give Rima a few more options in terms of how she plays.
A lot of it's about understanding that it's the 7th end of 25, and if you drop a 1 and go 6-2 down, that's not the end of the world.
Yeah, and talking to some of the great four skips over the years, a lot of them will say, look, you don't need to get the shot too early. It is about building. There's eight bowls, so build the position and then do the conversion later.
Oh, she's going for the shot now, Brent.
She
A clean run underneath will be enough for one. Sit against the bias. That's not far away from the shot there from Robin Fisher.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for the Royal Oak Rockets team, it's not set to easily remove that shot bowl without jack movement, which wouldn't be ideal.
Yes, it's as we were talking about, yes, unlucky not to get the shot, but unfortunately still haven't got that position bowl past the jack. And so, as you say, Alex, it's going to be hard to get that shot bowl out without jack movement, and jack movement's definitely not good news if you're a Royal Oak Rockets fan. I feel like we need to coin a nickname for Pirongia. So if any of the Pirongia club members are watching, please, or on social media,
they must have a nickname.
Please send us through your nickname. It's Alex and I don't want to make one up for you because I'm probably sure that you have. Knowing how successful Pirongia has been in recent years in the Waikato Centre, particularly in the women's events. And here's Denise Tomomo, who's one of the architects of that success. Oh, she plays a cracker of a bowl, just goes between the jack and the bowl. She just got a touch on the jack. And that's another really good position bowl for Pirongia. So Rima Strickland, one down, probably 2 seconds, but pretty tricky here. She may even want to get to the back with her first bowl just to give herself a little bit more flexibility in terms of what she does. So coming down that narrow side and playing with weight, so obviously just looking to see if she can turn one of those bowls over. She's close, Alex.
Very close if she gets it right. Oh, that means it would have gone past clean if we look at the way that the bowl was travelling, but more difficult again.
Well, it's tricky. It's very, very tricky here because you've got Pirongia with all of the bowls past the jack, but Royal Oak with the 3, maybe 4 seconds short of the jack.
Yeah, I don't know. If I was playing indoor, I'd just draw the gap, but it's hard.
Yes,
35 metres.
Yes, can Denise Tomomo try and get a second shot there? Difficult. Can Rima Strickland remove the shot bowl without moving the jack? Difficult.
This bowl might come in handy if it swings across and provides a half a block, but gonna do nothing. So good call here. I like that Rima's walking up. You need to have a look at the head in these situations, don't you?
Yeah, I thought Denise might have stayed on that backhand and just tried to draw to the gap. To your point, just to almost get a bowl in the way, or a bowl that might come through if Rima played that. But obviously Katrina Ensor was happy with the way those bowls are sitting, and obviously felt it was better to play the other hand and not risk maybe setting up a shoulder or a bowl that could be come off. So let's see what Rima does here. She could play this with a lot of weight on the basis that if she does get a contact on the shot bowl, it'll kill. Yes, well, she's certainly reaching up there. Does it pull from there? It pull from there? It's coming now.
Oh, it was a good try. That was nice weight. It would have cannoned across, and the jack would have moved. It would have been one to one of them, I think, depending on how far the jack went across.
Yeah, I think she was really forced to be on the wide side there because narrow, getting one of those shot bowls onto the jack would have been not a good result. Yes, you lose one shot, but it is only one in a long 25 end game. So Pirongia out to 6 shots to 2 after 7 ends, and that's it's I think 3 ends in a row now where Royal Oak have been only one down, and searching for that shot, but proving a little difficult on this rink where the bowls aren't turning a lot. So let's see if there's when they do get the jack, if there's a bit of a change of tactics from them.
Would be not surprising if there was, to be fair. You see Judy Maher on her backhand side.
Yes, on these longer ends, it's certainly once there's bowls in the way, it's much harder play those shots. And again, Judy Marr's pretty close with this first one. That's a very handy opener from Judy Marr. Well played.
Nicole Singer on the backhand side. That's a good response there from Nicole.
Here's two good opening bowls from those leads.
And Judy on the backhand again. Just willing this bowl on. It's easy to do on this surface to just fall that little bit short. You feel like it feels good out of your hand, and then it just stops.
Indeed. I'm just checking my social media to see if any of our Pirongia supporters have managed to tell us if they've got a club nickname, and I'm even going to have a look at their website just in case that will give us a clue.
Pirongia, what's something that alliteration with Pirongia?
The Pioneers?
Pirongia Pioneers. Pirongia. Well, they can't take Pirates because that's the Point Chev. Well, it's my club, Brett. They can't be the Pirongia Pirates. Are they near? Where is Pirongia? It wouldn't be near any.
The Pirongia Mountaineers.
Mountaineers.
You know, I mean, it is a mountain. It is a mountain.
That works. I'm sure they'll have a better one. So as we see Linda Bennett on the back end, that's a good shot there from Linda. A good end building here for the Pirongia team, leading 6-2 of course. And it is a 25 end game, so plenty of time to go. Lee Singer on the back end. Good line here from Lee, down to the weight.
Yeah, she's played a cracker here. What a great bowl.
Beautiful shot. I first met Lee and Nicole in Hokitika, Brett, as part of we went on a North Island tour of the South Island. And at we played the West Coast. They provided for supper sandwiches, and on the sandwich that I had was ham and kiwi fruit. And I've always felt that was a very interesting choice of fillings for sandwich, but I've been assured that it's semi-common and quite popular in areas of the South Island to have a ham and kiwi fruit sandwich. And I will admit, I got fined because I took a bite and spat it out, which is rude to your guests. You're not meant to do that. Such was my surprise at the filling.
Indeed. I am just looking at the Pirongia Bowling Club Facebook site, and I see a rather interesting photo of the members dancing across the pedestrian crossing in Pirongia, which those
Pirongia pedestrians.
Yeah, Pirongia pedestrians, perhaps. So those of you who have driven through Pirongia, which is one of the ways you can get to the Taranaki Falls if you're travelling from the north. May well have seen that. Just such a beautiful part of New Zealand under that beautiful Pirongia mountain, and I'm sure the club are very proud of the performance of Denise and her team. I understand it's a blended team. We've got some players from other clubs in the Waikato area, but of course for the Taranaki Open Falls you all have to be members of the same club, so they've obviously got some dual members in amongst the team. We know that Denise is a Pirongia member, and so well done to them. But at the moment it's Royal Oak, the Rockettes, that are holding the shot, a bowl of Lee Singers, and that Robin will be disappointed with that bowl. That's probably one of the loosest bowls she's played in the final to date.
Yeah, she will have known when she let it go too. I think for Royal Oak, it's almost about making it to morning tea time now. We've seen it sort of the momentum switch. It was started off with a hiss and a roar, and I think Royal Oak was playing better than the Pirongia team, and there was 2 or 3 ones in a row scored where Royal Oak had the better heads. But make it to morning tea and see if you can change something up.
Even afternoon tea, Alex.
Yes, afternoon tea. Yep, I've only had one coffee today.
It could be a long. It could be a long final if we get to morning tea, but you never know.
Maybe I can't defend myself there. I was trying to think of something I could say, but there is nothing. We see Robin. That's 2 forgettable bowls from Robin Fisher, but they are holding one thanks to Lee Singer's bowl at 6 o'clock.
Yeah, and it's probably the first time, actually, to be fair, that Robin hasn't been having to play with weight to the head. And obviously the holding one, and it's Pirongia for it, almost the opposite to the last few ends. They've got one shot, and it's Pirongia with I think three, the second, third, and fourth shot, 3 seconds, as we like to say, mate. And so the boot's sort of on the other foot. So let's see what Denise Tomomo does. We've got this time the Royal Oak Rockettes with the back bowl. But I expect Denise will be playing up to this with weight. She's a very positive player, as we've seen from this final and other events that we've seen Denise play in.
Give the ball a real chance.
Yep.
It's got a flat finish here. She might get a good result. Like that little plant.
Well, it's her bowl coming up. Now, has that made a difference?
I think the angle's probably deceptive, I suspect. See what Robin says.
She's having a good look.
Good measure. Between these
Oh,
two.
there you are.
Interesting. So Rima will just take her time on the back end here. It's a reasonable track at a glance, isn't it?
It's a good line if she's got the weight, but I don't think she's got the weight. And again, that'll be one of the first times she's been drawing in the last few ends. Typically, it's been.
Down to this bowl. You go take a bit
Katrina
more
Rentz was
weight.
not in any doubt.
No, she was pretty.
Go and sit that.
Didn't leave any doubt there at all. Over to us, she says. So Denise on the back end.
Better green. Do what you do with your weight.
Doesn't let it go super close to the ground, but it's the same distance off the ground every time, isn't it? When she plays the bowl, Denise, just a little bit wide.
And and that's that pattern, isn't it? That when you are down, you've really got to, and you're going to play with weight. You've got to make sure that you're tight, because otherwise you are just sailing past. So if Katrina Ensor is right, it is Royal Oak holding the shot, and it's Rima Strickland with her last bowl. Just
Close.
looking, does she get a little
Close.
slide?
Just about. If it sits down. Not quite. I think.
And we'll just double check that, eh?
We'll see who's right. If there is new, they have scored a point, Royal Oak. I think we'll see a new length of jack, won't we, Brett?
Indeed. So I think the Pirongia Club described themselves as the friendly bowling club under the mountain, and I think we can see that they're not being too friendly to the Royal Oak Rockettes in the final so far, but great to have them in this final. It looks like it is 1-2 the Rockettes. So Katrina Ensor was indeed right when she called that they were 1 down. So Royal Oak will be pleased to be back on the board. It's 6-3 to Pirongia after 8 ends. No change in length from Royal Oak.
That surprises me a little, to be honest. I expected Rima to ask the jack to be delivered to a particular place.
Yeah, I thought we might have seen it shorten up. So let's see if this has been a good decision. It's not that Nicole has been very far away, but I just think on those longer ends, it's much harder to convert. So good bowl past the jack with her first, but just a little wide from Nicole. And we know the way Judy Ma's been playing, you definitely need to be pretty close.
Absolutely. Judy on the back end, giving that a real look.
Again, she's gone a little bit wider than she has been playing this way. And so her bowl will just finish on that wide side. A little bit of late finish there, but so that's definitely the shot to the Pirongia team. So what can Nicole do with her second bowl?
Nice, very grooved delivery from Nicole Singer.
Definitely a better line here, Alex.
Half a chance.
She's
This is
got
close
the
here.
weight. Yeah, she's played a cracker.
Very good
What
shot.
a great bowl.
That's the way you want to back up scoring a point. I mean, it's a tiny difference. 6-2 it was before, and Royal Oak scored a point, make it 6-3. But you really want to go back and ends when you feel like you've been sort of half on the back foot, I'd say. Like they were looking like there were scores going against them. So it's nice to back up a scoring end with a start like that.
Yeah, it's an old adage, 1 on 1 behind. And we know that there are some very good leads and draw players amongst the Royal Oak membership, a number of whom I can see are watching online today. Nicole's had an opportunity, obviously, to watch a lot of good players in action, and she's emulating that in her own style. Not such a good bowl from Lee here. She'd be very disappointed with that.
And you know, the moment you let those sorts of bowls go, that wasn't quite going to make it.
Yeah, on a surface like this, you simply can't get tentative because you know, 1 metre short becomes 2 or 3 metres short if you're tentative. So let's see what she does with her second bowl. In the meantime, it's Linda Bennett on the forehand, and she's pretty close here.
Very close here, Linda Bennett. Good shot. Should be happy enough with that where it's finished.
Lee with her second bowl. Very deliberate player. Definitely a better line here.
Little
That's
feather.
a great recovery bowl. Well played.
It shows a lot of sort of the right mental state, isn't it, to recover from a bowl where you've missed by so much with your first one.
Yeah, you've just got to put, you know, the good players can put it behind them and just concentrate on the next bowl, and we certainly saw that from Lee there. That's a really good bowl. So 2 to the Royal Oak Rockettes. Linda Bennett just slips past with her second bowl, and Rima saying, look, you know, change your hand there, just try and match those catching bowls behind there. So Robin Fisher, what can she do this time?
On the forehand, and we're probably going to see a crossover where the back end of these teams are doing the opposite to what they have been for the last few ends. As we said before, Robin and Rima are often trying to remove a shot bowl after having good position. Good shot. What a good shot there from Robin.
Yeah, absolutely. It wasn't quite where Rima wanted her to be, but it's another counter.
Adding the pressure.
And I think one thing we have seen is that it is hard to get the shot here. You know, once you've got it, and particularly if you're trying to play with attacking weight, you've got to be pretty accurate. So let's see what approach Pirongia do here. I mean, are they drawing or do they look to play with weight? So yeah, so you heard Katrina Ensel say you don't mind how I play it, so that suggests to me that she's going to play with a little bit of weight, Alex. That's one of those permission questions.
Yeah, please. You're essentially saying, if I miss the head and my bowl is in the ditch, you can't get grumpy at me as a skip.
And unfortunately, she's played good drawing green, but with the running weight. So she'll be pretty disappointed with that. Probably the loosest bowl she's played in the final so far. And Robin Fisher will be looking to make hay while the sun shines here.
Yeah, I liked the speed that Katrina picked to play that shot with. It is just about getting your line right. And it was almost an intentional block. That's what I'd claim if I was Robin Fisher.
Yeah, no,
not quite. Just sat down. That's a poor bowl.
Yep. Yeah, no, that's not going to help the cause, particularly when you're holding and you've got no back bowls.
I think we may as well see Katrina go in for a penny in for a pound here. You've had one nibble. You may as well have two. Just make sure if you miss, you're going to be on the narrow side. She'll be thinking you'd be better to miss into Lee's short bowl that you can see by her ankles than you would be to miss on the wide side. So just clear the front stuff and see if your bowl can turn enough to guts the jack or something like that.
Yeah, look, it's tricky because you know, you would look at that head, and there'll be a lot of people watching this who will say, look, you can definitely play up there with weight. But we know, you know, one, you got to be precise always. But if you're going to play that shot, you've definitely got to be on the tight side. So, you know, I think as long as Katrina Ensor is, you know, plays that tight line, then there's probably a number of results she can get. So let's see what. I have no doubt that she'll play it a lot tighter, but let's see what weight she chooses. You know, last time it was very much, you know,
Straight at it.
Yeah, ditch weight. So does she look for that same weight, or does she play it with slightly more controlled weight so she can get if she gets a contact in there, she might stay. So let's have a look. I've had a good chance to talk about it. Let's have a look.
Less weight, I think.
Yep, there definitely looks like more a sit and stay kind of weight. Again, I feel she's a bit wide here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the danger on this surface. You know, if you're going to play those bowls, you've got to play tight line. Otherwise, you know, you will just keep sailing past. So it's the Rockettes holding 3 shots here. And they have got 1 bowl past the head, that first bowl of Nicole Singer's, which is just down on your right-hand side of your screen. Rima will be looking to, you know, 3 shots is probably good fishing at this stage of the game. So does she try and add another shot, or does she look to just try and get a little bit further past the jack and just put a bit of protection in there in case there's movement? Because I don't expect Denise Tomomo to be short. Certainly not. That's not her style. So let's see what Rima does here.
On the forehand.
Yeah, she's wider. Yeah, she'll be disappointed with that.
Yeah,
that's a nothing bowl.
A poor bowl, sort of probably potentially caught between 2 or 3 mines. And Denise has an opportunity here. Is she on the back end? That's interesting.
Yeah, maybe feels that there's a little bit more turn on that side. Let's see. Yeah, she's got a good line here.
Very close.
Very
Denise
close to
looking for the jack clean.
She gets the jack, and that was exactly the danger.
Bravo.
Yeah, great bowl from Denise Tomomo. She obviously liked that hand, and she just played it. And now suddenly those 3 short bowls, very short bowls of the Royal Oak Rockettes, don't look anywhere so good.
No, goodness, that was such a good bowl from Denise. I've been impressed. She's played some very accurate shots in this game, really. You had to be absolutely perfect, and she was on her backhand side. And as you say now, Royal Oak is staring down the barrel, and there's not much to look at, really.
No, not a good hit for them. And in this pre-afternoon tea period, that's a big turnaround. Royal Oak were holding 3. They're at least 3, I think probably 4 down here.
And the challenge for Rima is she's just played a bowl that was quite forgettable, so you have to focus yourself back in, and you don't have a point of reference to correct from.
Yeah, I mean, I think the best she can do is try and just draw up tight to those bowls. If she can get a sit on any of those bowls, let's see what she does. Here she goes.
On the forehand, let's look at this bowl.
She's playing that sort of reaching sort of weight to try and get a bit of a connection. She's going to get a sit off that bowl.
1, 2.
Where does she stay?
3.
She stays there.
Oh,
my Lord.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh, I got nothing.
Wow.
Well, it was only 3 wicks, wasn't it, Brett?
Well, fortuitous is one way of describing it. But look, good on her. She that was was amazing that after that first bowl she played into the target area. Let's see what Denise Tomomo does, because she'll be looking for that bowl.
Yeah, it's in her sights.
She got a pretty good line here.
This bowl's not far away. Let's see how much it turns at the end. Denise looking to take the bowl out clean.
And she does.
And it stays. What a shot.
Magnificent bowl.
Unbelievably good there from Denise. 1, 2, 3. Denise has played some mighty bowls in this game.
Two crackers on that end. I mean, one to trail the jack with the first bowl and then to sit that bowl of reamers out. So we've taken 3 out.
3 out. And it looks like 4 based on this camera angle, doesn't it?
Yeah, certainly from here it looks like 4, but we know the angle can sometimes be deceptive. So Katrina Ensor says, well, look, let's not muck around. I'll get the measure out. And we can see that closest bowl of Nicole's. Nicole Singer's just there. That was her first bowl of the end. Obviously going to have a look at some of those other bowls. No, we don't think they're in it. And now what about this one? This looks like it's in it to me. It looks like 4. Yep, 4 it is. So 2 great bowls from Denise Tomomo. And it's 4 to Pirongia. And what an amazing turnaround.
Wow,
you know.
great skipping from Denise. That was brilliant. Look at this replay here of this bowl on the back end to trail the jack back and then out clean as a whistle, sits there for 4 points.
Yeah.
That's great stuff from Denise.
And you know, as we've talked about a bit during this final, you know, on a surface like this where it's tighter, you have to have back bowls because, you know, the teams will be attacking. Interesting, we've got a shorter end here from Pirongia, probably the shortest end they've played.
Yeah, that won't be on purpose.
No, definitely not. And in fact, I see Denise saying, is it up? Because the mat's up quite a way.
Royal Oak will be hoping it is.
Yes,
that's
yeah.
fine. Fine if you're Royal Oak. Have a change.
Yep, no, it looks like it's okay.
This is good for Royal Oak, the shorter end.
Yep, and I wonder if Denise was almost hoping it wasn't up because they have been playing those long ends so well. But anyway, let's not read too much into it because these players are well and truly able to adapt, and let's see what Judy Marr has got in store for us with her first bowl. Well, she knew where she wanted to put it, Alex.
Yeah. Fair enough then.
Great opening bowl.
If you're going to throw the jack there as a lead, at least you put one close, you feel like it's all okay.
Yes, I know from my time playing for some pretty good skips, when you got the jack in the wrong place, you were definitely under a bit of pressure to demonstrate that that you could respond to it. Good first bowl from Nicole Singer as well. A little unlucky she gets the outside edge, not the inside. So it's 1 to Pirongia. To Judy Marr, and these 2 leads having a great tussle.
Yeah, it's been a good battle really between both of them. Judy playing particularly well.
And she's close again here.
This is great stuff. Very impressive Pirongia team. And sitting, that's a perfect place for that bowl to finish. It's directly in line with the jack. You're not giving a shoulder. You haven't drawn a side toucher. If it's hit, the jack's going square back. You couldn't ask for much more from a lead.
No, it's a very good bowl from Judy, and she's setting the Pirongia team up pretty well. I mean, end after end, she's getting them close. Nicole just sails by with her second bowl. Good back bowl, and let's commend her for that. She was up and probably looking for just a sit on the shot bowl or a bit of contact, and so she doesn't get that, but she finishes in a good place, and that's good for her. For her team.
Linda Bennett on the backhand side.
Yeah, she's pretty close here.
Willing this bowl back into the head.
She seems to get a little bit more late turn from her bowls, Alex, than some of the others. So that's ended up in a really good position. Definitely second shot.
Yeah, and this head, you don't want to blink if you're Royal Oak, do you? You could blink and this head could be looking not amazing.
Yeah, I often call these the bounce back ends. So, you know, you've dropped a number. Can you bounce back and respond, you know, so you don't lose too much momentum? And unfortunately at this stage, it's Pirongia making all the running on this 10th end. And as you say, it's a long game, 25 ends, but you don't want to get too far behind early.
Yeah, well, certainly for Royal Oak feels like a afternoon tea. You wait for the afternoon tea break. Morning tea's been, obviously. You know, I would say morning tea was coming up. Be crazy.
Yep.
But you're waiting for the afternoon tea break. Try limit damage till then. Regroup. They'll probably have a team talk. Come out and see what you can do in the last 2/3 half of the game.
Denise Tomomo just saying to Linda, see if you can come around behind. We're holding a couple of good shots. Nice line, but she just won't have the weight to get there.
Lee still on her back end.
Yep. Reema's saying just draw one close. Give me one close again slightly on the wide side. But
This is a good correction.
Yeah, now they come. Here it comes.
How good is that from Lee Singh? If it sits down, it's the shot.
What a great bowl.
Brilliant stuff. Under huge pressure too. You feel that if she had missed that, or like potentially looking like dropping a 3 or a 4. Great bowl there from Lee.
Yeah, well, Denise Tomomo signalled a measure. So you're right, Alex. I mean, it maybe doesn't need to sit down and get shot.
Brilliant.
Katrina Ensor just trying to gauge what sort of weight to play here. I imagine that she'll be drawing right up to that bowl, seeing if she can sit it through or turn her own bowl over.
Yeah, look to finish that little bit over the head. So they've got the 2 bowls that are a couple of feet back there. You can see at 6 o'clock.
Yeah, well, she definitely played that tight line, but she doesn't have the weight.
Yeah, she had the line pretty good. We can see there it's finished sort of in line with the jack. If she just had an extra metre, Reema might tell us who's holding the shot.
Yes, he'll be having a good look, for sure.
The measure. Well, that's helpful, isn't it?
Yep. Well, it's obviously close. Right, so let's see what Robin can do here. She's on a good line. Has she got the weight? Yes, she has. She's played a cracker here. Look at this.
What a shot there.
Wow. Oh, magnificent bowl.
Nothing else to say about that. That's brilliant there from Robin Fisher.
Yep, we knew that Royal Oak needed something special to get themselves back into the game, and that's top draw stuff.
That is special. They're here for the long haul. 10-3 down. On this, the 10th then. So maybe one more before they go to afternoon tea. And we see Katrina on the forehand now.
Just going to slip past on the wide side, just looking to sort of press that bowl or get some contact with the jack. Finishes in a good home. It's a good back bowl there. So what are we going to see from Robin Fisher? Perhaps play the same. Yes, she's going to play the same hand. Just try and finish between the jack and Linda Bennett's bowl, just in behind there. You also got Lee Singer's bowl in there as well. So everything to play for really on that hand. Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's disappointing, particularly after you played such a good first bowl.
Well, I'm going to say they might not have finished in the worst spot, Alex.
Maybe, yeah. Well, it's quite clever, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean it's pretty tight on that side of the rink, and so
it's probably a perfect block.
It is.
If we think about it. So, accidental brilliance there from Robin Fisher, and perhaps we might see. Oh, it's hard for Denise because if you try to play the cannon, the jack's moving anyway.
Yeah, it's
she'll have had a look. She'll have something in mind.
Yeah, look, and look, she's only one down, and I mean she may just look to try and draw one close she played the backhand, so perhaps looking to just get a bit of contact on that bowl. She's got some bowls behind, so continuing to play that positive
looking to play the cannon.
Stop.
So the jack will move to the left as we see it.
Oh,
Oh, it's gone for a walk.
yeah, it looked good actually halfway
It
down,
did.
but as you say, just slightly walked out with that weight. But again, she sets herself up nicely for the next bowl.
Yeah, the jack moving to where literally where Robin's putting her bowls cloth is where the jack is going.
And so Rima will want to try and get a cover bowl in there.
Rima on the forehand side. It's a good bowl. That's where
good.
the jack's going.
Yeah,
Right
that's
here.
well played.
I
Very
think
well played.
Denise almost has to be drawn on her forehand now. Can't see a future, and yeah, no, I'm not sure how she's going to get the shot here, Brett.
Yes, in fact, if anything, contact, she might go more down. But you know that she likes to play positively. You can just see it walk again.
It's impossible to you can't remove the no. That doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. One down's fine. Well, I just you can't move the red ball without moving the jack. It's impossible.
Now Rima. Yeah, so she'll look to draw under there. Any jack movement's okay for her on that hand. She's got a catcher just behind, so she can play this positively. Yeah, she's not far away here.
Clear the front one, and you're very close, Rima Strickland.
Oh.
That was an eighth of a bowl off.
Yeah.
Ironically, your own team's bowl.
Good effort. One to Royal Oak. So we've played 10 of the 25 ends. And it's now Pirongia leading 10 shots to 4 in this 25 end final of the 71st Taranaki Women's Open Fours game. And for those just tuning in, it is Denise Tomomo, Katrina Ensor, Linda Bennett and Judy Ma from the Pirongia Club leading the Royal Oak Rockettes of Rima Strickland, Robin Fisher, Lee Singer and Nicole Singer, as I say, by 10 shots to 4, and we're playing end 11.
And now would be a good time to put your kettle on, I would suggest. I think after this end, they'll go for their afternoon tea, so it probably goes 15-20 minutes, and that'll be the break time before we return with the rest of this final.
Yeah, it'll be a good opportunity for both teams to just have a bit of a chat about how they're going. We can see that both teams are preferring the sort of longer ends. But whether they'll continue to do that after they've had a bit of a chat, who knows?
Yeah, there will be a conversation. Both teams, you do talk during that break as a team, and just try and assess what could be done differently. Be different conversations from Royal Oak and Pirongia, I think.
But unlucky for Nicole there. She was on a pretty good line with her second bowl and just got wrecked on her first one. And plenty of room there based on what we've seen so far. And yeah, Judy Ma draws the shot here with her second bowl.
Bowl, very good bowl. Playing well in this game. Now Lee Singer probably going to be caught on her back forehand. Just watching this bowl intently. You sort of want to finish past with this one more than getting the shot. So it must be in the way of the cameras, I think.
I think that was wide and over with that first bowl from Lee. Linda Bennett now on her forehand side, the blackjack. Again, also sort of caught a little bit wide here, but and that won't count. So Lee Singer with her second.
Lee on the forehand. If it gets down enough, no, it's not going to. Now you will it to stop.
Yeah, this time she finishes in the ditch, so she'll be disappointed with those two bowls. And Pirongia holding the shot, the second bowl of Judy Mars, and Linda Bennett on track. Is she going to get around that front bowl of Nicole Singers? No, she won't. She's going to be short. So probably the loosest end we've seen, Alex, in the game so far. It's been a game where we haven't seen that many short bowls, but this end, maybe because we played a slightly shorter end last time, the players just haven't quite adjusted to the length again. So let's see what Robin Fisher does. Played a cracker of a bowl on the last end, so let's see if she can keep that form this time.
And this is sort of the 35th or 36th end that these players will play today. It's easier than it sounds to just lose a little bit of focus sometimes.
So no change there, so still 1 to Pirongia and Katrina Ensor. Number 3 for Pirongia playing her first bowl.
On the forehand.
Better line. Here's better bowl here. Close here. She's going to sit that bowl. Yes, that'll be 2 to Pirongia. Actually sits that bowl away from the jack, so she's made a little bit more room for the Royal Oak Rockettes, but can they take advantage of that?
And Robin looking to make a correction. Really desperately want to score on this end.
Oh,
it's a poor bowl.
Yep, they should be very disappointed with that. This will be the worst end we've seen the Rockettes play. No bowls really within a metre of the jack, and giving Pirongia a bit of a free ride here.
Last thing they would have wanted to do, having scored on the previous end. See, this could get a good wick. That's fine. It didn't really deserve to be much closer than that bowl.
Yeah, and and how often these ends become quite dangerous because it looks like there's lots of room, but at the moment it's probably Pirongia at least holding 2. I'm going to guess 3 shots here. So what does Rima Strickland play here? You'd think a draw.
Yeah,
there's plenty of room.
Yeah, you just try and back yourself, don't you, when you're in these situations at skip. You just try not to think, and it's much easier to say than it is to do, but try not to put it into the context that we are in the final of a Taranaki Fours. You are 6 down on the card. You are 4 down on the head. You just try and remove that and just go, look, I'm just putting a bowl within 4 or 5 feet. I've done this a million times, Rima will be thinking.
Yeah, an old bit of advice I got when I first started playing was just try and beat the shot that's furthest away. Don't try and get the shot, just try and beat the shot that's furthest away, and then quite often you'll find if you just try and do that, you'll actually draw the shot. So let's see what Rima does with her ball. She's got a good line here, and it's a pretty good track. Has she got the weight? Yes, she's definitely going to beat one of the bowls. That's a pretty good bowl.
Yeah, good shot.
I'm going to guess that's probably second shot. And you see Katrina Ensor saying to Denise Tamomo, look, please come up here with a bit of weight. Look to trail that jack. Got the bowls behind. And she's got a pretty good line. Starts to pull now. She comes.
Lovely
yes, that's
bowl.
another shot. Well played.
I've been so impressed with Denise's skipping in this game. Very effective player. She's done it all too. She's played draw shots and run shots and in between.
Yeah, she's a very positive player. I noticed in those New Zealand Champion of Champion Fours, she played some great bowls, and she's a very positive player, constantly reaching up into the head, and she's showing the same kind of form and style today. Rima Strickland, 2, maybe 3 down. What can she do with her last bowl for the Royal Oak Rockettes team? Good line, Alex.
In the area here, Rima Strickland looking to clear the front. Little feather will do just fine. That's a good bowl, really. She's cut it down to 1.
Yeah, no, well played. I mean, she couldn't get too wide there. So yeah, that's a great bowl. Second shot. Katrina Ensor having a good look here. One's pretty good fishing for Pirongia when you're leading 10-4, and she certainly won't want to, you know, play to and risk turning that bowl of reamers over.
They're just still continuing that conversation. Fair enough, to have a nosy.
Yep. Yeah, it's you know, I mean, Denise is the kind of player that doesn't like to waste bowls. And so I'm sure if she can try and get another shot, she will. But equally, there's a bit of risk associated on the hand she's been playing with that bowl of reamers in the way. She could, you can see Katrina saying, well, look, you could draw under there, and if you trail the jack, you will have a big number.
The danger being, if you miss wide with that, it's not a happy day, particularly on an end where they felt like they would have been scoring the entire time.
That's right.
So that's your decision making.
So do you go for the big shot and look for that jack, which would be, yeah, 4, potentially 5, but you are holding one already, but yeah, or the safer option, and as you can see, they're looking at that, which is just, you know,
I feel like that's wiser, really, particularly given that they're 10-4 up, not 10-4 down on the card. It would be more tempting if the score was reversed, take an opportunity, but they've already taken a couple of opportunities.
That's right.
Brett, I don't think they need to take this one.
Yeah, that would be my sense too, Alex. I mean, it's because it's a pretty narrow channel down there, and we've seen that, you know, the bowls are sometimes holding a little bit. So she's gone for the safer option, holding one, see if she can draw a second shot on that hand. Pretty close.
Great effort here. Couldn't have played that much better. That's a very good shot, really.
Yeah, very good weight. You know, probably gave it every chance without being too narrow.
Cool. It looks like they're going to play one more end before we get to afternoon tea.
So it's 1-2 Pirongia, and the Waikato team now lead 11-4 after 11 ends. And they'll be pretty happy with their work, Alex, in this first half of the game.
Yeah, it played well. It was, I wouldn't say it was scratchy in the first 5 ends, but certainly Denise played some really good bowls in the first 5 ends, and Royal Oak failed to take some of their opportunities, but sort of from then to now, so the last 5 or 6, Pirongia has been looking like the better team in this final.
Yeah, you have to say Denise has converted when when she's had to, and played some really big conversion shots. And just the last 2 or 3 ends, Royal Oak have just lost a little bit of that consistency that they showed in the first part of the game with short bowls. And there's Judy Maher again, right on the jack, you know.
The man at the back gave that one clap.
Maybe he's an official and he
Hard
felt
to please.
He felt he needed not to be biased, but yeah, no, she's playing very well. And when you've got a lead that's consistently getting bowls there, it's a great start for a team. What can Nicole Singer do? They're all riding that bowl. So
I reckon she got a touch, but might have left it behind.
It was pretty close.
We'll see in a second.
So there you are. That's exactly right. So she obviously just skidded off the bowl. I can't see any chalk on her bowl, so I'm guessing that didn't touch the jack. But good bowl from Nicole, and what a cracker from Judy Maher.
Great bowl. Look at this from the leads.
High quality stuff. Nicole with her second bowl, and again on a very good line here. Has she got the weight? She got the weight. Yes, she has. Oh, that's
great
outstanding.
Bowl. Great stuff.
I mean, it's not the shot, but I mean, you know, what a great position bowl from her. You know, 4 outstanding bowls really from the 2 leads. Maher and Nicole Singer, and Denise Tamama saying, well, look, we've got a couple of shots here. You see if you can get past the head on your forehand, just to give us a bit of a catcher. They should be anticipating that Royal Oak won't be looking to be short. Now, this is a dangerous line. Well, she's going to get away with it. Wasn't exactly where she wanted her to Linda to finish, but it's probably another shot. But it doesn't change the game plan for the Royal Oak Rockettes. They'll be looking to get some contact with Jack or Bowles down on that backhand side.
Not far away, Lee, if she's got the weight.
Beautifully played.
This is an incredible end. If we think, and the contrast of this to just 2 ends ago, or was it 1 end ago, where the players were struggling to get a bowl within a metre of the jack, and we've seen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 near perfect bowls here. A great end just before the afternoon tea break to be watching.
Absolutely. 1 to Lee Singer, and yeah, I mean that's a cracker of a bowl. Just what the Royal Oak Rockettes needed. I can hear Marty Dixon and Mike Galloway and other members of that club applauding from here.
Just about. We're not that far away.
And now it's Linda Bennett looking to sort of play down with a bit of weight to see if she can get a content. She's close too. Look at this.
Linda Bennett on the forehand. Has she done it?
Unreal.
Amazing.
This
Amazing.
is bowl for bowl stuff here in the final of the Taranaki Women's Open Fours. Wow. High quality stuff.
Yeah, it'd be tempting to play. She's been asked to play fair enough to play the backhand, I suppose. Forehand would have looked natural from Lee's position on the mat to just try and draw the jack, but this does the same job. You sit that bowl down, which she's going to do. I think she's got it.
She's close here.
Sit it down, move the jack back. Bang. How good.
Oh, wow.
Great bowls.
Great bowl. One to Royal Oak. This,
They can't miss, Brett. That's unbelievable.
Like you could put a blanket, probably a towel actually, would cover all of those bowls.
Yeah.
But it's 1 at the moment to Royal Oak. Yeah.
Unbelievable stuff.
Great bowls.
Like the quality of those leads and twos on this particular end. They've all played 2 perfect bowls, really.
Yeah, definitely our most consistent end of this this final.
If it holds, no, it was nice weight. It's looking to sit that bowl through.
That's our loosest bowl. But actually probably finishes in a good home if you're Pirongia, because it gives you a back bowl. It's the only bowl that's really well past the jack. And so you can see Rima Strickland saying to Robin Fisher, try and get past it. We've got the shot. And she knows that Denise Tomomo will not be short.
Robin on the forehand.
She's close here.
She's got the weight. It's very good.
I think she's going to pull up short.
There is that gate. If the Pirongia team can hit anything where it has been indicated by Denise, the shot bowl cannons out as clean as a whistle. So you're just looking to pick that gate. You could probably play with more weight if you wanted to, Brett, because everything's going to be directed in there nicely.
I agree. And Katrina Ensel certainly reaching up that side. Slightly wide. Does she come back? Well, she did, but she didn't probably quite have the weight.
Nah, lacked the weight there, I think. And, oh, did she just touch that? Oh, I'd be grumpy. Everything's set down, so it's changed the situation.
It did change the situation, and also a good bowl from Robin Fisher. So that's where she needed to be. She needed to be past the jack, probably further past than she needed to. But yeah, that was very odd. I mean, sometimes it can just be the vibration can sit them down. But I mean, Rima definitely didn't touch the bowls. I mean, I watched it intently. So
there's something that happens, I suppose.
Yeah. But it definitely makes, it means Denise Tomomo has to play that shot with a lot more weight.
Yeah.
But I don't think that'll worry you,
well,
Alex.
Yeah, I tend to agree. And if you look at the way the headset, because the bowls are so clumped, and there's a number of bowls that are low of where the jack is, you could literally hit any one of about 7 bowls there as you see it. Anything to the left of the jack, you're very likely to get your bowl to go to the right and cannon something out good. So it's just about, you've got probably a 5-bowl target here that you can hit with weight, and she's playing the forehand.
And I love the fact that she holds a scorecard in her hand
Yeah.
when she's playing. You know, she's not worried about.
Got it under control.
Yep.
And sunglasses on.
Yep.
Yeah, good shot. Good shot.
Oh, well, there you are. So it was Katrina Ensor who said, look, you know, play that other hand. Good call.
Fair enough. Incredible head. You got it.
It's been precision stuff now. Rima Strickland, she's one down. She's got a good shot to play here now with Robin Fisher's bowl past there. She does only have 1 second, but I mean, I think it's relatively protected unless you're narrow.
You can use Robbins' bowl, square onto Robbins, might get it inside out.
And she does well.
Fair effort there from Rima Strickland.
Great
Holding.
effort. Still one to Pirongia, but definitely much better head now for the Rockettes because they've got 2 seconds there and the back bowl.
Yeah, so you can just be in that area.
So I expect Denise Tamama will be drawing right up to this jack, looking to see if she can, you know, just maybe just turn it around the corner. There you are.
On the forehand. Oh, seeing the arms go.
Yep. No, not a.
She missed one.
Wow. Well, I have to say that's probably the loosest bowl she's played in the final.
Comfortably.
Yeah, she's been pretty outstanding. So Robin's saying, look, a little bit more percentage on this other hand. Roll the bowls.
Gentle. It's a gentle instruction, isn't it?
I don't think Rima will be gentle.
No, and she's close.
She's very close.
She's close here, looking to cannon the bowl clean out. Oh, unlucky but good.
Oh,
But unlucky.
So that was that bowl of Katrina Ensor's, her first bowl that was we described as a loose bowl, and it probably was the loosest bowl we'd seen, but how often do those bowls come into play? It was past the head. So look, that's a good finish to this first half of the game as the players break for afternoon tea. And it's 1 to Pirongia. They lead 12-4 after 12 of 25 ends, and a very high quality final. You know, both teams have played extremely well, and you'd have to say probably just the conversion shots of Denise Kamomo and a little bit of the rub of the green has favoured the Pirongia team, but don't go away, because this game's going to go right down to the wire.
Absolutely, and hang around for 90 seconds to check out some highlights, and then we can all go away and have a cup of tea. And welcome back to this Bowls New Zealand coverage of the 71st Taranaki Women's Open Fours here undercover at the Paritutu Bowling Club. My name is Alex Reid and I'm joined in commentary today by Brett O'Reilly, and we are of course watching the final. And if you've just tuned in after the afternoon tea, we're watching a final between Royal Oak, and a great shot there from the Royal Oak lead. The Royal Oak team, Rima Strickland, Robin Fisher, Lee Singer and Nicole Singer, taking on a team from Pirongia, Denise Timomo, Katrina Ensor, Linda Bennett and Judy Marr, and we join them on one of the ends, I don't know, the 13th end, there we are, and Pirongia leading 12 points to 4. A great start there from Nicole Singer. That's good. I suspect there will have been a conversation had by the Royal Oak team. That ball stops, it's good, not quite. The Royal Oak team over lunch or afternoon tea, and you usually go, look, we're trailing 4-12. What can we do that's different in this last stretch of the game? Plenty of time to go. So it's about just thinking about what they can change. And Nicole leading off absolutely perfect there with her first bowl. Ball there from Linda Bennett. Singer now on her backhand. Nicole drew essentially a front, well, it was a front toucher with her first one, and then slightly overplayed. And we've seen a few bowls sitting down on this artificial or this carpet without any real interaction from the outside world. Must just be the way it sits. There's certainly no wind inside at this TSB bowling arena, and Linda just lost her balance there. Lee Singer now looking to make a correction with her second bowl. That's beautiful. Great stuff here from the Royal Oak team. A good start. See Katrina Ensor played some really good bowls in this game. On the backhand, looking to clear the front. Not to be. And this is a good first end back after the afternoon tea from the Royal Oak team. And a nice narrow target. And you got the short bowls at front, which function as a good block for weighted shots. So Robin will just be asked to plonk another bowl close. On the backhand side, holding to the Royal Oak Rockets. Can Robin make it 3? That is the question. She's not far away. Oh, it's 3, but it's also a bowl that's lower the jack and something to use, so not a perfect bowl there from Robin. Willing it to hold up, not to be. Great try. So Royal Oak's got 2.5 there, 3 certainly. The jack's moving back. That's a good bowl there from Robin Fisher, putting a bowl right past the head. So if the jack has moved, if Denise can get around the short stuff and play onto that front bowl, the jack moves back. Robin's bowl's in a good position, really. You can see there the head sitting 3 for Royal Oak on this first end back from the afternoon tea break. A cup of tea up there by Aidan Zitterstein's name. Hasn't quite been finished. Looks like a good colour cup of tea. And Denise here with her first bowl. Has played so well in this game. Just falling short on a chance. You may as well, I think, just stack the head up and cross your fingers here. Royal Oak, if they could get off to a good start, they could score a 4 or a 5 here on this first end back. Oh, it's not a bonus, but it hasn't made the shot any easier for Denise. On the backhand side. It's a beautiful bowl. Great shot. Remus Strickland here on the back end. Measuring for third shot here. It's a good start regardless from Royal Oak. 2 on the return, and Katrina just saying, well, if you want 3, Robin, you can measure it. And 3 it is though. That's good stuff from Royal Oak. They've started off well. 3 on the first end. That's exactly what they will have spoken about at afternoon tea. And now Nicole. First bowl, last end, front toucher. Can she do it again? We see the mat pulled up a little bit. This will be part of the conversation. A good jack throw as well. He says, yes it is, it stopped. And that's perfect. That will have been what the conversation was. Pull the man up, throw the jack to the 2 metre, put one close. A good comeback plan, you would say, for the Royal Oak Rockettes. Nicole on her backhand side, willing this one on. That's a very good start. Wonder what they had for afternoon tea. 7-12 the score now. On this, the 14th end of 25. Still a long way to go. A lot of bowls to be played in this match to decide the champion team for the 71st Open Women's Taranaki Fours. Been running essentially continuously since 1949, but on 3 occasions the Dominion tournament was held in its stead, so it was not run 3 times. As we see Nicole Singer on the backhand looking to pick the jack up. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. I don't know what they've had for afternoon tea, but it's working well for the Royal Oak Rockettes here. Nicole holding 2. Beautiful bowl.
Just trying to hear.
pressure on the Pirongia team immediately, really, from this Royal Oak 4. They went into lunch 12-4 down, picked up a 3 on the first end after afternoon tea. Nicole successfully put 2 close, and that's wise there from Lee Singer, just walking off the mat first, getting herself set to what she wants to do, playing on the forehand side. You see the 2 bowls there of Nicole Singers, and Lee looking to make it 3. That's good stuff. This is good from the lead in the 2 in the Royal Oak team, holding 3 now.
That's the bowl low. If you can beat that bowl, you get the shot.
And Linda Bennett being asked to play, I think, the forehand side. She's just finding where the jack is. And I heard the noise. She hit something, and we see there Linda's bowl at 9 o'clock to the jack. Probably still 1.5 to 2 down there to the bowl at 12 and 1. You can see that's a better camera angle there, just how far away the bowls are. And Lee asked to play on the forehand, turned her hand a little bit there. Sometimes isn't a good sign. Just see how much this bowl turns at the end. They're arrows, so they should have a bit of a break on them. Reasonable there from Lee Singer. Denise saying things are level. And Linda will stay on her forehand, you would think. Little feather first. Well, that's fortuitous there. Very, very good result for a bowl that was narrow, but had good weight.
Go on to that bowl or the kitty goes in the ditch.
Yeah, Rima calling weight on the forehand, bowl or jack. On the forehand, Robin Fisher. That was nice weight for the shot, really. Just dominoing some bowls through, though, a little bit wide.
These bowls are only that far behind. All right. But we don't want to push them in. I think you're still best to come here. You get the kitty in the ditch, all good.
Katrina on the forehand. Reasonable effort here. If it pulls up and hits something. Oh, knocking one of their own bowls into the ditch. And the same shot will be asked of Robin Fisher.
You can do this.
Would rather replace the bowl than the jack. This will be the sort of weight that if her bowl misses the target area, probably will go in the ditch here. That's tight. Now you will, good result. You just felt that was narrow out of her hand.
Just drawing that was a little heavy. You don't want to lose Linda. Well, that's level.
Denise just saying, just draw in there, please. So we see Katrina on the forehand side. That's a nice foot placement there from Denise. And that bowl disappearing across the head. So an opportunity here for Rima Strickland. She won't muck around. Straight at the shot bowl. On the forehand side, you can go as quick as you like. Makes the way back down to the end.
I'll try and take that bowl here.
Reema on the forehand. Yeah, reaching nicely. Needs it to break a little bit. It was nice, wait for the shot.
You're drawing. Let's try and get second. You know what you're doing. In here.
Denise on the forehand looking to draw a second shot.
Hold a bit longer. Delicate. Well done.
Good bowl, great bowl there from Denise. She's played some magnificent shots in this game. Some brilliant skipping, really. And that's a great shot there. The shot bowl protected by the short ones. It's very challenging to get the shot here if you are Reema Strickland. Just got to try on your forehand side.
And see what happens.
I was Robin asking for a backhand shot here, I think.
Those are our two there, but...
Yeah, it's a challenge. Nothing's happening on the backhand.
Yeah, the jack's sitting out here. This one here? Yeah? Yep.
So we see here Brett Pirongia holding one on the head. Royal picked up a 3 on the previous end, of course, and trying to find a way to score a point here, but it looks challenging.
Thank you, Alex, and apologies for being away. I've just been on some calls dealing with ongoing weather issues and impacts on businesses. So, but Reema Strickland pretty close here. Just going to slip past, but that's a good effort.
Yeah, just on the one bowl wide, really.
Is that 2? That looks like a Linda Bennett bowl there.
Oh,
well, no, 1 to come. So, so one more bowl for Denise Tomomo.
Yeah, and holding the 2.
I think so. I think it's safer.
It was a great first end from Royal Oak. There was, I think, a touch piece for Lee and Nicole, and nicely added to by the rest.
Look, as I said before the afternoon tea break, I think this game will go down to the wire. It just has, you know, 2 very competitive teams, and they're all playing well. So, but Pirongia will be pretty keen to score here, having dropped that 3.
Denise on the forehand. I think the player of the match for me so far, Denise. She's played some really telling bowls at the right time too.
Absolutely. Right, so now Robin Fisher can take that bowl out. From here it definitely looks like 2, and sure it is. So that's 2 to Pirongia, and they now lead 14-7 after 14 of the 25 ends in this final of the 71st Taranaki Women's Open Fours.
Which is a lead they'll be pleased with, although you can't afford to be too pleased with the lead in this event, because you blink and suddenly it's all on.
Well, and as we saw with the men's tournament last week, it isn't over till it's over.
Absolutely.
And we had semi-finals and final games go right down to the wire in that competition, and we expect to see nothing different about this event. So, bit of conjecture about it is the jack up, so they're straightening it up as they need to, and then the umpire will be called, I think, into play to just check out is it up.
Yeah, it's quite a lot of conjecture. Just give the umpire something to do. She's been sitting there, look at her, she's got her hands on the hip, she's been sitting there, Nicole getting her steps in.
Yep, they really just need to get on with this and just get the umpire out, and then we'll know
There we go.
definitively what's going on.
Please, she's got something to do.
I think she is too.
Believe it's a Brunton, one of the Bruntons.
Okay.
Let's do the measure. Betty Brunton, that's her name. It's come to me in a flash of light.
Thank you.
Walk it down.
Really is the simplest way to find out. And that looks suspiciously to me like it is short.
Oh.
Yep.
Well, we got there in the end, Brett.
So now what do we see from Nicole here? Do we see any tactical change?
We did see the mat brought up finally and we can see it again on the return from the afternoon break, and the jack thrown to the 2 metre mark, which I think is quite a good call. It's enough just to make it feel different.
Yeah, and if any, I think on reflection in the first half of the game, it was probably the Royal Oak team playing slightly shorter on those longer ends. So I think maybe that plays a little bit more into their game, but let's see.
Yeah, I suspect there was a conversation at lunchtime just about what they could do slightly better. Although they haven't been playing poor bowls by any stretch of the imagination, but the scoreboard doesn't lie, and they were a few down at the afternoon tea break. So there would have been a chat just about what they thought they could do to make the last half to 2/3 of the game different.
Yep, good first bowl from Judy Marr, but fair to say, not quite as close as she's been on some of the other ends. And here's Nicole Singer with a cracker.
Good shot. It's a good way to miss with your first one. Nice bowl and easy enough to correct back from then.
We've certainly seen plenty of movement of the jack in this game, so as we've commented on, having bowls past the head is definitely a plus.
Now this bowl didn't come out that well, although that hasn't affected how it's finishing. That's a nicely played bowl there from Judy Marr. The way she let it go, I was sort of expecting to see it pull up a bit quicker than what it did, to be honest.
Yeah, one of the benefits of playing on a slightly slower green where you don't get the same turn out of your bowls, and so Judy Marr's been narrow and got a shot, and similarly Nicole Singer's played a bowl that on a normal outdoor green would probably be finished well under the head, but the bowls are not turning a lot. So looks like one at the moment to Pirongia. Yep, thank you, Denise. And Linda Bennett will be down on the backhand side, looking to get a little bit closer.
On the back end, Linda willing this bowl to hold its line, and almost as if it listened, it tried to there.
I think she's got one of the more turning bowls of any of the players, but let's see what Lee Singer can do here. Brother of Nicole.
Yep, that's right.
And she's gone wide and heavy with her bowl.
Look at that, it just fishtails a little bit at the end. You get punished for erring wide, don't you?
Absolutely. Linda Bennett with her second bowl.
Backhand.
Yeah, better line here. This should be pretty close.
Much better effort.
Yep, great bowl from Linda Bennett.
Yeah, good shot.
Yes, that's definitely the shot. Move the jack slightly, so it may still only be one to Pirongia, but yeah, good bowl from Linda.
Lee looking to make that correction.
She's still out on the wide side, but it's starting to come now.
It's a much better bowl than the first one.
Yeah, it's a great bowl.
Good shot there.
Good correction by Lee Singer, and it sets the head up nicely. Denise signals one. And she'll know that there's definitely no chance that the Royal Oak Rockets won't be attacking the head.
As we see Katrina Ensor on the back end.
Yeah, well, she gets that one away quite so well. It came out with a bit of a wobble, and so predictably, you know, it's ended up on the wide side. Pretty good speed, but yeah, just didn't seem to quite deliver that as smoothly as some of the other bowls that she's played.
Yeah. And we'll skip there from Rima, just saying that so the weight back to this pink bowl. Robin on the back end.
Dispense with the visor.
Yeah. Good to see someone doing the vacuum cleaning in the club as well in the background, Brett.
Yep, look, you know, that everyone's working at Paritutu today, and that's a pretty good bowl.
Just don't lock it in. Yeah, she's fine. Sometimes when you go like that, you play a good bowl and you end up blocking the opposition's bowl in and you've made it worse for yourself, but she didn't, so a good shot from Robin. Just
Indeed.
More seconds around the place.
Yeah, this head's building pretty well for Royal Oak. You know, giving Rima Strickland or Robin with her second bowl a pretty good conversion opportunity. So at this stage, Pirongia really need to get another bowl here, and here's a pretty good bowl coming from Katrina Ensor. Look at this.
Very close. She's going to follow with the jack. Great shot there from Katrina. That's turned the head absolutely around there. They had a shot bowl that was ready just to be plucked off, but not to be. We haven't seen a kill yet today. Are we going to see a kill on this end perhaps, Brett?
Well, we're definitely going to see weight. So
depends, I suppose. I'll be able to see where the jack is certainly heading to the left. I don't know if it's heading out of bounds.
Yeah, I mean that bowl is of Lee Singers is just behind. Of Nicole Singers just behind there. So let's see. Yep, Robin's definitely playing with weight
on the back end,
and she's close.
She's going to make a connection here. Robin Fisher on the back end. 1-2, and sit down. Well, she was right in the area there.
Yeah, as we've seen a couple of times, the bowl almost just seemed to just hold a little bit there with weight. Looked like it had pretty good line, but just held out a little bit. But it's finishing a really good home. It's another catcher, and so depending on which angle Rima Strickland makes contact with that shot bowl, there's every chance that she can turn this head around.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, it is Denise Tomomo, and let's see what she'll be up to. She'll be looking to cover those bowls for sure.
Been very, very impressed with her bowling in this game. She's played a number of key bowls. Good skipping.
She's definitely trying to cover it, but she got out on that wide side, and as we've seen on both sides of the rink, if you get too wide, there, you know, you just won't get the turn. So just having a look to see if it's in. Yep, looks like it is.
Doesn't change the shot really for Rima Strickland.
Not at all.
That's all there is, I think. Just taking her time, lining up on her backhand side.
So, right.
Let's see. She's on a reasonable track here, Brett.
She's close. She's very close. She's got this all the way.
Good bowl. Now where's the jack going? Out of bounds.
Well, you called it, Alex. Our first kill of the game.
Brilliant.
Great bowl from Rima Strickland. And the Pirongia team have exercised their option to replay it from the same end. Those people familiar with the rules, the first option is to replay it from the same end, unless both teams agree not to. And so Pirongia, in the form of Katrina Ensor, said no, we'll go back that way, and so we'll see the end replayed with Pirongia leading Royal Oak 14-7. So this is the 15th end that we'll replay again, and yeah, with 10 ends to go in this game, 7 shots. Yeah, look, it's not a small margin, but there's plenty of time.
Absolutely. I think a bit of experience shown there, and having the end replayed from the same end. A lot of people sort of neglect to think about how you've been playing in different directions, and it's killed, and you go, well, there's 15 bowls up this end and 1 bowl down that end, we'll just do what's easiest, but the more experienced bowlers tend to go, well, we forced a kill, which meant we must have had an okay head. We may as well cut our bowls back and see if we can do the same thing again.
Indeed. Shorter end this time. I'm not sure if that was deliberate from Judy Marr, but probably, one of the shorter ends that we've played in this game, and she just pulls up short with her first bowl. By her standards, that's fairly loose actually,
Yeah.
for a first bowl. So let's see if Nicole Singer can take advantage of that. With a grimace on her face as she let it go, so yeah, she wasn't happy with that. I think she's probably going to end up with the shot, so probably certainly not as bad as she might have thought it was going to be, but I think she knew she was tight when she let it go, and yeah, not up to her high standard.
And this bowl here, if it has a flat finish to it, which we've seen a few have on this green, there's the flat finish.
Yep.
Good shot. And interesting, yeah, Nicole's going to stay on the back end. That short bowl will look like a basketball from the player's end.
Yeah. Oh, close here.
Doesn't matter. It was well played. Well played. Good shot, Nicole.
Oh, outstanding bowl.
It would look so easy to hit that short one. Wasn't going to happen. Good shot.
Still one to Pirongia, I think, but certainly she's moved it out in the open. And importantly, her bowl's finished behind, which is good position for the Royal Oak Rockets.
Clean. Oh, good try.
Makes it count. So Denise says thank you. 2 shots. And it'll be Lee Singer, mother of Nicole, on the forehand side.
Oh, we got exactly the same grimace that Nicole gave her bowl.
Yep.
Upon release there.
Yeah, Lee just getting caught on that wide side again with her first bowl. And important at this stage of the game that that your bowls are as effective as possible. And as we've seen consistently in this game, if you get caught wide, the bowls just simply will not come back to the centre line.
So Linda on the forehand.
Yeah, she's been similarly affected. Denise Tamama obviously looking for a bowl past the jack. I guess that's just past it. Probably not the worst home there, out covering that bowl of Lee Singer's, and you can see Rima saying, look, see if you can come in here and see what you can do.
It's a good delivery that time from Lee Singer on the forehand on a tighter line, but she's got bowls to use, bowls to hit up here. Not to be. Her weight, if you look at her weight with both those bowls, was lovely from Lee Singer. Just the green was the challenge.
Yep, just searching for line a little bit at this stage of the game. Trina Ensor. Been very steady at third for the Pirongia team. And she's again handy, but just being stuck wide. I think clearly that bowl of Nicole Singer's is just in their eye a little bit there, and so the Pirongia team are just trying to playing a little bit wider, where the Royal Oak team can afford to be a little bit tighter to that bowl, to see if they can if they get a touch on it, they could potentially make shot, but that's too tight.
Yeah, narrow bowl there. It's interesting. We've seen a real spread on this end. Good weight, everyone's got good weight, but the spread of the green's quite extraordinary, really.
Yeah, while this is all happening, Pirongia still holding 2 shots there, the 2 bowls of Judy Mars. They are in the box seat at the moment, and this is a better bowl from Katrina Ensor. This is going to be pretty close.
Playing this bowl, that's good. What a great bowl that is from the Pirongia 3.
Yeah.
Brilliant stuff.
Right, come on, Robin. This is for the Royal Oak fans. This is going to be a pretty important bowl.
On the forehand,
Definitely on a better line if she's got weight.
she could go inside out. She didn't quite have the puff to get there. And
it was interesting, you know, those bowls turned a lot more. So whether that's the bowl or whether it's just wood, that's, you know, if you get sort of underneath that line, it moves away. But effectively, you've got, you know, the last 4 bowls of Royal Oak have been ineffective. You know, they've not changed the head and they've not improved the position for Royal Oak.
And whilst 7 points with 10 ends to go isn't a, you know, like you've spoken about, it's not a massive gap. You do want to be threatening to score on the ends that are to come. You don't want the opposition to feel like they're under pressure all the time.
Yeah, and you're not going to, you know, you're going to struggle to win the game one shot at a time. Having said that, you could score 1 shot on every end and you'd win the game from here. But let's see what the skips do here. Denise Timon will be on her backhand. Yeah, she's holding 3, and so she'll be just looking to pump up those bowls of Judy Mars there. She's got really no danger there unless she's narrow, and she's narrow.
No damage really.
No. Unusual for Denise. Probably one of the few short bowls she's played in the game, but I guess she's holding 3 and probably not wanting to be too aggressive. Rima Strickland swapping over and playing the backhand. She'll be looking to reach down through there, I think, looking for a result, see if she can sit those bowls or turn one of them up.
She's on a good line. Something. Oh, that's incredible stuff.
Outstanding. Outstanding bowl.
Great bowl. 1 down, she says, so absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, so 1 shot to Rima Strickland. That's a great bowl. 3 down on the head and just played a crack at it to find a way through there. Needs to Momo now.
On the forehand, she can make it 2 if she accidentally plays this plant.
It's just going to drop underneath, I think. Well, that's a surprise. That's probably the first time in this game that she's played 2 bowls that have been short.
Yeah, which one's the short bowl?
And what a brilliant bowl from Rima Strickland to make that one.
Yeah, and an unusual time to be tentative.
Yeah.
But you know,
could just be a momentary lapse of focus, perhaps. Denise, it is the 15th end. You're 7 points up, and you just think, well, I've been playing well.
She also didn't have a lot of bowls past the jack, so she may have been conscious of just not wanting to do anything too rash. You know, you are 7 shots in front. Rima Strickland trying to add another one here. Again, just getting caught on the wide. So she gets a slide, but not with enough weight to make a difference. Yeah. So out they come. Yep, 1 to Royal Oak. So that's an important end for them. It's important that you keep scoring when you're behind, but probably one of the loosest ends of the game. And so to get away with a shot in those circumstances is a really good result, and well played, Rima Strickland. So what do the Rockettes do now? Matt's up again.
Yeah, I think that's probably certainly one of the conversations they've had about jack length. We've seen when Nicole has the match, she pulls it up reasonably short and throws the jack to the 2 metre mark. 8-14 on the 16th end of 25. And to her work, Nicole Singer on the backhand. How much is it going to hold at the end? We know it has a flat finish.
It's a pretty good starter.
Good bowl.
Been a great tussle between these two leads. Judy Ma possibly had slightly the better of it, but both have played very well. Judy's probably had a few more sort of those front touches, and again she's on a good track here.
Yeah, nice bowls. That's good stuff.
Yeah, she's just worked out that tight line on that hand and played it very well.
I think you're right. It has been not being afraid to feel like you're missing narrow. Your bowl's unlikely to get too lost if you're on the tight side on this green, and we see Nicole. It's a lovely line to take.
Oh, that's an outstanding reply.
Good shot.
Well played.
Particularly when you're leading, because you've got an open head, you can afford to miss on the slightly narrow side.
One to Royal Oak. Trailing by 6, but still 9 ends to go.
On the back end, how's the weight from this bowl? It's a battle between the leads for sure. That's a good shot.
Yeah, bowl for bowl stuff. Good, good bowl from Judy Maher. One to Pirongia.
Lovely reply, really, and Lee Singer on her back end. She'll feel like she's got room to draw there. On the tight side, but if she's got the weight, it may hold. I think she's quite got the weight there that she would have been hoping for.
No, that's it's an old adage in the game. You want your player playing second to be over, particularly in situations where you're not holding. Dead drawing is not the game. So let's see what Lee can do with his second. In the meantime, it's Linda Bennett down on that side, and she's very close.
Good bowl. She should hang around herself. Yeah, good shot.
Yeah, well played. Good number twos bowl.
Yeah.
Just reaching up there. So Rima just slowing Lee down.
Lee taking the time on the back end.
She's on a good line here if she's got the weight.
Beautiful track from Lee Singer. How's your speed? Not quite. Great effort. Second and third by the looks. The Royal Oak team, but not the shot. Also mention Brett, the winner of the Constellation Pairs was Shirley Passy and Linda Francis. They defeated Sue Cottam and Denise Cottam 15-13 on the final end.
Wow.
So congratulations go to them from the Havelock North Club.
Yeah, where my mother-in-law Murray Walker plays. So I'm sure the Havelock North Club will be very happy with that performance.
On the back end, Robin using all of the mat. This bowl will turn late and quite solidly. It's going to need to.
Yeah, well, she does get a little bit more turn out of her bowls than some of the other players, but that's still on the wide side.
Yeah, that's the weight for a dead draw. And Denise saying maybe a back bowl's a good idea. That's I don't disagree.
Ansel, she's played been a really solid influence in this team, and again, really good bowl from her, just reaching up to the head. So 2 to Pirongia.
It does look like a target though, doesn't it?
Absolutely, and yes, Rima Strickland doesn't need any no prizes for guessing.
More in the centre of the mat here, Robin.
And she's on the run.
Straight up the middle, Robin Fisher. Oh, she's going for a walk.
Yep. Yeah, you just can't be on the wide side on that side of the rink.
Quarter of the way up.
Now does Denise Timon will call Katrina Ensel to play the same shot? Bury the jack, trail the jack around behind?
Be tempting. It'd be very tempting.
Yes, she's certainly playing with weight.
I like this call. Great call from...
She's got it all the way.
The Pirongia
She's
team.
got it all the way.
That is beautiful. Magnificent. Good call, Brett. Great bowl from Katrina Ensel. That's an unbeatable one in the ditch. Beautiful shot. Well called. Look at that. Unbeatable.
Yeah, look, that's really intelligent play. I mean, yes, they had a couple of shots, but I mean, at this level, the Jacks, you're going to pick that the Jack's going to move, so they've taken the game at this end and the game by the scruff of the neck.
Brilliant.
And suddenly it's Rima Strickland with, she's probably 4 down here, 3, a little bit. So that dark green bowl on the left is Judy Ma's bowl. So definitely 2. And I'm going to guess it's at least 3 here. So Remus Strickland. At this stage, it's about damage control. Second shot, you're not going to get the shot. I don't think they've got any touches that could be played into the ditch to try and get the shot. So
it's a hard end, and this could be a massive end for the Pirongia team.
Yeah, and you can see Riemann not exactly feeling confident about drawing on that forehand side, which is pretty tricky. A little shake of the head. Yep, deep breath. Resetting herself, so can she get the second shot here? Well, she's on the right line for it. She played with weight.
I don't think that was on. Well, I don't know. Oh, is there is a toucher. Was she looking to try cannon Lee's bowl into the pink bowl that sits at 11 o'clock on the screen?
Yeah, it could be. I had forgotten that we'd seen a toucher from Nicole.
Yeah, that must have been the only reason she'd play that weight is if she was trying to cannon that toucher. And reasonable call. You just need to hit the bowl square of Lee's that sits on your screen at the bottom to the slight left. Just need to hit that square or to the outside, to the left as you see it.
But there is a lot of room to draw a second shot in there, and the danger is by trying to play that shot, you're not getting second shot in. You know, 2 or 3 down here.
And the challenge is she'd almost committed herself to like when you pick a shot like that, you almost go, well, we'll just spend 2 bowls on it, because to switch from a run shot to a draw shot's challenging. But you can see there's plenty of room. The player Rima's ability to be able to draw a second shot without too much trouble. Perhaps done it the wrong way around. Perhaps you could have drawn with your first and hit with your second. But
so Robin suggested that they're 3 down, and you can see Rima just a little in 2 minds here what to do. You know,
she may be wisest to come and have a look at the head herself when you're sort of not sure.
It's obviously feeling just a little bit disconsolate. It was a very good bowl of Katrina Ensor's. But Rima's experienced. She knows what she has to do here.
Now,
don't touch that bowl. Oh dear.
That's poor bowls.
Yeah, I think that'll be now 4.
Can't help but feel like this for the Pirongia team. When they look back on this game, if they do end up successful, this is a pretty big end in the context of the psychology of it, isn't it, really? Because, you know, we went from all like thinking, I've got 2 bowls and a jack target, I'll go jack in the ditch. And then we saw Katrina Ensor just nut the jack in the ditch there. You can see at the bottom of your screen. The psychology is interesting. It's going to be a big score here to the Pirongia team.
Yep. Now let's see that last bowl of Denise Ensor. She touched Linda Bennett's bowl, and her bowl actually rolled back. So we know that that's already a counter. So now is
at least 4. I think just the 4. I think the jack is.
Take the shot bowl out. It's 4.
I think 4.
Let's have a look. Oh no! What are they going to do? We've got the umpires come to join us.
Oh, very good.
So Betty will. It's always tricky measuring from the ditch. So Betty's looking for an assistant to help her. I think Grant Hassel's going to be.
Oh, the man, Grant Hassel,
called into action.
Don't drop it, Grant.
No, looking resplendent in his whites and Taranaki centre tie. And now they're just working out.
Confusion reigns.
I think they're just trying to work out which bowls are going to be measured and which they can take out. So let's have a look here.
Can I hold the point of the string measure?
So there's 4 bowls, 4 shots have been taken out. So 4 to Pirongia. A chocking, so they're chocking the jack, so the jack can't move in the ditch. And now we'll see. Using the string so they can just get it over the lip of the ditch.
Good luck, Grant. Watching very carefully here. As the string's pulled tight. What's happening there, Betty? Oh, it looks all quite as it should be.
Yep.
And now chocking the bowl just in case.
Yeah, it's a pretty key stage of the game, and obviously should be very keen just to make sure that they can get a good tight measure without the risk of the bowl being moved. Right, so here we go. 4 shots so far to Pirongia. Is it 5?
They're on it.
That's the Pirongia bowl there they're measuring.
Yep, that was Denise Tomomo's last bowl, which, as you said, just made contact with Linda Bennett's bowl.
And now to the bowl of Royal Oak.
There's a test.
I'm on it, yeah. I'm on
Did you see that?
Yes, I did see that.
Isn't it a little bit funny that a chocked bowl just sat down? Oh, it shouldn't make a difference. Well, I don't know.
So
You can't go back, can you?
No.
So you got to make the call based on that. Right, sat down, Betty.
we can't measure it again.
Hang on, you wanting to check it again?
I got no further commentary for this.
No, neither have I, Alex. I think we'll just let the umpire make her decision, and
I got nothing.
Yep.
I'll just have it. I'll have pistachio while I wait. Do you think then? I got nothing.
well, it can only be 4
The bowl's moved.
because
so
the ball's moved.
that's the end
So
of
I'm
that
not even sure
conversation.
why we're measuring.
Did you notice then? I got nothing.
No, I think we can safely say that's 4 to Pirongia.
Yeah.
And
Well, if it's 4, it's no harm, no foul, isn't it? Because it's what it probably was anyway.
yeah, look, even looking at the well, actually, I don't know. I won't comment. It's too hard to tell from here whether it was whether it would have been 5 if that bowl hadn't have fallen out of the chocks. It did seem that the bowl was only chocked on 2 sides, so perhaps that might have been a reason why it fell in the direction where it wasn't chocked.
Oh,
But
dear.
that's pure conjecture from where we're sitting, Alex.
Oh, it's good to have a bit of excitement on the broadcast.
So so we've now played 17 ends. We're just waiting for confirmation that that was 4, and if it was, that will put our score at 18-8 after 16 of the 25 ends.
So really, if you're Royal Oak, that's now the time where you need to sort of score probably 2/3 of the ends to come. So one every 3 ends, you could probably let Pirongia score 1, but you need to get 2 out of every 3, and 3 end sort of blocks.
Yeah, and early in my bowling career, I played a lot with the great Phil Scoglin, and he used to say in a 25 end game, the game started on end 17. And that really, if you could win the majority of the last ends from end 17 to 25, you could win the game, and that certainly held us in good stead over the period of time that we played together. So now's the time for Royal Oak. So Nicole Singer on her forehand. We haven't seen her play many forehands
No.
in the final. She's largely been playing around the clock, as we call it. But here's a good bowl.
Great shot. Oh, a little bit unlucky there.
Good second. But certainly Judy Ma, the lead for the Pirongia team, has been, just so steady, so consistent through the game, and it really gives your team such a good foundation when the lead is consistently there. And so often Linda Bennett's been playing cover bowls at second,
Which is what you want to be doing.
Absolutely, and that's a pretty good one. Maybe a little bit further over than she'd like, but I mean, at this stage when you're leading 18-8 and you've got a bowl on the jack, that's a good start.
Yeah, it's been sort of a game where I think Pirongia have just kept the level the same the entire way. There hasn't really been a drop off from their four in terms of effective bowl rate.
No.
Where Royal Oak has faded a little as the game's progressed, I think.
Yeah, I think you'd say over the game, the Pirongia team have definitely been more consistent. And as you say, more effective bowls over that period of time. But as we know in the game, that doesn't always mean that you end up winning.
No, it's one of the beauties about it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just the timing of a good bowl.
I mean, it's certainly, certainly the percentages can help, but so can a few brilliant bowls, and that's really what it's going to take now for Remus Strickland and the Royal Oak Rockets to win this game. They're going to need to be consistent, but they're also going to need to play some really good bowls to get themselves over the line. So
Lee just looking at her bowl.
Second bowl from Lee Singer.
Got bogged out wide, I think.
Yeah, and again, you're one down on the head. You've got no bowls past the jack, and you're playing a team that's feeling pretty confident. Yeah, one to Pirongia so far this end, and yes, Denise Tomomo and her team pretty much in charge of this game. Katrina Ensel now to play her first bowl.
Certainly a challenge, I would say. So we see Katrina, who's played some really telling bowls as well in this game. I mean, they all have, all four Pirongia women, just not on that occasion. And perhaps, I don't know, you got no back bowl, so it's hard to call an aggressive shot when you don't have any bowls past the head. You almost need to spend a bowl or two putting bowls past first.
Yeah, I think Rima's basically saying, look, play your forehand and come down there with a bit of weight. So I guess if she's wide, as long as she's not ditch weight, she can potentially get that back bowl in there that they need. But this is not what they need. Short and narrow. Wry smile on Remus Strickland's face. And a bit of a glance at the scoreboard. Katrina Ensel swapping over to the forehand. That last bowl of Robin Fisher's just finishing in the way. And so rather than trying to get around it, she'll swap over to the forehand and try and see if she can add on that side. And she's played a pretty good bowl here. I'm not sure, will she have the weight? Yes, she will. And she sits there, bowl back. So pretty good bowl there from Katrina Ensel. Now what's Robin Fisher got? Closer here.
Better effort here from Robin.
Closer here.
Willing it to hold or to swing.
Oh, unlucky.
Done none of the above. And holding on to one. Pirongia.
Yep, still one to Pirongia. And Denise Tomomo signalling to Katrina that they had one and to play that hand again, forgetting that actually it's her turn to play. So a bit of a laugh between the skips. This game's been played in great spirit. Two very experienced skips, I think, and they've both played some very good bowls to keep their sides in it.
A good game to watch, really. I think Denise has probably turned the heads around the most, and if we think back to the first 5 or 6 ends, Royal Oak had some really nice heads and were arguably a bit unlucky to not turn those over for numbers. They dropped to 2 or 3 ones, I think, on ends that looked like they might score 3s and 4s, which probably coloured the way the game's gone. It has been an enjoyable game to watch. And
I agree. So it's Pirongia holding one, and Remus Strickland trying to get her team back in the game. She's played some very good bowls.
Half a chance on the forehand, Remus Strickland.
Close
She's
here.
very close.
Close here.
Good bowl.
Great bowl.
Clap it.
That's a great bowl.
Absolutely brilliant there from Remus Strickland. He's got the bit between her teeth. Wants to play that last end. and have a chance at winning this title, and that's the way to do it. That was a hard shot to play.
Absolutely. So Denise Tomomo now looking to try and draw the shot. She's on that difficult side where you just don't get a lot of turn in again. I think she's had pretty good weight, but she's just finished a little over and a little wide. So one to the Royal Oak Rickets. Right, Rima, can you add another shot here? This bonus could be really important.
Yeah, very, very important bowl in the context.
Oh, she's got a tighter line.
Every chance, Rima Strickland here. This is good skipping from Rima. That's great skipping from
that's
Rima.
great bowling. That's great bowling. You know, when that gets them right back into this game. 2 shots there, really important. One's taken out.
Oh, surely it's 2. Well, it looked like 2, didn't it?
Definitely looked like 2 to me.
2's easy.
Yep, 2 it is.
Shot.
Yep, good. High clap from Robin Fisher, and deservedly so. That's 2 great bowls from Rima Strickland, just demonstrating, you know, her experience. No panic. Drew a really good shot, and so 18-10. Now we've played the 17 ends. So if we work on the Phil Scoglin theory, that if you win every end from end 17, you probably win the game.
Now's the moment.
Now's the moment for Royal Oak to enact that theory.
And the jack made it.
Yes.
So that's a good jack throw there. It must have been quite close to going into the ditch, I think, based on the speed at which it went flying past the camera.
And for Royal Oak, this is where it starts. Can Nicole Singer start icing that jack and putting a bit of pressure on the Pirongia team? Because it's been Judy Ma really the last few ends calling the tune, and right on.
Brilliant.
On song, Nicole plays a cracker.
Yeah, perfect stuff there from Nicole Singer. And pressure's a funny beast, Brett, and it really, you know, as long as Royal Oak can get to that last end and be within 3 points, 3 or 4 points even, every chance in the world, and it may be that they're the ones that are 3 or 4 points up, and then it has to swing the other way for the Pirongia team, as we see. A very good shot there again from Judy Ma, playing well.
Yeah, she has been playing well. So Nicole, again, can she match that first bowl? I really do like her delivery. I mean, it's just such a nice, confident swing. And she's close here. She's very close. Oh, great bowling. That's great bowling. Yep. Crowd breaks out in applause, and deservedly so. That's 2 outstanding bowls on this 18th end, 18 of 25, and the pressure swings back onto Pirongia.
Yeah, the cool thing about these, the 2 fours, the 25 end fours, the women's and men's, is that most other or every other fours tournament in New Zealand would either be finished by now or you'd be 8 points down on the final end. And here we see a Royal Oak team trailing by 8 and will still feel like they've got every chance in the world of winning this match.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So Rima swaps Lee over onto the forehand, and she's she definitely got good line here.
Great effort if she's got the weight.
Definitely got a good line. She's definitely got a good bowl.
Good shot there from Lee.
Well played.
Interesting decision to be made here. I think Denise called Linda on a bit of weight through the shot bowl on the backhand side. So that won't go, but funny, it's not going to turn back in.
Yep. You know, she almost, in her reaction after she let it go, it almost indicated she knew she was wide. And really didn't need to be playing with that kind of weight.
Yeah, it was perhaps a little bit excessive for what was called.
Right, so Lee Singer now with her second bowl, and she's played another good bowl.
That's a beauty. Probably quite a good thing. She got a little feather off that front one. She wouldn't have wanted to snick the jack over, but a great shot there from Lee Singer.
Yeah, and importantly behind the jack, two really good bowls from Lee, perfectly complementing her daughter, and suddenly the pressure swings around onto.
You're close, Linda.
Yep, you are close.
Very close. Good bowl.
Yep, well played. So back to one.
And locked in a really nice place there. It's essentially impossible to remove Linda Bennett's bowl without bad stuff happening for you. You know, you can't to get rid of it clean is a challenge because there's not a bowl size gap there. So if they want to find a number, it won't be by removing Linda's bowl. It'll be about moving the jack or drawing within the space that's available. See Aidan Zitterstein there.
Yes, we see A Zitterstein on the window and A Zitterstein inside the office.
Just a little subtitle for us.
Yeah. So the successful number 3 in the men's Taranaki Open Fours, and of course the Commonwealth Games bronze medalist for the Cook Islands, who Aidan plays international bowls for on the Gold Coast back in 2018. And the Cook Islands one and only Commonwealth Games medal in their history. So
incredible achievement, and
absolutely, and that heralded quite an explosion for bowls in the Cook Islands. A lot of people playing there now, and in my capacity as regional director for Oceania for World Bowls, it's been really pleasing to see the growth of the sport there, and we'll see the Cook Islands along with a number of other Pacific Island countries, New Zealand, Australia, at the Oceania Challenge, which is going to be in Auckland on the 14th to the 17th of April. And we're going to have an Aotearoa Māori bowls team playing in there alongside New Zealand, side representing New Zealand. So it's going to be a great carnival. Who knows, may even see some of these players featuring in that Aotearoa team.
Who knows? It should be. I'm really looking forward to it, because I think it's a great initiative, and long may it continue. Really, it can only be something that's positive and only something that grows, and it'll mean, well, it does mean a lot to the players, I know, and looking forward to the coverage that we're going to have of that event, and encourage everyone who's in the Auckland region to pop down and just have a look in person as well.
Lockhouse Bay Bowling Club will be hosting the Oceania Challenge, and we had an organising committee meeting this week, and that club, which is well accustomed to hosting major events, are very excited about it, so it's great to have them involved. Back to the Taranaki Women's Open Fours final, and it's one shot to Royal Oak. They're holding on the head, trailing by 8 shots on the board, and it's Katrina Ensor just probing up on this forehand side.
Careful.
Well, she wouldn't have wanted that result. That's the bowl of Robin Fisher, and I'm going to take a wild guess and say that that's now 2 shots to Royal Oak. And so,
it absolutely is. Look at that. Great camera work from our production crew there. Certainly 2 shots to Royal Oak. And that bowl at 12 o'clock isn't as locked in as I thought initially.
Yeah, it's probably too early to call a momentum change, but definitely that last end from Rima Strickland looks like it's just given her team a bit of a boost. They've certainly played some very good bowls on this end. Now, what more magic can the Royal Oak skip work?
Oh, they're probably deciding when, what are they, 8-10, 18-10 down. There is a shot to try and fold that bowl that I previously have categorically stated was locked in. You can actually fold that out of the head. It is a very fine shot though, and it might be best left till the last one.
Yeah, and two's good fishing at this stage of the game. I mean, you want to be scoring, and you definitely don't want to be giving the shot away.
Yeah.
But equally, it's probably pretty safe to draw up on this backhand side, and that's what Rima's trying to do. Just see if she can thread the needle underneath that bowler. She played this well. She played this real well.
Oh, goodness gracious! That was nearly a calamity for Rima Strickland after playing such a good bowl. I just about saw the jack get snicked across. Interesting.
But I think it's a good bowl there, because again it's another catcher. Katrina Ensor having a really good look there,
Denise, you draw to
just
beat
to see
this
if it's
bowl
one
now.
or two down.
It's here.
Because she'll be concerned if they were to sit over that shot bowl,
Sign in here.
they could be even more, more shots down. So,
Yeah.
while they'll be wanting to score, they'll also be wanting to play the board a little bit. So let's see what Denise Tomomo does here.
Playing on the forehand
Feels
side.
wide to me, Alex.
Yeah. Overplayed that one.
Yep.
It's almost just, I don't want to say nervy bowl.
You can play that same shot.
But I almost do want to say nervy bowl. It's sort of a bowl that that was almost the quickest we've seen her get on the match. She just played it quite fast. It's probably potentially feeling a bit under pressure here.
Yeah, it hasn't altered.
An 8-point lead doesn't feel like an 8-point lead when there's 7 ends to go and you're 2 or 3 down on the head.
Yep.
Interesting times here in this Taranaki Women's Fours final.
Yep, a little wipe of the brow there from Denise. She's been playing pretty well through this game, but she'll know the game isn't over yet. So Remus Strickland again on her backhand. And again, I'm going to call pretty good line here. Fraction wider. Does she get a touch off that? She does, but not with enough weight to make a difference.
So holding 2. And for Denise, it really is just trying to draw. You're just trying to draw the shot on the forehand, aren't you? There's no future in any sort of aggressive bowl. And unless she plays a great one, we'll be thinking they're probably going to score another point, maybe 2 here.
Better line.
Denise has something to say about it. Looking to use anything through.
Oh, she set that bowl down.
Let's
so
see.
Out comes 1.
I'll be taking it out. How does it look?
Yeah, good look. Definitely from this angle, it looks like 2.
It has to be 2 there.
I think it is. I'm going to use it just for my line. That's what me play for. Yeah, exactly. Use little views.
Ball at 1.5.
Hmm.
I can understand the reticence to give the second shot away,
I'm dreaming, aren't I?
but it doesn't look like it's much of a question, really. There we go. 2 to
Yeah,
Royal
2
Oak.
only.
I think it's fair to say the comeback's on, Brett. 12-18 now.
Yep. Well, 18-8 looked a decent way away. They're 4 shots better over 2 ends. And if they keep up this scoring momentum, they'll win the game.
They certainly will.
So let's see whether the momentum can be sustained on this end. And last time it was Nicole Singer who called the tune right from her first bowl. Let's see how the young Royal Oak Junior plays this end.
Lovely follow through. And this is not far away, this bowl. It's going to go slightly past it. It's a good shot, really, as a lead.
Yep, that's a good starter.
One of you 2 should be there. So you might as well do it with your first one.
Right, Judy Ma.
On the forehand side. Played very well in this game.
Yeah, very, very steady.
Hasn't missed many. I mean, this is probably the bowl that's been furthest away for Judy from the jack, and it's still past the head, so it's not the end of the world.
Yep. Suddenly you get a little bit of doubt in your own mind, where you start to sort of second guess where you want to finish. And I'm not saying that is the case with Judy, because she'll probably draw a front toucher now, but in a tight game and in a game where both teams are playing well, you don't have to drop off by much of an impact. So let's see what she does with this bowl. She's 2 down. Not particularly close bowls, but still 2 shots down. And again, she's on that good line. But again, she looks to me like she's heavy. She was, but not.
Well, she was heavy.
but not heavy enough not to get the shot.
Yeah, good shot.
Rayma having a good look. Yep. So getting Lee Singer down on this forehand side. Played 2 very good bowls this last end, and I think she's on a pretty good line here. Oh, well played.
Great bowl.
Well
Great bowl
played.
from Lee Singer.
Yep, no, we're definitely seeing a new lease of life from Lee. It's the third good bowl she's played in a row.
Sometimes it can happen when you're one of the roles of a skip, you know, is you try and manage your team and help your team play to the best of their ability. And when you see what Rima did 2 or 3 ends ago, and she trailed the jack back and added a bonus one, often your team lifts up and you start seeing them play some more effective bowls.
Completely. All right. Again, a good line from Lee Singer. And we'll just see the ball come in there. Yep, that's another shot. And she sits the ball down on the jack and perhaps makes a little bit more of a target, but that's 2 shots, and suddenly the pressure mounts on the Pirongia team. See what Linda Bennett does here. Looks a little bit on the wide side for that hand. Again, sort of playing down with that reaching weight. Sit on Lee's, on the Colsinger's back bowl, but it's 2 to the Royal Oak Rockets. And Rima Strickland is having a bit of a look here and saying, okay, so I think we'll get you to play this side of and just try and finish in behind there. Try and cover those bowls, because we know that Katrina Ensor and Denise Tomomo can be deadly with those little weighted shots. And so Robin Fisher, has she got the weight? No, that's a poor bowl.
Yeah, she was on the right line, but just that so easy to fall short. You just don't quite go through your processes, and she'll be very disappointed with that bowl. If anything, it's actually a guide for the Pirongia team, and if they play their backhand side, you know, underneath Robin's bowl, you're going to be half a chance.
Yeah, now's definitely not the time to be tentative, particularly when you're playing. You know, you've got to you're holding shots. You've got to be behind the head, particularly against a team like this that are
reaching,
playing reaching weight, very, very, very attacking. Yes, Katrina Ensor on her backhand, and she's reaching for, and she's close.
Very close.
She's got this all the way.
Nailed it.
All the way.
Oh,
my goodness.
Oh, I got that. Oh.
Wow.
That's an unbelievable level of bad luck there from Katrina, because she got the jack square. If we could get a replay, I don't know if we can get a replay of how that worked.
And Royal Oak are holding at least 3 shots here.
Oh,
potentially 4.
Literally, it couldn't have gone worse, because Katrina nutted the jack dead square, played a perfect bowl, and is now probably 5 down.
And Robin's just drawn another, and that's second shot. So wow.
There's nothing else to say, really. That's so unlucky. That's so unlucky there from Katrina, popping the jack back up the rank. Here's the replay. Let's watch what the jack does, because she got it dead square. Oh well. Just picture it in your mind.
Yep.
Got a dead square and it bounced off a bowl back up the rank. Unbelievable
we
stuff.
may catch that replay later in this end. We'll just watch this bowl from Katrina on her forehand. I'm guessing she's going to be drawing now. There's not a lot of purchase, and oh no, she's still playing with weight. Wow, that surprises me.
That's a brave call.
And she's pushed back their closest bowl. So I'm going to call at the moment that it's the Royal Oak Rockets holding 5 shots.
This is unbelievable scenes here, really. Here's the replay. Now watch the jack. Bounced off and back square up. That's so... it's just bad luck, really, isn't it?
It sure is. So Rima Strickland's got first bowl here, and she's just having a bit of a think, obviously just having a good look about what she does here. On one hand, she's got 5 shots, but she'll be thinking, okay, well, I don't want to set up I don't want to make it any more of a target. At the moment, it's not easy to play to. She could try and draw the jack around the corner, and just really see if she can take out that ability to trail the jack for Denise Tomomo. She'll definitely be, I think, no, I'm going to be wrong. I was going to say she'll definitely be on the forehand, but she's
Yeah.
not. She's going to play backhand side, so she's obviously going to leave that shot open and try and draw another very close bowl on her backhand. So
just say, like, if you can do it, you can do it. What's most important is that she just counts. You want to keep twisting the screw and adding a bit of pressure in, and not to be. That's a surprising bowl there from Rima.
well, she may have played a cover, because if Denise did get that jack, she'd be 3 or 4 down. So she may be just saying, well, look,
Good
you
call.
know, I'm going to challenge you to play that shot.
She's close, Denise.
She's
very
very
close.
She's
She's close.
She's got it.
Where's Rima's bowl?
Well,
Good shot, Rima Strickland, and a great shot from Denise as well. That's good stuff.
5 down. I'll tell you what, you know, that
I wouldn't have had the guts to trail it. I would have been drawing second shots.
that's a confident shot.
That's a great bowl.
Mind you, we are playing on a rink that's tight, and so maybe she felt that was a good percentage shot for her. She's played those shots well. But well done, Rima Strickland. Good judgment with her first bowl to get one back there, and she's close here.
Yeah, we've seen Rima really turn it on in the last couple of ends.
Wow, great bowl.
2 great bowls, and Denise will be on her backhand too now, looking to follow it down. And it does feel, I'll hold my words actually for about 15 seconds. Just wait and see what Denise is able to do here.
She does have the back bowls, so I'm guessing she's definitely going to be reaching up to those bowls. Now, is she going to hold? Is she going to hold? No.
No.
And she drops short. Well, doesn't it really surprise you, Alex? Just shows you what pressure does in a game.
Look at this replay here. There we go. 1-2. It actually bounced. The jack bounced off 2 bowls. And then we saw it trailed back there. And then the added thing, the one I care about, is the jack was gutsed by Katrina on her backhand. Bounced off a bowl to the side left at 7 o'clock first. Onto a bowl at 6 o'clock and back up the rink. Unbelievable, but it feels, like I was going to say, it feels like the momentum has swung now, I think, Brett. And I think Royal Oak well and truly on the comeback trail here in this final of the Taranaki Women's Open Fours.
And where it's starting is at lead. You know, we've got Nicole Singer now playing a different length and icing the jack. And here she is again, right on the jack. Look at this.
Great stuff.
You know, the youngster really pouring on the pressure now. And with the score, I think, just waiting for that score to be updated. We've got a game on our hands.
We absolutely do, and all kudos to the Royal Oak team. I think Rima Strickland turned that one end around, that key end, made it both bowls count. It was probably a 6-point swing, and from there the Royal Oak Rockettes really, they haven't looked back at the moment. They're just charging forward. We're on the 20th end, 5 to go after this one. Good stuff.
And again, you know, Judy Mann not far away, but before she would have been, you know, drawing a shot there. Suddenly, you know, it's not the shot, and it's Nicole calling the tune, and with 4 points the difference with 5 ends to go. And look at this. Another very good bowl from Nicole. Second shot, but past the jack. And anyway, let's see what Judy Ma can conjure up here. She's played very, very well through this final.
On the back end, it's on a good line again, Brett. It's just down to the weight here from Judy. She'll be willing it on, run it out, says Denise. Not to be, almost want a curling broom sometimes in bowls, just to get that last couple of revolutions out of it.
2 shots to the Royal Oak Rockettes, and the rejuvenated Lee Singer on her forehand side.
Though, Brett, on a quick side note, I think curling would be better without the brooms because it's cheating, isn't it? You're affecting what the stones do. It should just be your natural in and out. Unless we're allowed brooms, and Lee will be disappointed with that bowl.
Yeah, look, I mean, to be fair, she wasn't short, and I mean, she was looking to just get up past that jack. But yeah, just a little bit heavy there with that bowl. So let's see what Linda Bennett does. Swapping over to the forehand side, and looking for that shot, looking for the jack, and she slides by.
Oh.
But It's almost a bit of a sense of panic here, Alex. You know, suddenly, to be playing, sort of ditch weight shots from number 2. They are still leading and they are only 2 down. Better bowl from Lee here. Does she stay up? She does, and she draws another shot, and now it's 3 to Royal Oak.
Yeah, you can just, it's so easy to lose sight. Pirongia won't feel like they're 4 up at the moment.
No, and now's the time just for calm heads. Just, get some bowls on the head, get some close bowls. Linda didn't look happy with that delivery. And again, wide and heavy. So that's 2 bowls in the ditch. I mean, that probably looks like a bit of a target from the other end, but, certainly the job of the number 2 is to be getting bowls on the head at this stage of the game and let the 3 and the skip do the work.
Yeah, she'll be disappointed with that. Mate, you just got to move on, and she's capable of doing so. Just focus on the 5 ends to come, 10 bowls to go. We see Robin Fisher, don't hit that one, she says to herself.
Oh, has she given away the shot?
It's a slice of hell. I think still 1 to the pink bowler Nichols. That would have been pretty serious panic there, I think, from the Royal Oak team.
Looking at the look of Rima's face, it's not positive. So I'm not certain there. That's very unfortunate bowl if they have ended up 1 down there. And here's Katrina Ensor, and she's close here.
It's good. That really puts salt into a wound, doesn't it? When you may have just given the shot away in the opposition. Oh, she would like to bowl to sit down, but puts the bowl close-ish. Okay, so she must be 1 down, or she wouldn't be calling this. Asking ditch weight from Robin Fisher on her forehand side. Now, how fast are you turning, Bolt?
She's wide.
No.
Well, almost turned another one in.
Yeah, it's
Okay, I need something here.
it's not ideal.
He comes here.
Royal Oak still holding, if we think that the bowl at 12 o'clock's the shot, Royal Oak still got 2nd shot and then 4th and 5th. There's probably options on the back end.
Yep. Yeah, look, it's only N20, so there's still plenty of time to go in the game. Katrina Ensor just coming up and maybe just slowing the game down a little bit and just taking the opportunity to assess what the situation is.
Fair enough. And the decisions here, it's not easy either because it's a precarious position really for the Pirongia team. You don't want to sit an opposition bowl up and over if you play the back end. You don't want to snick the jack to the left if you play the forehand side. So it's sort of fraught with danger, left, right and centre. Now she's talking about playing through that bowl, but it feels like it's a bit far away from the jack. Unless you get it dead square, that's not going to be a pretty result at the end of the day either.
No, and you got to be very careful not to suddenly feather the bowl out of the head. I mean, as you say, it's not particularly close to the jack. There's good band of supporters. I see Sandra Zitterstein there, Aiden's mother, and a great supporter of Taranaki bowls. I know Sandra doesn't normally drink, but I'm told she actually had a celebration.
Yeah, I believe she
after the final of the men's fours with her husband John and son Aiden playing opposite each other in the same position, number 3, and it was Aiden's team, skipped by Hamish Carpe, that were just successful over John's team, skipped by Brendan Walton. So
I think Sandra purloined a gold star for her efforts as well.
She's well.
Now that shuffled because it's on carpet. I think it probably shuffled close enough to be holding the shot there. You wouldn't have seen that on a natural green. It just would have set up and back down, but it shuffled along. I think it's 1 now to Royal Oak. And an interesting call, a brave call there from Pirongia, but the logic being you play the opposition shot before they play it, just drawing through that gap. And she wasn't that far away, really, Katrina, just half a bowl wide.
No, and I think looks like Rima will. Well, she's talking about playing the backhand, so playing through that gap and probably trying to trail the jack. Let's see. Fascinating stage of this game.
Psychology of it. Rima really sizing this up now. Decisions.
To me, it still looks like a full hand shot.
I agree.
But she's played some great backhand shots, and I guess she only has got to really touch her bowl and it becomes shot. So let's see what Rima does. She's been in absolutely outstanding form the last part of this game. So she's probing down here.
Oh, that was a lot of that. She wasn't short.
No.
Interesting.
I think working on the basis that if she gets onto the bowl onto the jack, she's got the bowls behind, and so she must score because it's not a toucher. So
that's sound enough logic there. And Denise trying to get a bowl close. What she doesn't want to do is snick the jack. She wants to just draw it nice and clean. Now, if this bowl stays up, yeah, it'll be interesting to see.
It's a very good bowl.
Interesting to see what Rima does. I think probably changes her shot. If she stays on her backhand, it must be with less weight now from Rima Strickland to just sit through the second shot perhaps.
I agree. So the Royal Oak Rockets, the Rockettes.
Rockettes.
That's us. That's us.
I think, I don't know, it's sort of, there'll be multiple options here. Robin will give Rima one to play. At the back end will be tempting with less weight. Your collision bowl could be the shot could be the bowl that holds the shot when all the dust is settled. It's a lot about the bowl on her hand at the moment. That should be the one that counts at the end.
I'm getting a text saying that it's the Rockets, not the Rockettes. But that's not from a Royal Oak member.
Yes. Yeah, it's whatever. Shall we just call on the team from Royal Oak?
She's close here.
See if people are
She's
happy
getting
with
edge. Just misses.
I mustn't be able to read, Brett. What happened? I wasn't looking. I was busy being.
Rima was just wide, so she was just looking to get that edge off that bowl to see if she could plant the bowl across. And it's 1 to Pirongia. So that's a relief for them.
Yeah, an unexpected one. Really, if we think about sort of halfway through that end, it was looking pretty good again for Royal Oak.
Indeed. The Rockets or the Rockettes?
Yeah, the Royal Oak, the team from Royal Oak. Royal Oak Incorporated or Royal Oak Bowling Club or Royal Oak, whatever the name of the club is.
And so 1914, we're playing end 21. So the still nothing in this game really. So let's see what let's see if that scoring that shot calms the farm a little bit in the Pirongia camp, because certainly the last team was looking a bit dire.
Yeah, there will be relief there, won't there? Because there was a serious amount of momentum sort of going in the direction of the Royal Oak team. And that's a good first bowl there from Judy Ma.
Yep, back onto their length. So Nicole with her first bowl, and she's close here. Just sits on Judy's shot bowl, so it's still Pirongia holding, but a good opener from Nicole. But at the moment, the momentum swings back in the Pirongia camp.
Just slightly on the short side. Big bowl here from Nicole.
And she's close. Oh, great pole.
shot. Been impressed with his last 5 or 6 ends. Nicole's lifted her level back up again to what we saw at the beginning. It's been a very good battle between these two leads, and probably a big reason why we've seen the Royal Oak team have this sort of run of form. It's been able to have heads to build on as opposed to try and salvage.
Sure has been. I mean, we called at the beginning of this game that we said this would go down to the last end, and I haven't changed my opinion. I think we've got two very well balanced teams, and it really just comes down to those crucial moments in the game of who can play the big bowls. And both Denise Tomomo and Rima Strickland have proven that they can play some great stuff under pressure. The only difference in the game has been the end that Katrina Ensor ran the jack into the ditch.
It felt like such a key point, and we see Lee Singer there.
Just getting hung up on that short bowl of Linda Bennett's. So let's see what Linda can do. Again, out on the wide side on that hand. Again,
Yeah, nothing bowl there.
Yep, again short. So Rima having a good look here. What can Lee do with her second bowl? Line. Close here.
Good correction from Lee Singer. That's great stuff.
Yeah.
Good bowl.
1-2 Royal Oak. Great bowl from Lee Singer there. Played that good tight line, sitting off the shot pole, and gets a clap from her skip. Trina Ensor now on the back end, and she's playing with weight, looking for that bowl, but she's tight. Wouldn't want to turn it onto the jack.
Oh.
Well, that could be fortuitous. That could be 2 now to Royal Oak. Not sure. So Rima having a look. Yep, she's saying to Robin, right, come down on your forehand side, thread the needle down through those bowls, if you can draw a shot. Right, come on, Robin. What have you got to show us this time?
Forehand.
Well, good line.
Steering it down. It's not far away. Robin Fisher gets a good little rub potentially. Oh, if she had been an eighth of a bowl wider, that would have been a perfect bowl.
Now, Katrina Ensor, she's played some critical bowls in this game. Been so impressed with her play. At number 3 for the Pirongia side. She got for us this time.
On the backhand. Hard to tell. She's got a pretty good poker face. Oh, she's wide.
She's
I can't tell if she likes it or not.
Well, that's a bowl of Linda Bennett's that she's clipped there. But yeah, no result in Rima's saying, come on, you come down there, sit the shot bowl, turn your own front bowl over, trail the jack. Right.
On the forehand.
Robin Fisher. Yeah, good line again.
Got the right weight. Good bowl.
Well, it was a good bowl.
Ultimately, didn't add to the count, but it was a well-played shot from Robin. And another hard end. We haven't seen many heads recently where it's been a simple shot for Pirongia to play, have we?
No, and most of the times it's now Royal Oak with more bowls on the head, which gives them more options. And Pirongia still 5 shots in front, but there's some opportunities for Rima Strickland to convert here. This is a pretty tricky end, but let's see what the two players do. So Denise Tomomo, she's on the forehand and she's wide.
And walking away from that bowl.
Wasn't happy, so it was obviously looking for that shot pole.
If it stops, is it going to stop? Yeah. I suppose that's one positive, is it hasn't gone into the ditch.
Rima Strickland. She's played some cracking bowls in this final. And she's close here.
Close, Rima Strickland.
She's very close here.
Oh, the jack sprung so far away from that bowl.
She's still got one. Unlucky there because any contact on that brown bowl of Robin Fisher's would have given them 2. Instead, she trails it. She's still got one shot, and she only had one shot before, so she's no worse off. But she could potentially have got a better result, either sitting the shot bowl or turning over that third shot.
Absolutely, she was right in the area really, and is unlucky for it to have sprung so far. Denise willing this bowl to get back in. She's given it a good track here. This could be magnificent from Denise. Beautiful.
Oh, great bowl.
Absolutely beautiful bowl. Got to try chip it off. You got it back. You've got a. Was that her last one, wasn't it?
And remember, Denise's first bowl ended up around the back.
Yeah, so that's not great for the Royal Oak team.
No.
Beautiful shot by Denise. Taking it, she's grabbed with both hands. Half a chance.
Yep, and that's certainly a very, very good bowl.
Rima Strickland on the back end. What's the plant do, Brett?
It puts you 2 down.
Yeah, that's the answer to that question. Disappointing from the Royal Oak Rockets. That end turned around real fast. And Pirongia with they've more than stopped the ride, haven't they? They're again extending their lead now, 21-14, 3 ends to go. This is a very important end in the context of the game.
Yeah, look, it's a cruel game, isn't it? Royal Oak holding the shot. Everything to gain for by playing with weight. You come down and it wasn't the worst result possible, but it certainly wasn't. Wasn't as good a result as it could have been. You forced Denise Tomomo to play the other hand, and she draws a dead set toucher.
Literally.
Yeah, and then you come down and are trying to reach it and turn up another bowl second shot. So it's like a 3, maybe 4 shot turnaround, given the potential that you had to get another shot with your first bowl. The game can be cruel and it can change so quickly. Having said that, end 22, so we've got 4 ends to go. The difference is 7, and as we've seen, this Royal Oak team is really capable of being rockets or rockettes and really piling the pressure on. But it starts with Nicole. She's led very well in these last few ends, and here's a chance to do that again.
Oh, she'll be disappointed.
Yep, that would be probably the worst bowl she's played in the last few ends.
Easily, she's led from the front really. Probably the last 5 or 6 ends, she's almost had a front toucher with her first bowl every time, which is a good place to start from. And you've got 7 points to make up. A few ends to go. Now would be a good time for a 3 if you're the team from Royal Oak Bowls Incorporated.
Judy Mars played a good one here. Yep, gets a clap from her.
Great shot. Lovely bowl.
Denise Tomomo, and that's Judy back to her very best. We've seen a lot of her green bowls around the jack over this game, though the two of them have had a pretty good tussle. Now can Nicole, she's close. Can she sit this bowl? Can she sit it?
Got the jack instead. Oh, got half of each.
Brilliant bowl.
That's a great shot. If she doesn't have the shot, that's a bit stiff there. 1 up to the Pirongia team. Great effort from Nicole.
Yeah, and definitely opens the the head up for more shot play for her Royal Oak team. So well played. Linda Bennett again on that backhand side, and she looks like she's going to be pretty close here.
Half a chance. It's the best bowl Linda's played in a few ends. You'll be pleased with that. Just something to work from. You know, you've been close with the bowl. You can make little corrections.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. She's got back into her rhythm again. And this time it's Lee
On the
Singer.
forehand, will be wanting to miss on the narrow side. You've got a boulder punch into the head. It's an okay one as a start. She'll be. That's a nice weight to play that well with, isn't it, Brett?
Yep, useful back bowl for them. Just there's been a lot of jack movement in this game, so having that bowl at the back is certainly helpful. Let's see what Linda Bennett does this time. She's on a pretty good line here. Here's a very good bowl from Linda.
Beautiful shot.
Yeah, well
Made
played.
that lovely little correction from her first one. Got herself back under control. That's a great shot. Makes it really challenging for the team from Royal Oak Bowls. Lee on the forehand.
Looked a little tied out of the hand. That's it just didn't seem to get that bowl away quite as well as the previous few, and so at this stage it's Pirongia holding 2 shots, I think.
And Katrina on the forehand.
Stage they'll probably be just looking to get some cover bowls in. The head's pretty well set up for them. At this stage they've just got to keep scoring. And so let's see what Katrina Ensel does here. Yep, she's down on the forehand, looking to just get to Denise Tomomo's right foot there, just indicating that's where the jack's going to spring to if it's hit with weight, and that's a very good bowl from Katrina Ensel, right where her skip has to be. And now it's Robin Fisher's job to try and work some magic here.
I feel like it's a big end in the context of the game. If Royal Oak doesn't score here, sort of, it's not their last real opportunity, but a good chance.
Yeah, she walked a little bit with that one, but it's holding.
Oh, goodness gracious.
And she's got the closest bowl. So look, that's incredibly bad luck to get through that narrow gate and to get your own bowl out. It has left them with 3 back bowls, and Denise Tomomo has quickly spotted that, and so she's got her foot out and saying to Katrina Ensel, swap over, come down on that backhand side and get to my foot. Yeah. So we've got something behind in the event that the jack goes directly back.
I mean, we've seen luck go both ways. We saw Katrina unlucky to bounce the jack back up the rink, but Royal Oak's always, or the Pirongia team's always salvaged their bad luck. I feel like Royal Oak's had some shots be in the area and go not as well as they could have, and they haven't often recovered from the bad rub of the green that's happened to them. They usually drop the 1s and 2s instead of pick up the numbers, and here we see them now somehow a number down.
Yeah, very good bowl from Katrina Ensel there, right where Denise Tomomo wanted her to be, and so the pressure swings on to Royal Oak. But I'll tell you what, Robin Fisher has played a cracker here.
Close here, Robin Fisher.
Oh, that's
great
outstanding,
bowl.
And that's 1 to Royal Oak. That's outstanding.
Deserved that result, hey?
Absolutely, and just when it looked like the game was, swinging away from them, she gives them a chance. So, wry smile from Denise Tomomo. You kind of, you're skipping and you think, well, I've got everything covered.
Really?
Yeah, there's only one bowl that's not covered, and that's where the jack goes. But Rima called it. She asked Robin Fisher to play down that side and to look for some contact, and she played it really well. So well done to Robin Fisher and Royal Oak. You've given yourself a chance to stay in this game, and let's see what the next 4 bowls brings us on this 22nd end.
Yeah, huge moments here. See Denise on her forehand side. She's played some great bowls. I still think my player of the match would be Denise, although in the last few ends we haven't seen her quite in her sparkling form, but in that first half of the game she turned so many heads around, Brett.
Yeah, look, it's a hard call. I mean, Katrina Ensel's also played very well. We've seen some great bowls from Judy Ma. You know, I mean, they've played very well as a team, but then so have Royal Oak, and here's a good bowl from Rima. Looking very close here for shot, and she's played a cracker, so that's 2 to Royal Oak. So well done. Shot itself from Rima Strickland.
Brilliant stuff. We see Katrina just saying, woo. Let me look at the head.
Taking charge.
You're looking to come past it. Even if you kill it, it doesn't matter. You get these
They
bowls,
really play attacking bowls. I think it's been great. You know, there's they're not going to lose wondering.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
she's let it go, and we see on the backhand this bowl. What's going to happen, Brett? Something square and zipping away. Probably not the weight Katrina was imagining. We heard her say, even if you kill it, it's okay. And that, not sure, was quite kill weight.
So the only downside to that shot is, you know, you give Rima plenty of room to draw another shot if you miss, and she did. That's Denise Tomomo. So now Rima Strickland with her last bowl. There's, I see a little gasp there. So does she think she's narrow? If she does, she's wrong.
That's
so
brilliant.
She's around that bowl, and that's
brilliant stuff.
Magnificent bowl. Wow.
When the chips are down, this team from Royal Oak Bowls has found a way, and that's a 3 there, right at the time when they needed to get a 3. And I've been informed, Brett, that if it is a draw after 25 ends, we get to see 5 more ends.
Wonderful.
5 more ends of this game.
Well, yeah, look, fabulous bowls. Fabulous bowls from the Royal Oak team. You know, they are just such fighters. Rockets or rockets, they are hanging in there. So we've got 3 ends to go. As Nicole Singer delivers the jack, and slightly shorter than we've been playing in this direction, I think. So, but let's see, from here on in, it's just instinct and your ability to play under pressure. And so far we've seen the Royal Oak team really show that they're fighters. They really are fighters in this hole. And that's a good start from Nicole.
Great start from Nicole.
And well played, Rima Strickland. You know, there, 2 outstanding bowls, you know, keeping her team in the game. You know, only four shots of difference, which really over 3 ends is nothing.
Yeah.
But here's a good bowl from Judy Ma.
Such good. I mean, I feel like we've said good bowl a lot. There's been a lot of good stuff from both teams here.
Yeah, and how often when we've thought that, you know, the ends have been looked like they were pretty sealed, we've seen some great shot play to alter the heads around no better than the last end.
Yeah, from both the 3s and the skips as well. I think we've seen a lot from Robin, as well as we've seen from Katrina, Denise, and Rima Strickland. Some really good bowls under pressure and big turnarounds. We talk about shot swings when you're sort of 2 or 3 down and you get a 2 or 3. It's a 4 or 5 point shot swing. We've seen that happen in favour of both teams in this game. It's been a good one to watch. And another great bowl there from Judy Ma, playing well.
So the momentum shift back to Royal Oak with the score on the last end, but now they've got to get the shot here.
And they've
right on.
Duly done.
Yep, well played, Lee Singer. Linda Bennett now. Look tight out of the hand. Pretty well weighted, so it's going to finish in the head, but let's have a look. Who's got the shot there? Maybe a couple to Royal Oak, says Rima Strickland. And so, yeah, she's just saying you're just drawing down that side. The singer likes the look of it. Here it comes now. Break into the head. She's played a cracker here.
How good's this?
Oh, 2 great bowls.
Great stuff.
Well played, Lee Singer.
And look at this. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. 7 bowls. I was just about counted from 1 to 7 at once, but I thought I can skip the last 3. 7 bowls within a reasonably large tea towels distance of the jack. That's not bad from these two teams.
Yep. Yeah, no, they're all responding well to the pressure. And now what's Linda Bennett got in store?
8 bowls within a big tea towel.
Breaking into the head, and
Great
she's
stuff.
drawn the shot. Well played. That's the experience of Linda Bennett, Parajack member. Played a lot of international bowls over the last few years and playing a really good bowl under pressure there. Ed in the Parajacks pair with Pam Walker at the Commonwealth Games in Leamington Spa. And I'm sure we'll be looking forward to more international play hopefully this year with the World Bowls and other events. So it's a pretty competitive group.
Yeah, and a growing group as well. The Para Bowls New Zealand's seen growth year on year with the introduction of the Open Disability event as well as the Euro Nationals. I think is seeing growth, and that's a good space to be watching with bowls. We're certainly a game that can be played by anyone.
Absolutely. Not such a good bowl from Robin Fisher that time, falling short. Here's Katrina Ensor down on her backhand side.
Oh. I thought Denise wasn't going to move fast enough for a second there, but she got out of the way of the bowls. And Robin Fisher looking to make a correction. That's I don't mind that sort of a way to refocus yourself sometimes. It's just to do a little task and then back onto the mat.
A little bit of grit on the carpet now. Sit the bowl, trail the jack. Certainly played that a lot more confidently than her first bowl.
Yeah, better effort here from Robin Fisher down to the weight. She's got the right green.
Oh, she'd be disappointed. Not a bad bowl. It's a good guide for Rima down that side.
I suppose if we were to look for a positive from that shot for the team from Royal Oak Bowls, it's that it's now quite challenging for Rima to accidentally pop the jack back to the back left, as we'll see in a second with this head sits. If Rima clears Robin's bowl on her backhand, it's very unlikely she's going to pop the jack back to the back left as we see it.
That's right.
Which is good for Royal Oak. Although this is now, well, I don't know why I bothered saying anything. I'll be going square through that last bowl, do you think, Brett, or what would you play? Sort of.
Yeah, look, it's tricky.
Hard.
I mean, Rima's played some very good bowls on this backhand side coming down this way, and you might say really she just needs to get contact there, but they don't have the very back bowls. Again, those 2 short bowls of Robin Fisher's, doesn't those bowls, you can't make them count where they are, and you don't have the benefit of having them behind as catches. But it's not be too hard on Robin Fisher. She played a screamer in the last end to get them back into it. And so now it's going to be, can they play another really good shot? I mean, a hit and run on that black bowl can get them the shot. Turning the black bowl onto the jack and back to Lee Singer's first bowl is a chance. I think they really just got to make some contact down there and try and open the head up. And if they can get the shot with this first bowl, well, then that's a really good result.
Yeah, at the very least, you want to be springing the jack to the left, as we see it here, to reset the head, and then you have at a minimum, a bowl to draw something close. So I agree, Brett. If she gets it perfectly, they'll sit with one. So it's Rima Strickland on the backhand side through the shot bowl.
I mean, you can't afford to really go down one here. So you've got to be scoring. So that'll suggest that she'll be playing with a bit of weight, and she is.
On the backhand side, Rima, if she clears the front, it could do something. Okay, now you want to hit Robin's bowl square. It's gone poorly.
Well, it does open it up a little bit on the other hand now. There is a shot now on the other hand to come down through that channel and potentially get both bowls.
Yeah.
Click, clack, black bowl.
Little feather.
Yep.
You actually get almost 3 feathers if you're slightly on the wide side in that front bowl.
So it does open up another shot. But it's tricky.
And see Denise make her way down, saying something funny, obviously.
Yep.
I like that she's wearing sunglasses inside too, Brett. I think that's
a lot of players find the glare inside quite difficult, and I don't know if they are reading glasses as well as being glasses for sight as well as being shades, but
little feather.
Well,
great bowl from Denise.
It's a very good bowl.
This is, you feel like it's the winning or the losing of the game here. The Pirongia team on 21 points, 4 up, holding 3, so they'd be 7 up second to last end. It's a comfy space to be.
It does set up a split on the back end.
Yeah.
And or that shot, as we said, coming down through that gap and looking to split your way through those bowls. So either way, it's got to be played with a fair bit of weight.
Yeah, you want something square, don't you?
Yeah.
I think this...
We now have Robin's bowl actually right at the back. So they do have a back bowl now. Rima turned that through with her first bowl.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think she's going to play the backhand, and she's going to look to come down through that gap, look for the split, or get one of those bowls onto the jack. You know, and let's face it, any jack movement's probably going to be a reduction in the number of shots. So here's Rima Strickland.
She's close.
She's very close.
She's close, Rima Strickland.
Is it going to pull? Oh, well. Might be second shot.
If it's second shot, that's a great result. But it was a good. I mean, that was a good bowl from Rima. It's one,
yes,
she says.
Well, it is second shot. Well,
very good. Well, she deserved a result from that. I felt it held longer. It held longer than you would have thought. So she deserved a result, even though that's probably the widest you could possibly be and still get a result. A good bowl nonetheless from Rima Strickland, and still have a chance here for the team from Royal Oak Bowls.
Well, Denise Tomomo coming up and just having a look. I mean, you know, she's got the shot. So does she play just to turn one of those bowls over? Of course, she wouldn't want to turn it onto the jack.
Yeah, it'd be a gentle draw on the back end, wouldn't it? If she misses short, it's okay. Yeah, then you'd be 22-17 up on the penultimate end of this final. Just an okay space to be in. They've led. Is it the entire way they've led the Pirongia team?
I think all but the first end. I think.
Yeah.
Or first couple of ends. I think it was 1-0 and then 2-1 to Royal Oak. But yeah, they've led for the bulk of this game. So Denise Tomomo now on the backhand, and in classic Denise fashion, she's
not short.
She's looking to try and turn those bowls up. Or you wouldn't. No, I'm not going to comment. Actually, she didn't have as much weight as I thought.
No, neither. I was
to be fair.
had visions of Robin Fisher's bowl being punched into the head for the shot, but it didn't happen. So 1 to the Pirongia team. 22-17 now.
And look, let's just say well played Rima Strickland, because 3 there looked like it was Pirongia holding 3, and so 3 there would have been game over. To reduce it to 1 keeps you in the game. Okay, you're 5 shots behind, but we've got 2 ends to go, and you've got 16 potential shots to score. So let's see what is in store for us. Having said that, you'd have to say Pirongia are in the box seat
Absolutely.
towards winning their first Taranaki Open Fours final. Bit of a joke there between Katrina Ensor. I must say I've been very impressed with her. I think she's done a good job of being a really steady influence at 3, and seen her doing a lot of talking with her other teammates, and that's often a role that people don't see. That you play in the team and just keeping everybody calm, and look at the benefit of that.
Great bowl.
Smile on Judy Ma's face, and now a smile on Denise Tomomo's face with a really good first bowl.
Very good game this has been, and for Royal Oak, the team from Royal Oak Bowls, it's sort of a 3 would be extremely good fishing in this situation.
Absolutely. They've definitely got a score, but that's a good start from Nicole. I mean, she's 1 down, but being behind, if you can't get the shot, be behind and just set it up for the others now.
Yeah, you're not going to score 3 points in between the closest bowl of Judy Mars and the Jack, are you? So it's a clever bowl, or a good bowl there from Nicole Singer, because when the Jack does get moved back, it's a great, how well is Judy playing? That's great stuff.
I could see her talking to herself as she let the second one go, and I'm not sure what whether she was admonishing herself or
maybe she was saying it's perfect.
Yeah, but whatever she did it well, and that's 2 very good bowls at this stage of the game. And Nicole just trying to get down here for second shot. Pretty close.
Good bowl.
Yeah, look, that's outstanding leading from the 2 of them. They've both played very well in this game, and for a junior player like Nicole to be playing so well, on a big stage like this, down to the last few ends of a game, points to the fact she's got a great career ahead of her, no matter the result in the game today.
Certainly bodes well. We see Linda having a conversation, just I don't know what about, but on the forehand anyway, holding 2 on this end.
Linda just going through her pre-match routine. Graham Doreen, who many will know from the Takapuna Bowling Club, who's coach of Selena Goddard, a New Zealand singles champion, and a number of other players, and a big reason why Takapuna has been so successful in the women's ranks over the last few years has also been coaching Linda Bennett. Linda's come up for a number of coaching sessions with Graham, and I can recognise a bit of his influence in some of her pre-shot routine. And that's a pretty good bowl from Linda, getting around the back, recognising that the Royal Oak team will be attacking. And
Please sing it.
Oh, wow.
What a bowl. Great shot. Wow. Great shot.
Look, perfect weight. Couldn't have played that bowl any better. It's a shot to Royal Oak. And, with Denise is calling it as a measure, so I won't be presumptive to suggest that she's wrong.
It looked like it should be a shot, didn't it?
It did.
Great bowl.
It did. And certainly it has given Royal Oak the opportunity where they can look to score, which is critical.
Linda on the back end side, down to your weight now, Linda. Here you are, it's going for its little walk. Well, it did something.
Well, it probably consolidates the head a bit for Pirongia. I mean, it's another bowl on the head, and it's but still a chance for Rima and her team here if they can get a bit of jack movement, and tuck that jack round the corner, then they can do well. So Lee Singer on target here. She get around it.
I was going to say, the concern about Linda's bowl being there is it set a plant up.
Yes, and it's now Pirongia holding 2 shots. Yeah, very unlucky, Lee Singer there. Probably a centimetre narrow, maybe a couple of centimetres narrow. She gets around it, she trails the jack. But it's a game of fine margins, and now the momentum swings towards Pirongia, with them holding 2 shots. Plenty of balls on the head for them.
The team from Royal Oak Bowls, and that shot there of Katrina's a little bit short and work to do for Robin Fisher. It'll be tempting to play the forehand almost.
Yeah, I mean, Robin gets quite a bit of turn out of her bowls, and I see she's just moving over on the mat to give herself an angle. She can get around there and trail that jack around the corner. They'll probably have 3, maybe 4 shots.
She's close, Brett.
She's very close. Has she got the weight?
Robin Fisher on
Has
the
she got the
backhand.
weight?
Get out of the way, Rima. I can't see. Oh, just the weight there. I think the track was absolutely perfect. Just a few feet short. A great effort, and that'll give Robin a lot of confidence because nothing's in her way still.
No.
That shot's still on. It's not much of a correction here if nothing changes.
Yep, just inside her bowl, even a little touch off her bowl now. Gives her a bowl that she can just play off. I see Linda Bennett looking to the sky. I'm sure everyone will be trying to call on a bit of divine inspiration for the last couple of ends.
Katrina on the back end, ducking away now. Here's a big bowl in the context of the game. Royal Oak, the team from Royal Oak Bowls could be holding 3 shots in about 20, 21 or 22 seconds here. If Robin Fisher plays this bowl perfectly, a little feather off her one wouldn't be the end of the world.
Yep.
Onto the jack, off to the side for 3.
Not necessarily a bad bowl of Katrina Ensel's there, given that it's on that side of the head. But Robin, she's on a good line here.
Close.
She's on a very good line here. She's going to get a little
off the
slide
red,
off the red,
onto the jack.
on the jack, and she gets the shot. Well played.
Great bowl.
Well played.
I said 3-1. It's just 1. I was wrong.
Well, it's just one
good shot.
It was a great shot, and it's as importantly also given them the opportunity now to make more than 1 shot. Yes, if she trailed the jack around the corner, they might have had 3, potentially 4, but that shot's still on.
Absolutely, even that split between Lee's bowl and Robin's bowl.
Yes, she could turn. She could
Sit it
turn.
down.
Yep, turn the shot bowl over onto the green bowl. Turn the shot bowl onto the jack and split it sideways for 3, maybe 4. So yeah, everything to be gained for Rima. I would suspect, knowing Denise Tomomo and Katrina Ensor and the way they like to attack, they might try and play the shot first, Alex.
I agree. We've seen that already from these players. It's a good. I enjoy that way of playing bowls because you don't allow your opposition to play the shot because you've played it for them. It's a good rule of thumb strategy.
Yeah, we've got a Linda Bennett bowl. If you just look behind Katrina Ensor and Denise Tomomo there is a shot to be played, but let's see what happens here.
As Denise makes her way back to the mat. We'll push up with the glasses.
Yep.
That's part of my pre-shot routine. Brett, you'd understand with glasses. You always push your glasses out before you play a bowl.
Yes, I do. Right, let's see what Denise is going to do here.
I think you're right. No, maybe not. Oh, yes.
Yes.
On the back end. On the higher side, it might not come back, but she's
Coming now.
Trying to play that shot. It's not far away. Good bowl.
Well, that is a good bowl because it takes the split out now.
Yeah.
So, but equally, yeah, that's the idea. Robin says, you get onto that bowl, you get onto the jack, there's chances to make 2 or 3 shots here.
I think you have to try and do that. To score 1 probably isn't enough.
I agree.
In this final, I think you have to, at this point, try and make a 3. And if you get the outside half of the red bowl, it should make a 3 out of it here with Rima Strickland. Watching this, she's not far away, Brett.
She's close. She's very close here.
Outside half of the red one for 3.
Oh my!
Beautiful effort, and that's gone. That's not gone as well as it could have because it's challenging to make a number now. The way
Again,
that bowl sits.
a couple of centimetres difference there. That bowl pops out, and you've got 3. Wow!
Being within very fine margins a few times. This team from Royal Oak Bowls. We see Denise. Does she have the weight? It's got a flat finish on this hand. I I don't think she's quite got the weight to get there. Well, you may as well.
She could pop that bowl out and almost hold 5 here. I know it's a really difficult shot.
Now, if she gets that red one square enough,
she could hold 5.
She will hold 5. Absolutely. Well, what a turn up that would be. We'd be all square last end, Brett, and she's close. Needs the straightener.
What did she get off here? Well, I think she's made 2. I think she's made 2. We're going to see the umpire back in action.
I think, well, chocks would nearly be required here.
No, I've settled on the end, and it is. I don't have the benefit of lollipops today.
We'll see.
I think I'm going to call it was 2.
Deserved 2, I think.
Well, a shade more weight.
Yeah. Could have cannoned it out easily enough.
Well, we're on the last end, and so any moment now we'll be able to tell you what the margin is going into that last end. It was 2.
3 the difference.
3 the difference.
Are we seeing 5 more ends, Brett? Is that what's going to happen?
Look, we called it would go down to the last end, and so it has. What can Nicole Singer do with her first bowl?
The pressure here, massive. Nicole Singer.
She's close.
Equal to the task.
She's close.
Good stuff. Good first bowl. Very good first bowl.
Yep, look, that's an absolute good sider.
You have to try and build a 3 for the team from Royal Oak Bowl, so that's a perfect shot for that.
Such good bowls from Rima Strickland in these last few ends. She's really played some crackers, and that first bowl on that last end, she could so easily have turned that bowl out and lay 3. Just some great pressure bowls from her. And from Denise Tomomo as well. I mean, both of them really have played such good bowls in this game.
So we see Nicole with her, well, it's either her last bowl of the tournament or she's got 10 more to go.
And she's played a cracker.
And that's a great one to finish
she's
with.
Played an absolute cracker. Well played. Well played. She can be very, regardless of the result today, she can be very proud of the way she's played. She's helped really lead the revival of the Royal Oak Rockettes, and she's a great talent for this game. But that's not taking anything away from Judy Ma, who's played some great bowls off the front.
The leading exhibition, if you want to figure out how to lead well, just watch the last 25 ends of bowls, and there's been a number of perfect ends. I could think of probably more than 5 off the top of my head where there's been 4 perfect bowls played by the leads, and on a few of those occasions we've seen ends where the 2s have played perfect bowls. We had the one end, was it after or before? I think just before afternoon tea. We saw probably 13 perfect bowls out of 16 played by these 8 players. It's been some incredible stuff.
Indeed. Well, we put the mocker on Judy because she was short with her second bowl. That was one of the first times that Denise has changed her hand in the game. So it's currently Royal Oak holding 1, we think.
They need to build a 3, really, as we see Linda on the back end. 3 up on the card. And this is heading in the right direction. Linda Bennett.
Yeah, pretty close here.
Needs it to turn. Great try. Good bowl, really. Second shot. And it makes it a challenge for 3 to happen.
Yeah, good consolidating bowl from them. But Royal Oak have the bowl past the jack, and Rima Strickland asking Lee Singer to change your hand and come down that side and just try and get to the back, and she has. So it's a good bowl.
And like we said at the top of the game, the team from Royal Oak Bowls has had 2 games in post section go down to 1-point differentials right to the crunch end. Pirongia have won by 8 or 9 or 10 points the entire time through. So, when it comes to the crunch, this is not new territory for the team from Royal Oak Bowls in this event. They've been here and done this before.
Absolutely. So Linda Bennett now coming down, looking to turn her own bowl over. She
Good
just
shot.
slips underneath, and that's a shot. Well played.
Very good shot there.
Well played, Linda.
Movement needs to happen now from Robin Fisher on whichever hand you want to play it on, really. But yeah, now is the hour, I feel.
Rima having a look and said, right, I want you to trail that jack. Down you come. Yep, you trail that jack back, and I'll have 3 shots.
On the backhand side. Or the forehand side. Whichever side you like.
Yep, it's going to be forehand. Right, let's see what the Royal Oak number 3's got in store for us. She's not going to be short. And she likes it.
Got to be close here. Listen, look. She's found a gap.
Yep, no, just slipped underneath. Just didn't quite hold on that hand. Probably a little bit heavier than Rima was looking for, but then, you know, you don't want to be short. And you've got every opportunity. If that jack goes in the ditch, you're holding 3 shots.
Absolutely. And the pressure goes right on. So we'll see another aggressive bowl, I think, played by Robin, hopefully on a better track if you're a Royal Oak Bowls fan.
Katrina Ensor, she's looking to come around and cover that shot.
Good
and
shot.
She's played it pretty well.
Good bowl. So the 3 now probably isn't going to be with the bowl on the ditch. That's a good camera angle there. It's actually, that's a really good bowl from Katrina. They have to play with more controlled weight now, I think.
Yeah, she could get the thin edge of the jack and maybe send it, you know, more towards her bowls. But let's see if she can make contact first.
She's going to hit something. Oh, look at it dive. Feather of that.
Oh, almost.
That actually would have done it.
Yeah,
That ball would have rolled onto the jack.
absolutely, it would have.
Some fine margins in this game, but we see now Pirongia in the box seat. Really, they're 3 up on the card with a good enough head. You know, if we think about how the Royal Oak Bowls team is going to make a 3 happen, it's a bit needs to happen here. Very focused woman, Katrina Ensor.
Yeah, she's been a rock in the middle of you know, at 3rd in the team. Really calming influence, and she's played some really telling bowls, including putting the jack in the ditch at a critical stage of the game. And again,
look at this.
It's a good bowl.
Is it?
But it's still on. It's still on for Rima Strickland if she can make contact with that jack, move it out to the left-hand side of your screen. There's 2 bowls there. Even if she can be holding 2 and then draw another one with the last bowl, that ties the game up.
I think that's the shot, on the forehand side, looking for a snick of the jack over to the left as we see it. Then you add your bonus with your last bowl. She could play it with if she wanted to. You could go reasonably quick at that. If you get it foolish, you might get a kill or something out of it. And if you get a little snick of the jack, it's moving to the left as we see it towards 7 o'clock. I think that's what we'll see.
Yeah, look, it'll be interesting. She's played a lot of her run shots on her backhand.
Yeah, I was just considering that.
And so she may decide to try and come down that straighter side and see if she can, you know, hold and just trail that jack clean through there. So let's see what she chooses. Let's have a look.
Lining up on her forehand.
It's so precise on that backhand side to get there, where the forehand is definitely a much easier shot. And of course she's got another bowl to go, so she doesn't have to achieve everything in one bowl. So she is going for the forehand side, and I think she'll be playing with a lot of weight.
Rima Strickland, penultimate bowl of this final potentially, and she's in the area here. Needs it to get the jack to the left of the screen as we see it. She's close, she's got it, she's got it. Where's it gone? Has it stayed in bounds? That's brilliant regardless. What's happened, Brett?
It stayed in bounds.
Oh, that's such a good bowl from Rima Strickland.
That's Royal Oak holding at least 2. Remember, the toucher is in the ditch. There's a toucher.
Oh, are they holding the 3?
I think they're holding 3.
That's brilliant. Rima Strickland
Wow.
had a 16th of a jack to look at.
Alex, you called it. It could be another 5 ends. There may be
I
no
mean,
going home.
I'm here for it. I have a glass of water and 3 pistachio nuts. We'll be fine.
We may need something stronger. But let's not discount Denise Tomomo. She's got 2 bowls and a lot of room.
Yeah, she does. The pressure's a funny beast. Denise on the forehand.
There's a bit of a clap from her 3.
Where's the bowl? There's the bowl.
Oh, is it in?
I'd come and have a look if I was Remus Strickland. What an incredible game this has been.
Wow.
There's been so many ends where you thought, oh, this is probably set in one direction, and we've seen all the players just pull rabbits out of hats left, right and centre, and that was another example of it.
Well, I'm guessing that that's 3rd shot. And I am guessing. Just looking. Oh, actually, I'm not sure whether the bowl is being marked by the white marker or the orange marker.
Yeah, you can't see a tip of anything. I mean, regardless, Rima has to. You just pick a way through it and play it. You know, it's a bit dangerous on the backhand and the forehand. Probably, I suppose the backhand, the way we're looking at it's reasonable, because if you're narrow, you've got Lee Singer's bowl on the run there.
I guess the question is, you know, there's the bowl
marked by the orange one.
If we look at, thank you to the production team. So,
that's how short that bowl is there on the far
So
left.
it is quite a way short. So it could be. Well, from there it would definitely look like she's holding 2. Is she holding 3?
I think for the purposes of it being exciting, I think we say Rima's holding 3 shots at the moment, which is the draw. But the question is still, how do you add in your bonus bowl here?
Well, she's only got to come down and draw another shot to the 2 bowls there
on the forehand.
And that would potentially get her 4 shots. And she is playing forehand. She's lining up forehand.
Oh, what an exciting game!
Oh, it's just been deep. Nice deep breath.
Fair enough. I need a deep breath.
Yeah, I feel like having one too. Alex, it's just been a cracker of a game. Right, she's got herself set.
On the forehand, Rima Strickland, we think drawing to hold the win. This Taranaki Women's Open 4, she's on the wide side. Oh, she's got around the short bowl, so how much is it going to turn? Oh God, the weight was perfect, wasn't it? I don't think that's in. No one seems to be walking towards it. There we go.
Right.
Now we see.
So
no one's shaking hands, so I think that indicates, or they're looking for the scoreboard. Right.
Well, you got Linda Bennett who's walked away. So I don't know whether that's because. Well, let's have a look.
I don't. Yeah, they must be 3 down. If this bowl, you know, you wouldn't play this bowl if you just won the event, would you?
You wouldn't have thought so. She's in the ditch. Right. So what have we got?
You wouldn't. It has to be a draw because you wouldn't have played it otherwise.
Well, I don't know.
No one seems to be doing anything, Brett.
No. So, right. Okay, so they're the 2 shots. Now we get the umpire. Right. Alex, there's nothing much we can do here.
I do have news though. Apparently, the women's event, if it's drawn, it's only 1 extra end, not 5 extra ends. So
I presume that's from Grant Hassel?
It's from someone, probably Grant. Yeah, I would say Grant. So it means that don't have to. It is from Grant Hassel. Yes, we don't have to ration out the pistachio nuts. We'll be okay.
Wow. Well, look. You know, what a great game. Let's not call it yet because clearly they're not calling it. Yeah, there's no one's looking happy.
No, I can't. Usually, there's a team that's you're sort of smiling. There might be a hug that happens. You know, it's not happening in this situation.
No. So let's get the jack protected first.
I can't go through this again.
No, neither can I.
I can't. Although I've learnt, I looked up, and if a ball is moved by an umpire, they are allowed to place it back to its original position,
Oh,
as opposed to it being.
well, I wonder why they didn't.
I don't know, but they can.
And in a game where there's one shot difference at the end, do we ever want to contemplate that?
No, I don't think we should. I think we should. I think we should move on. So remind me, Brett, if it's an extra end, an outdoor, it's the toss of a coin, isn't it?
It is a toss of a coin. Right, so now imagine this bowl's being chopped, and you see that bowl's a long way away.
It is.
So from here, from on the screen, it looks like it's
Is Grant having flashbacks too?
yeah.
I mean, it looks like it's 3. I'd be shocked if it's not 3 to.
Well, there are three chocks around that bowl, so I think the chances of it falling out this time are less. But I'm
lesser. Yeah, let's not talk too soon.
no. It's just
And we've got instead of a string, we've
got a box measure,
box
so that's
measure.
good. So
It's the Grant Hassel.
right,
It's got a good indoor delivery there.
yep, looking good. Right,
So we've gone to, this is the bowl, remember, of the Royal Oak Bowls team, Remus Strickland.
Yep.
And now, and this is the 3rd shot, so we'll just see if the string doesn't reach, it goes around.
right. Here we go. Here we
Here we
go.
go. This is the moment of truth, folks. Oh, over there. Oh.
No, I think it's only 2. I
Only
think it's
2.
Only 2. They're just going to go around and check.
Do we see it?
Yet it's victory to the Pirongia team. Denise Tomomo, Katrina Ensor, Linda Bennett and Judy Marr, they have prevailed in the absolute tightest of circumstances. They win this game by 22 shots to 21 over the courageous Royal Oak team, skipped by Remus Strickland, Robin Fisher, and mother and daughter Nicole Singer and Lee Singer, Lee mother and Nicole daughter. Wow, what a game. Simply what a game. And look, all of the players, both hugging each other and hugging the opposition. Just a high quality game, so much drama, and both Rima and Denise having an opportunity with their last bowl to draw a shot, and it coming down to that measure. Alex, just terrific drama in the 71st Taranaki Women Opens Fours final.
Yeah, I've got nothing to add to that. It was an incredible game. Thank you for joining Brett, for the most of the duration of that. It was really a pleasure to commentate. And I suppose on that note, I'll thank you and I'll thank the viewers. And before we move to the replays, I neglected to ask, if you are watching this and you haven't subscribed to the Bowls New Zealand channel, please do so, and then we can notify you when we do more broadcasts over the Summer Bowls, which is a long one. And on that note, sit back, relax and enjoy as we check out the many, many highlights from this final of the 71st Taranaki Women's Open Fours final.